To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When I'm out walking, sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Apollo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Apollo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. Know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this day. The struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums than use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, so boy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the sporadic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just worry. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father him the one who protects ya, and the mother she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. Want more crime babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe people subdue.
Alrighty. It is 7:40, 0740 Central European time. That makes it what is that? Damn, that's interesting. 0140 Eastern Standard Time, USA, America. What's good, y'all? What's good, everybody else out there in the world? Hope everybody's doing well this week. You know, it has been an interesting week, of course, a lot of news, you know, and, international news, national news. I haven't been covered. There's been some EU news given NATO, you know, obviously that's happening, and, a few other dynamics. But, you know, to be honest with you, the world is really caught up with Trump. The EU, when you're in the EU, you will see that the EU is having to pivot left and right, depending pretty much on what we're talking about, as far as the statements given. They've kind of pivot left and right, depending on what Trump says publicly, right? But, one thing that has stayed the same is they're not changing their position on Putin. They're not changing their position on Putin. They want Putin gone. And since Putin started this war with Ukraine, they pretty much want him gone now. That's it. That's all. Like if if anything is to change over their policy regarding what's going on there, Putin's going to have to go. And why is that? Because they don't want the spread of this. They don't want the spread of authoritarianism across their flank. They don't want that. The people don't want that in the region. The people want to work together regardless of small differences they may have. They largely agree on things: public services, education, healthcare, and economy, these kind of things, how the economy should be structured, trade, right? And also politics. They don't want to be at war with each other. And that's what Putin invites to the table for not just the West, but for Eastern Europe too. War. And if it's in Eastern Europe, guess who else he's inviting to the table? He's inviting Asia to the table to be involved in war too. I mean, this is how people theorize it, essentially, right? Now, he who hops up first and speaks against it, that's one thing. But don't think because everyone is not speaking up that people are not thinking similar things, right? Right now, the issue of Ukraine, the EU wanted to take it up because they're like, no, if you allow this to happen, then you may as well say goodbye to the EU, period. So they have their positioning on that. And everybody knows that. That's nothing new. Trump knows that, too. He did it anyway, anticipating that war would come. They could make some money off of war, meaning Trump. His sons could get involved in little, war businesses and weapons businesses and make some money, make them slave masters, essentially, when they're just coming out of the hotel industry that they laundered money for years and years and years for Russia. You know what I'm saying? So basically what you're dealing with is petty ass crooks trying to become slave masters of the world. That's pretty much what you're dealing with. And yes, they were willing to work with Jeffrey Epstein and anybody else who was just utterly corrupt with no morals and no ethics. I mean, twisted ideas. And you notice, look, forget what they do themselves. Forget how they live and party. Even though his son is like out there on camera during the UFC event, apparently holding a bag of drugs, as it appears to be. This is what people are saying. It looks a whole lot. It looks like somebody that's on the Cokie too much, with a little Cokie bag, fiddling with it like with his little Cokie fingers. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. But forget about the shit they do personally, which could be disgusting because you don't know the half of it, right? But what they want for everyone else, their views politically are horrid. They're so horrid that they are ripping down the global economy. They're ripping it down. And some people may applaud that. But let me tell you, when any economy falls, it's got to fall on somebody. And the people it will fall on most are the smallest people on earth. That's how it works. Just like if the United States falls, it's going to fall on somebody. Do you think it's only just going to fall on the people inside of the United States? Is that what you think? It will fall on them. And the smallest of the small will be hurt first. The middle class and the poor. Let's say the poor and the middle class, because that order goes the opposite way. The poor are going to be devastated. And they're being devastated right now. The middle class, yeah, they're going to feel the effects of the poor too. But it's also going to creep out regionally, because this is what happens when power swings, when power shifts. It's not just going to affect a few people. It's going to affect a whole lot of people. And when you talk about the global economy falling, then who do you think is going to fall on? Who do you think? I mean, it's sad, but as much as we try to demonize a lot of cultures of people, and look at them as savage, or portray them as savage. No, this is like basically we still live in a sacrifice type of culture. You know what I mean? Like we're sacrificing people. It just looks different. We use terms like constitution and democracy. We use these terms. We use terms like a lot of other political terms, all of them. But at the end of the day, Just watch how they move and see who gets sacrificed. See, are they all for one for all? Or are they a society that just throws people in the fire? Boom. You got to go first. You got to go first. You got to go first. That's what you got to pay attention to. And so everyone knows the United States is a sacrifice society. We're not one for all for one. We're an extremist, capitalistic country. We're not a capitalistic country. We're an extremist one, right? The most extreme in the Western world, right? And we sacrifice people every day, and we have fancy words for it. Yeah. Well, lucky enough, at the timing of this, it is people expected it. People did expect it. Economists expected it. They know what this type of movement means. They know when you're blocking up the Straits of Hormuz, what it means. They know when you're doing policies inside of the U.S., right, that stress out the poor and the middle class. They know what this means. They know when you centralize power and money like oligarchs do. They know what this means to other people, and they know it spreads. They know it puts pressure on other economies. They know when you go around creating these kind of conflicts, wars, they know what it means. It puts pressure on other countries. Where are the refugees going to go? Where are the refugees going to go? That's not too friendly when you start a war and you don't care about taking care of the refugees yourself when you start that war. That should be a new thing. The people that start the war need to pay reparations and pay for all the care that one country has to use to take care of refugees. That country, whoever got power, whoever started that war, they need to pay for that out of their personal finances. They need to start, we need to start finding a way to punish people that way. And maybe the incentive for war won't be so ideological then. It can be, what it is. They like to use the ideologies on people, but really they're just trying to get some money. But before we go here, I wanted to point something out that I did kind of cover before, but I kind of sprung over it because I've read the book before. Let me see here. Is it here? Let me pull it up. Is it here? Yeah, Amazon. Okay. This book right here, because I found it pretty profound, and given the times when we hear about these white supremacists in the United States, claiming everything. When we hear J.D. Vance, when we hear all these jackasses claiming so much about the United States and the founding fathers, and then they try to bring in religion and United States is a Christian country, which is all dumb, because you can clearly read the Constitution and see that they made a point why to stay away from that conversation, because you would not have a country if you did go down that line. It is different from the Confederates Constitution. Read that, but it's very different. Okay. The United States Constitution is very different from the Confederate Constitution, and there's a reason why the United States became a country and was successful, and the Confederacy collapsed. Okay. Now, people might want to argue that, but they were on their way and they were doing this. That don't make a difference, because this goes back before that Civil War. This goes to the foundings of the country. This is British colonial America. Okay. So the Confederates, look at their flag and you tell me, who were they affected by? I mean, who waves a Dixie flag and talks about they don't have allegiance to Britain? I mean, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But look, this is British colonial American genealogical history. Okay. Yes, that's out there. That information is out there. All you got to do is read it if you can read. And a lot of maggots don't and can't. I mean, it just is what it is. But here, just to make it very clear, I skimmed over this. Sometimes I don't really stop, because if I've read a book before, certain parts don't stand out to me, right? But here, let's just say this. Let's go one more time. The table of contents. The preface, the introduction, map makers. Now, map makers is very interesting. Map makers and promoters. Okay. 2, Sephardium in the New World. Right. 3, Virginia First, and not so English colony. Massachusetts Pilgrims, Confederacy, Virginia first, and not so English. Okay, that's a direct shot. Okay, Massachusetts Pilgrims, Puritans, Jews, and Moors. New York colony, Dutch, British, and Jewish. Pennsylvania Quaker and other friends. Okay, that's a whole mixed bag right there. Talk about the genealogy, right? And let's see here, Maryland Catholic in her taxes. Oh, in her taste. I'm sorry. That means other people were there, but just everybody was pretending to be Catholic. Let's see here, Huguenot, South Carolina. Damn, I gotta read that one over. Okay. Huguenot, I'm sorry. Georgia and the last colony. Beacon of Freemasonry. Elias Ashmole, John Skeena, and early American lodges. If I'm pronouncing some of these names, they're kind of funny. It's because I'm an American, but I'm living in the Scandinavian, so sometimes I start pronouncing words like a Scandinavian person might in their language. All right. So let's see here. Now look. Now, in the preface, where is this one particular part I wanted to? Well, you can see here, they're talking about genealogy and the ethnic DNA test results, which fundamentally challenge the national storyline, right? Because they have the DNA. They taken traces of groups of people in Appalachia, Virginia. Yes, this is you down south. These people that stayed in these regions, they have your DNA, man. Like, seriously. And they have your genealogical records. I mean, your your family records and shit. Seriously. Like, they have your names. They have this shit traced out. Now look. Here, right here. Peep this part. I don't know if you can read it, so I'm going to attempt to make it a little bigger right now, just to make sure people don't miss this part, because this is the part that I kind of just went quickly over before, and that wasn't such a good idea because I know a lot of people have never read this book, right? So let me go back here now, and I'm going to blow it up so you can see what it says. Right here. And now I'm going to move the screen a little. I think you can see it better now. Boom. Now look at this. It says, start reading in paragraph 3, or really it's, the end of the last page is, the last paragraph from the last page is there. Then paragraph 2, we document that Spain's loss was Britain's gain. But go to the next paragraph. The first and second British colonies in North America, Virginia and Massachusetts, right, were provisioned, funded, and peopled by persons of Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish descent. Current genealogical studies of the Appalachian descendants of these early colonists demonstrate that they carry DNA and haplotypes, male and female lineage, and genes from Sephardic, Ottoman, and North African founders. Further, these early North American colonists often bore straightforward Jewish and Muslim surnames. Attested are Ele, Alif, Sarazin, Moises. We say Basil, but it could be Basil. We might say Bagsil. Different, Appalachian people or people in the Midwest. Hagara, Akosan, and even Saladin. But these aren't the only ones. Indeed, given because you got to understand, when you're dealing with these cryptos, right? They also have in some of the records altered their names from this to another version, a more Anglo version of this name too. And some already had anglicized versions of their names when they arrived. So this is what you have to attest to. This is why it's not just the family records, it's also the genealogical records that have been taken tests. Okay, Akosan and even Saladin. Indeed, given the patently non-Christian backgrounds of so many settlers up and down the Atlantic coastline of the American colonies, it becomes difficult to ignore the significant declarations of religious tolerance inscribed in the U.S. Constitution. Okay, so don't be fooled. Again, Don't listen to these morons, right, that don't care about actual American history, that are so simple-minded they can't see anything past black and white. They can't see anything past good and evil, Jesus and the devil. They can't see anything past it. But this is the real this is the real America that you founded. This is the real America you played a role in founding, and if you keep trying to bring up hocus pocus ideas about how it wasn't all different kinds of people, it's only making you look dumb. It's only making you look dumb. And that's what you got to understand. And nobody should beg you to not look dumb. If you want to keep looking dumb, go on and be dumb. That's what I say. But that's not going to be me. I'm not going to walk around like an asshole saying things that don't make any sense to anyone that is well readeth. Anyone that likes reading history, likes reading books from different backgrounds of people. I'm not going to do that. Somebody said, I don't understand. Okay, so if you don't understand, I suggest you start making clearer sentences, because I don't know what that means. I don't understand. What is it? You don't understand what time of day it is? It's 08:58 Central European time. Is that what you're talking about? Make a complete sentence. Okay. In any case, otherwise, no one can help you. I don't understand. I'm showing up to the government office. I don't understand. Okay. Sorry, we don't have I don't understand line. Now let's get on to it. So if you're not even knowledgeable of American history, you can't be part of the solution of fixing it. You see what I mean? You can't even go out there and make half sense. You can't be the leader of the United States of America if you talk to Europeans in a manner to which it shows you know nothing about your own history. Know nothing about your own foundings. That doesn't help anybody. You see, so I suggest people, if you've never read this book before, or if you've never even heard, if no one's ever even bothered to even share the fact that, yes, there are some writings out there about the foundings of America, and that explain the actual genealogy of the founding fathers, and it may not only be what you think British. It may not only be Anglo-Saxons there, right? Because Europe had an Inquisition. Europe already had cryptos, because of the Inquisition, they already had crypto Jews and Muslims that were inside of their, had to convert essentially. Now, a lot of them were given, many of them were expelled or given the opportunity to work for the state if they were educated. Many were, right? But others were sent to the Americas, right? So this is actually a very relevant book to read if you want to know about American history, right? And here, let me just go back to one other area, because this is important to note too, and people should do some reading about this. I'm talking about, if you want to know American history, right? Here we go. Let's see here. Mothers and fathers. Okay. Right. It says here, a lot of people, a lot of people believe that recent revisions to the idealized and idyllic narrative have never seriously questioned its basic tenets. So although we now recognize some of the contributions made by African Americans and America's success, and feel perhaps a heightened sense of regret, remorse, and even guilt over the destruction of American native cultures, we never have had much reason to doubt the basic premise of the story. Our founding mothers and fathers were white. That's the basic premise. That's what a lot of these white nationalists go on. A very simplified, oversimplified, and basic premise that's not factual. Okay. Christian and British, but it wasn't. In the work, and also it kind of exposes how they don't know what colonization is, how it works. They just don't really know. They think it looks like a piece of paper with one color on one side of the paper and another color on the other side of the paper, and it's that simple. No, it's actually way more complex. Okay. In the work, we presented a series of colonial documents, contemporary firsthand accounts, records, portraits, family genealogies, and ethnic DNA test results, which will fundamentally challenge the national storyline, depict America's first settlers as white, British, and Christian. We postulate that many of the initial colonists were Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish ancestry, usually arriving as crypto Jews with the religious adherents disguised and crypto Muslims. These immigrants served in prominent economic, political, financial, and social positions in all of the original colonies. Right. The evidence. So they were administrators, a lot of administrators and things like this. Not only administrators, but other things. You know, I don't want to narrow it. Right now. Let's see here. Political, financial, and social positions, right, across the original colonies. The evidence in support of this radical new narrative begins with the examination of the British colonial company organized in England, right? So there you have another aspect of colonization, a company, right, in England to bring settlers to North America and exploit the natural riches believed to be there, right? So who was a part of those journeys? Of course, both Spain and France had already made forays into North America, founding St. Augustine and exploring parts of the coastline as far north as Newfoundland through their activities as foreign powers, and are given short script in our Anglo-centric version of birth in America, right? They are. The French and the Spain, they're given a short mention in the United States Americans' history in their mind. But in reality, there's a little more. What is even less frequently mentioned regarding the Spanish and French settlements and voyages is that many of the colonists and sailors were of Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish descent. Several of those aboard Christopher Columbus' first voyage in 1492, and famously even Christopher Columbus Colon himself were Jewish ancestry. They were Jews or crypto Jews. One historian, Inquisitional Spain, right? So that's during the Inquisition that I was talking about. And it wasn't only Spain that had this Inquisition. It was Western Europe. And biographers of Christopher Columbus, Seaman Wiesenthal, note that throughout the 16th century and the movement of the Morenos, right, in the New World had continued, and that after the expulsion of the Jews and the flight of the Moreno elements, it was the turn of the Moriscos to serve as scapegoats for all the ills of the society. And the same writer estimates that although Spain lost 1.5 million people, right? We're talking about the expulsion as a consequence of the purification of its population of Jews and Moors. Many occupations. I'm sorry. It's because it's very small, the type text. It's difficult to see. Many occupations were virtually abandoned, he writes. Trade and crafts and scientists languish. Moreover, since these branches of endeavor had been the domain of Jews and Moriscos, they had become themselves suspect, right? So there's other interesting parts to the preface that are profound. People should check into it. I'm going to leave this in the chat, and you can decide whatever you want. But I would tell you, don't just drop the book and stand still. Pick up and do some more research on the topic. How about that? That's what I pretty much do. Yeah, somebody said, how about the Vikings? Well, the Vikings were there before this period, you know. Yeah, right. 1400, the Vikings were there a little earlier. And it's not to say that others didn't travel to America. You know, some people get caught up in the fact that they open a book and because it says this date and these people, that history doesn't continue to grow. And history has indeed continued to grow vastly. And so if you don't keep up with it, you might recite something you were taught in elementary school that just doesn't hold up to times today, for, about all of human kind. Right. And so my theory is, look, just the other day, I mean, this is not the topic of today. We're about to get on politics, but I just wanted to go back to this, circle back to this, because I think for American citizens, it's something they need to go into, because if you listen to MAGA people, they know nothing about the foundings of the country. They will spew falsehoods, and they believe these falsehoods. That's the problem. They believe it, but let me see here. It's not only the Vikings. Look, the other day, there's a news report that a hippopotamus landed. I'm just saying it like it is because that's how science works. History grows. It doesn't stand still. History expands because it's history. They find out new things. You know what I mean? They can only tell you what they know at that time. Later, they tell you some more stuff. But you should never approach it from a perspective of history's over. You should approach it from a perspective of, what else could science hint at, even if it hasn't found it to be true? Well, here's something that a lot of people have hinted at. They talked about many people coming to the Americas because of the currents, because of the natural currents from West Africa, the natural currents. So there's a lot of people that said West Africans have been to America also, not only Vikings, but West Africans too, right? Because of the, trade winds and things like this, right? Now, but having said that, a hippopotamus just showed up in Brazil. A hippopotamus from Africa.
Maybe.
Yeah, what's up?
So that hippopotamus was most likely from Colombia.
Oh, that's what they say
So
now?
when Pablo Escobar, no, this is just from what I know off the top of my head.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a hippopotamus in Brazil, but
no, they tested it. They tested. Oh, right. But you're right though. Pablo Escobar was also. Yeah, that's true. He was getting animals.
So Pablo Escobar was the first person to import hippopotamus from Africa to Colombia.
Right.
So even in Colombia, they have no natural predators. So essentially, they're invasive. They're an invasive species. So long story short, ideally, someone probably took that hippopotamus from, Colombia and brought it over to Brazil.
Yeah, it's possible.
Most likely as a baby or whatever the case is. They didn't know how big, obviously, a hippopotamus is. And that's how that ended up in Brazil. But it's directly linked to Pablo Escobar importing them from his time in power as a drug lord.
Okay.
And to give context to, what you had covered before, Islam or Muslims essentially were here during the Spanish Inquisition because the Moors were essentially, their genealogy is that of Middle Eastern or Arab.
Exactly.
So when you think of the Moors, they're from Africa, but they're from North Africa, which are genealogically tied to Middle Easterns. Right. And so the Spanish Inquisition, that was just it, right? So especially when it came to Spain, Spain has a lot of Arab architecture because it was ruled by the Arabs for about 200 years, and then obviously they went back and forth until the European Spaniards that we know today took over and maintained control. But
but there's some other micro aspects to that too, right? Because just like we had colonization of America and we had crypto Jews and Muslims, right? Which were forced out of the Iberian Peninsula, but also many because of that were taken to America too, right? They were administrators or whatever else, right? They were brought to America also to be part of the founding fathers, right? But there's micro elements to the Iberian Peninsula colonization or the what do they call it? They have another word for it. The Islamic, they call it caliphates. That's what caliphates were. They were colonizations, right? So, but they had a structure in their thing, and they also had Sephardic Jews underneath. They were second class people, and then they had Africans that were inductees to Islam and second class citizens or lower class citizens, whatever, that were part of their armies. So
And it's the reason why the largest religion in Africa is Islam.
Right. And so people have to just, instead of being, how can I say this, triggered, by the elements that are there, like I'm triggered by the conversation about Africans. No, they're just people. Put them in a human circumstance.
Yeah.
Triggered by the element of Arabs. No, they're just people. Just put them in the human circumstances of those times. What was actually going on in those times? Jews, they're just human beings. Put them in the human circumstances just of those times. Then we won't have a problem. And then also your others, Anglo-Saxons, put them Goths, put them in the Ostrogoths, Ostrogoths, and Vestrogoths. Put them in the times. Just put them in the political times. That's all you got to do as human beings. You don't have to make it into something else, because it's not something else. It's just the politics of those times, And if we kind of see it for what it is, then we can have a good conversation about it, and instead of trying to get into something that's fictional. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
But I hear you though. Yeah, I was just looking that up about the hippo. I mean, they've had that, and I agree with you. I can see now. There was one article that I guess they were saying about. So you're saying that this hippo that showed up in Brazil? Did you see that article?
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't.
Okay, yeah, because this is just 2 days ago, man. Let me just look that up. Wait a second, because when I pulled up this information, the immediate story you talked about came up. Let me see here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it did. It started talking about Colombia and Pablo Escobar, but
he imported a few hippopotamus, and they grew. I think he imported about 2 or 3, and then they grew in numbers because they don't have a natural predator there in Colombia.
Yeah.
And they're even too big for a lot of their current habitat. But
yeah. I heard that too. That is true. And
also to give context, like the Arabs, to circle back, the Arabs, or the Moors, the Arabs in general, are essentially, they're the ones who introduced slavery to the Europeans.
Okay, hold on. Who? Oh, you talking about? Yeah, because that's what I meant about the politics of that time. Everybody's human, but we have to look at the politics of that time. They had invaded Southern Europe. But not invaded, but how can you say colonized Southern Europe? That's what they did. Yeah, that's what the Inquisitions were. They colonized Southern Europe and Northern Africa, essentially, right? Because you have ethnic groups of people, but that doesn't make them a religious group. An ethnic group is distinct from a religious group. Yeah. So you had ethnic North Africans that became Muslims and maybe mixed in at some certain point in time, but maybe all of them didn't. But they're still called Arabs. They might be called or seen as Arabs, although they don't identify it, because they may not be, even though they appear lighter as an African group, so there's a lot of nuances to it, like the Torre, they're not all dark and they're not all light. They're not all light because they're mixed. You know what I mean? Like this kind of dynamic. So there's a lot to it, but damn, I can't find this article. But in any case, it was just an example. It was just an example. It was something viral that happened the other day with Brazil, where on the beach, where people were like, "What the fuck? There's a hippo here," and people were saying that, okay, did this because they did the DNA test and everything, and the hippo apparently comes from Africa, where all hippos do, right? But they can with time, they can do deeper DNA tests analysis that show what this hippo has been eating for the last 20 years. And then they will really know if this hippo came from Africa, swam somehow, or survived it or something. They will know then more about it, because you can't just do the DNA test that way, the blood or this kind of thing. They can do something deeper, like they will know where that hippo grew up by the food that it's eating. Because then it will change, and they can do that kind of stuff, those studies. But yeah, they can do those studies. But in any case, let's get to the main news, bro, because the main news is more exciting. I just wanted to stop on that because I felt like, a lot of Americans just watching these right wingers talk about, our founding fathers. It just is bleeding the fact that they don't know nothing about their own history, man. They know nothing about it. And They don't know what the founding fathers were even thinking, discussing pretty much. And it's not really encouraged. And it's likely not encouraged because of what is beneath in that conversation. You know, the fact that they were aware that there's a lot of different people that even were a part of this colonization, right? That, you know, discussing religion may not be the brightest idea. But in any case, let's get on to the, so you heard me and you was like, I got to hop up on this one.
Yeah. It's, you know, I genuinely love history aside from obviously politics. Politics does play a role in history as well, but yeah, a lot of people don't necessarily speak about it, the nuances, and here in America we barely learn American history. We kind of just learn the structures, and then after, you know, elementary school and high school even, you really stop learning about the country, right? And other countries at that, like global history. I think a lot of Americans are just ignorant to the nuances of global history. Kind of here in America, we're so race based that everything is seen in black and white and not in the shades of gray that, you know, is contextually history. So I definitely had to like hop on. You know, a lot of people don't necessarily speak about it. And if they do, they've heard a lot of these things, but they don't know the nuances, you know, of, you know, who the Moors were, or the Spanish Inquisition, and you know how it, you know how even, you know, the Arabs influenced Spanish culture. There's a ton of Spanish words that are very similar to Arabic, and it has to do directly with the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah,
But yeah, it was great like side topic.
Yeah, and it wasn't just Spain. You know, a lot of people think that this topic is something that has something to do with Spain, but no, it's all the way up to Britain too. Britain, Germany, Scandinavian, all of these countries had this Inquisition, and they all have the genealogical records. Not maybe they don't have all of them, but they have some preserved, right? Not genealogical, but family records of different groups of people and how they changed their names or things like this. So it's important to just remember that when we review history. Brussels, Belgium, you know, what else? What other countries? France. They mentioned France there, but but it's many. So
and it's funny that, you know, a lot of people like history does, you know, often rhymes, because a lot of Americans obviously changed their surname, you know, after the Civil War, right? A lot of slaves changed their names after the Civil War as well, right? To obviously fit in with more Americanized standards, or you know, whatever that current America looked like. Even till today, you'll still have a lot of individuals who will change their name to sound more Americanized, being an immigrant.
Yeah, it happens in Europe too, man. A lot of people change their names. And a lot of people don't just it's not just changing their names, but are happy to take on a new name in their family, because of course that helps the person not seem so strange. Right. And when you're dealing with a heightened politic, it's not that all the political parties have this or all people have this, but there's always a right wing in every country that is hyper fixated on name, culture, look, religion. You know, do you want to integrate? It's very hyper fixated on it. And not to say that preserving culture isn't an important topic. It's just you don't need to be hyper fixated on it to the extent that you know, shoot yourself in the foot, you know, in another way, like harm every other good thing you have in society, to be hyper fixated on this one thing. You know, it just doesn't make sense. So people feel pressured that way, man. Cultural integration. People feel pressure to integrate. And this is not a phenomenon of today. It's been ongoing throughout the history that we know, you know, that our ancestors have taught us, you know. It just is what it is, man. It's also the reason why a lot of maybe quote unquote African Americans aren't really encouraged to change their names.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because often people come to us and say, you know, why don't you change your name back to an African name? Well, first of all, if you don't even know what that name was, because we're the one particular group where they can do DNA tests on us and they might be able to find out to some degree what ethnic group we're a part of.
Yeah,
but they can't find our exact family group.
Ideally, something in West Africa, but it's hard to even find, like, obviously, who exactly their lineage is.
You won't find your family's name that way, through the DNA, sadly enough. And so you just have to wonder what it is, but in any case, I think there's a lot of different arguments for that, though. For African Americans, like, look, if you are pro reparations, and then why would you even change your name? Because your name bears the history of what your family went through in America. So what's up with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, and as soon as you change that name, you see what I mean? So I don't believe people can tell others what to do. I think you just do what you think is right for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. No need to worry about somebody else. I have friends that have like two names, you know what I mean? They have the name that they were given when they were born, and then they have another name that they made it for themselves. Maybe it's their spiritual name. Maybe it's not their official name, but that's the name they would like to go by. And then maybe if they run into their young friends or the people that know them when they were younger, their friends that they've known for life might refer to them by their birth name. But other people may call them something else that they met later in life. But look, let's start here with the economy, bro, because apparently there's something going on, and I'm gonna start here with Fox News. Okay, yeah, we know how Fox News is, but there might be some points in it. So let me just get to it. Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
Of the NATO summit, Secretary General Mark Rutte warning that the alliance cannot be naive about China as the nation ramps up its military. Beijing says it recently launched ballistic missiles from a nuclear-powered submarine into the Pacific Ocean on Monday. Joining me now is Michigan Congressman John Moolenaar. He is the chairman of the House Select Committee on China. Mr. Chairman, great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Hey, great to see you.
I guess we have to start with the developments on Iran, where President Trump this morning said that the ceasefire is over. We know that China has been complicit and has been supporting Iran's efforts. Your reaction to what we saw out of China this week?
Well, first of all, they are a threat militarily, economically, human rights. And we've seen them enabling Iran, enabling Russia. And when they are testing these missiles, we have to recognize these will be used for offensive capacity. And, these are nuclear capable missiles that they're firing. Their goal is to have 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030. And there's really no window that we see into their nuclear program. And so this is something we need to be cognizant of. President Trump is very well aware, and I'm sure this will be discussed when Xi Jinping comes to the United States for a meeting.
Yeah, and I really want to get into the China angle here specifically because the tactics that the CCP uses to undermine the United States are far and deep. There's a story in the Financial Times this morning of the death of a prominent Chinese economist. That economist openly questioned official GDP data. It's prompted an outpouring of mourning for a figure many saw as a daring truth teller, and now he's dead in a country intolerant of independent voices. Your reaction?
Well, this is definitely the work of the CCP. We know they are threatened by any opinions or views that don't match their ideology. That's why religious freedom is such a threat. That's why they're trying to control religion.
This motherfucker is talking about on Fox News, talking about religious freedom being under. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I might tend to agree with that, but he's talking about religious freedom is under threat. What about it being under threat in the U.S.? Like, this is what I don't understand. How are they even going to have him even discussing this on Fox when Fox is utterly spewing and preaching anti-religious freedom in the U.S.? They're anti everybody. You know what I mean? Like, anything's a scare. Not only is it anti, religious freedom, right? Look at other Americans. I mean, you tell me this. It was the guy on the subway train holding the cross, talking to the young Jewish boy. Actually, I had to cut part of that out, because YouTube doesn't even like that. Telling the Jewish boy that the United States will never be pure until all the Jews are, eradicated. Is that, so this right wing in the country they're also anti-religious freedom, period. And they're not just anti-religious freedom, they're anti-ethnic, different ethnicities, however they describe themselves. Their particular ethnicity is quote unquote white. It's not something else apparently so far, but it just makes me wonder how they can go flip flop from one day to the next on Fox. Apparently they're trying, I guess when they're talking about China, it's okay to talk about these things as bigotry, but in America, it's okay to do it. And that's exactly what the Chinese are going to point out. They're going to say, look at what they're doing. Why should we take their criticism of us serious when they do the same thing in their own country and they preach it every day? So I doubt the Chinese care about this. This is more like something they want to tell Americans, and stupid Americans might agree about this, but I just
freedom
propaganda
of speech, through their national security
freedom of speech. Right. Okay.
Laws, as well as their new ethnic laws, where they're going to synthesize the religion in the region, and we know that they're against anything that has any threat to the regime. And truth.
And this is it sounds like he's talking about Trump. It sounds like he's talking about Trump, and he's not. He's talking about Xi. That's crazy.
CCP, we know they are threatened by any opinions or views that don't match their ideology. That's why religious freedom is such a threat. That's why they're trying to control religion, freedom of speech, through their national security laws, as well as their new ethnic laws, where they're going to synthesize the religion in the region. And we know that they're against anything that has any threat to the regime. And truthfully, speaking the truth is a threat to the regime. Believing in God is a threat to the regime. And
sounds like parallel to the Republican politics of this time. They're don't even want, they're threatening voting rights. This regime. This regime is threatening to send the federal government down to watch the polling stations. Although, why do they think it's a scam when they're the ones in power? Why do they think it's a scam when they win? Was that a scam? When Trump won the 2024 election, was it a scam? Was it due to voter fraud? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, but now we're here talking about China in some seemingly parallel ways.
So we see they're becoming more authoritarian and cracking down on these freedoms that we as Americans enjoy every day.
Yeah, great point. There's also
we don't enjoy them every day. They're literally challenging it in court every single day. People are being challenged. Just their right to exist. People are being challenged. Yeah, this is some bullshit, yo. And it's of course. Look, if anyone else was saying this, it would be valid about China. But it's not anyone else. This is a news network that openly validates the same type of tactics being used against American citizens daily. So in that sense, I don't know.
Weird story around Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell.
Love to see
He's been in the
how his base, how the MAGA base or just the conservative base is going to either not call out the hypocrisy or this current administration even mention this, because one thing Trump is he's a fan of Xi Jinping. He's a fan of the Chinese president.
Yeah.
He's a fan of China in general, right? He continuously boasts how he's been trying to better those relationships with China. They're our major trade partner, right?
Yeah.
And the only friction they've ever had was with the trade tariffs, which ended very shortly, right? Which ended up pretty much going back to the same way it was. But other than that, when it comes to politically, Trump has never mentioned, and nor will he ever mention anything negative about the CCP. So I just want to see how his base reacts to that, or just doesn't call out the hypocrisy. I'm even surprised something like Fox News is even covering something like this. just based off the hypocrisy and based off the fact that this administration would never and has never called out China at all, right? They don't even call out. They stop even covering the small islands that they're building to try to take over the sea, right? To just claim land to the shared sea there. So
this is crazy.
It's weird. We'll see. I'm interested in seeing how that plays out overall. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't match up. It's just like they all over the place. They all over the place. The Republicans, they can't. They had no problem limiting American citizens' rights. They had no problem, trying to point a finger at different ethnicities of people in the United States, different religion. They had no problem doing that. They had no problem trying to roll back birth citizenship rights. I mean, what the fuck? This is basic constitution, right? They had no problem with doing a lot of things. In fact, they had no problem calling the Democratic Party the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, just because they want to talk about health care and fucking goddamn affordable housing. You know what I'm saying? They have no problem, this, and then they have no problem trying to use the federal government now that they have power to go out and regulate elections. You know what I mean? Without Congress's consent. You see what I mean? Like, they have no problem using the executive branch, which is not Congress. They use the executive branch to go around Congress, to go around congressional law. They have no problem doing that every single day of the week. And now they're talking about human rights in China? What the fuck? Freedoms in China? Freedoms in
the hypocrisy is crazy.
They have no problem they have no problem with their president threatening to revoke news media's licensing just because they don't say verbatim what they want them to say to promote Trump's policy or Republican policy. Like, they're just as authoritarian, pretty much. And ICE, look at ICE. ICE is out there killing, we're going to get to that in a second, killing American citizens. And who do you think they're killing? What type? You think they're killing somebody with a MAGA flag? Like, this guy, man, these guys are just total hypocrites. But I want to get to the part where they talk about the economy. Let's see here.
Hospital for more than 3 weeks following a medical emergency. But his wife, former Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, went to China 3 days after her husband was rushed to the hospital. She says it was for philanthropic endeavors, saying her husband's health was not grave enough to cancel her plans. But people are questioning why it is that Elaine Chao, 3 days after Mitch McConnell is hospitalized, goes to China and meets with the vice president of China.
I think these are all very legitimate concerns. The Chao family has business interests in China. We know there's really no separation between the CCP's role in business and other parts of the economy.
They say Chao's family. What about Mitch McConnell? What about Mitch McConnell's family? Do they have business in China? I'm curious about that. Like, how are you married to a woman, right? And they say Chao's family has business interests in China, but isn't that now, since Mitch McConnell is his wife, isn't that his family too? I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. But let's hear. I'm not. It would just astonish me if it wasn't, though. That's all I'm saying. Wouldn't you want to have some successful businesses if your wife's family has some in China? Wouldn't you also want to do that? I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe
civil
not.
Military fusion.
Maybe they don't do pillow talk like that.
And so I think American people deserve answers on this. I certainly won't question, the situation involving the senator's health. But these kinds of ties, one of the things China does is something called elite capture, where they have business leaders, political leaders, and others, and they aggressively recruit and try and win them over to the CCP's point of view. And this is a threat to our national security.
Yes, she was a step up for Mitch McConnell, boy.
When people buy into the CCP's political ideology and and public relations efforts.
By the way, John Thune, the leading Republican in the Senate, said that he spoke with Mitch McConnell amid these rumors that the senator is not doing well. And he and others in the Senate said that they spoke with him and actually had a conversation with McConnell. They said they had a lengthy and substantive conversation that covered a variety of topics, including national security. I guess the question really is around Elaine.
Somebody said, yeah, this is what of course, Marjorie Green Taylor, is going to say that. That's true. Marjorie Green Taylor says Chow is a Chinese. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm sorry. I keep saying Green Taylor. It's shit. What the fuck? She says that Chow is a Chinese spy. Yeah, you would think so. You got to give her right. Anybody right when they're right. But, I'm only giving her right when she's right, not when she's wrong. But yeah, I think so too. And also, what's in a name? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could call her a spy. You don't have to call her a spy for her to be one. You know what I'm saying?
Chow traveling to Beijing.
You don't have to even call her a spy for her to be used like a spy. Okay, so it's like, yeah.
To speak with the vice president, is the CCP wanting to ensure that their hooks are firmly in America, even with Mitch McConnell under the weather?
Yeah, they were complaining about Hunter Biden's crack pipe and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, my understanding is there are deep family ties, and the McConnells have been partnering with China for many years on different endeavors. Quite frankly, the United States was partnering in businesses and academic partnerships, but we have to recognize the direction that Xi Jinping is going. These partnerships are only benefiting China and their public relations initiatives, and we need to be.
But look, what took them so long, though? If this is the thought, like, this is not a genius concept. Like, it doesn't take a genius to wonder, what's going on with this relationship that Mitch has? You know what I'm saying? What took them so long? I don't know, man. I just think it's like, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Chinese Americans are spies for China. I'm not saying that. But come on. This is a guy who's been a senator for how long? 40 fucking years. Okay. So he's married to a Chinese American, right? Her family has banking ties and business ties, strong ones in China. It doesn't take a person to put much together. This is how Marxism works, on this level, or this is how the police apparatus works of, authoritarian states of, let's say that if you have family in another country, okay, that family is out of reach of, let's say in Mitch McConnell's sense, that family is out of reach of the U.S. government. But guess who's in reach of them? The Chinese government is in reach of all their family. Don't you think they can twist and use her family to get her to do whatever they want? Duh. That's what happens all the time. You see what I mean? This is what's going on. This is what goes on. So you have to wonder, like, why didn't the U.S. government see that? Or did they see it and say, you know what? We'll watch it. We'll keep a close eye on it. Yeah, possibly something could be happening like this. You never know which one, because they're not always going to let you know. That's not how it's always done too. But I'm just saying, Marjorie, what about the rest of the Republicans? This is almost like, shouldn't they have been thinking that from the beginning? Because I just don't understand them sometimes, man. Now it's okay to talk about it. Now it's okay to say, yeah. Mm-hmm. Now that he's dying.
Why wouldn't this admin even open up a case, right? Why wouldn't they open up a case, right?
Yeah.
To just investigate what that looks like.
Yeah.
Right? They've done it for less under our own regular citizens who were born here and have generations here, right? But they wouldn't do it to Mitch McConnell. And that's not even to say, I personally think that, because they've been obviously talking about this topic with Mitch McConnell, so he would pass the deadline for a mandated special elections after the 2nd. So if he doesn't speak until after the 2nd, and miraculously his health
2nd of what? July 2nd of August. Oh yes, baby, yes. Yeah. Okay.
So what's gonna happen is what I believe is they're holding on to him and not saying anything
They
up
holding
until
on
the
to his,
second, which is
yeah. They holding on.
the date of the special. So past the second, they won't we can't have the special elections, and they'll just be able to insert someone to replace him.
Aha! So they're holding on to his dead body, essentially, for election purposes and shit. They gonna roll his ass out like a mummy and shit. On a
Exactly.
Here he is, his bitch. Okay, bye.
He doesn't even have to show. He doesn't even have to show. He does not have to show.
He just has to stay disappeared.
Yes.
Persona non grata.
That yes, and that's the scary part. And if they pull this off without the Democrats having a whole big
hoopla
issue about it
yeah.
and like raising hell,
yeah,
something's up.
But you know what? All of them, yeah. But the Democrat is the only strong up and running party. But everybody needs to be Americans. If they pull this off in your face, if they pull this off in Americans' face, all the MAGA, also you particularly, just you need to be lined up and smacked in the face, because this is how they're treating you. I mean, they just don't care. And but let me ask you this. That's an excellent point, though. August 2nd, if they can keep him disappeared until August 2nd, they don't need an election. They can appoint somebody. God damn.
Yes.
Now, so that's fucked up. But so what state is he in? Michigan. What state is Mitch McConnell?
Ohio.
Ohio.
He's Ohio.
Ohio folk. What do you think about that? Do you like a disappearing act? Are you up for magic tricks? I mean, Shazam, abracadabra. Yo, they like going to the circus and shit. Shazam, abracadabra. You know what I'm saying? What the? That's all they want. They just want a little entertainment and shit, you know, in Ohio apparently. But look at this. Now, is Fox News going to call for an investigation? Are they going to call? Is Fox News going to say, what is up with the Trump administration? Why don't they order an investigation? Are they going to call Trump out? Are they going to call, what's the guy's name? That's the sitting.
Which?
Who?
Oh, Todd Blanche.
Any of them. Todd Blanche, yeah. It's Cash Patel. He can't do it because this is local, right? That he's FBI. But yeah, Todd Blanche. Are they going to call Trump out and Todd Blanche out? Are they going to call the Republican Party out? Why isn't the Republican Party demanding an investigation? This is espionage. You're supposed to be the party of security, protecting Americans, stopping foreign intervention in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Stopping communism. Are they? Is he going to demand it? Let's see. Let's watch and see if he goes that far. Probably not.
And discerning about these relationships. And my hope is that Elaine Chao will speak to the press and the American people about what she was doing there and clear this up.
At the same time, China is extending its U.S. soybean buying. We've got a report from this morning, Bloomberg.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Oh, okay. Is it? That's a good thing, right? They're expanding their. So is this why they're bringing it up? They're expanding their soybean. They said farming. Did she say farming or buying? Hold on, one more time.
The press and the American people.
Well, we farm soybeans. Soybeans is one of our largest exports to China.
We farm them.
We're the largest.
We
sell
the largest
them. Provider of soybeans.
Right. We lost them as a buyer, as a big buyer because of the tariffs. So let's hear one more time and see what she said exactly. I don't want to mess her words up.
She was doing there and clear this up.
At the same time, China is extending its U.S. soybean buying.
Okay, she said buying. So is she trying to give a path for Trump out for Trump? So the soybean buying is going to be put up against the investigation of Chao, right? So because hey, this sounds like open bribery. If you press us, we won't buy your soybeans. Like, why would she even say this? It sounds like she's giving Trump an out, bro. Like, or an excuse. We can't investigate them because they buy a lot of soybeans from us, and that will trigger the market. Can't have that right now, so let's sweep it under the rug. By the way, she's a great guy. I don't know. Is that what's going on?
I mean, they're using it as a guise. Don't get me wrong. They pull out of soybean buying. America's screwed. That is our largest export.
Yeah,
Period. Not
yeah,
even just to China.
yeah.
Right. That's one of our only cash crops left. Right. As a country, we don't sell too many other major crops when it comes to agriculture, and soybean is our
Wow.
largest.
Yeah, and that's because of it's because of global warming or what? Yeah, is that it?
China doesn't have the land.
Okay.
China does not have the land.
Aha. So they need it more. They
They
just
don't have
need
the
it.
land to support it.
Right. But
Yeah.
what I mean is, why are we producing so much of it? Like, can't we compete on the global market with other things? What is it? What else do we compete with on the global market in
Well,
terms
you
of
have to
production?
remember,
Is it corn? Is corn one of our biggest?
corn is one.
Okay.
Corn is one.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, and soybeans the next largest.
Okay.
And everything else we kind of consume domestically. That's why our food prices are a lot cheaper. So
Okay.
that's one of the few things we don't export.
Right. Okay.
But the
Okay.
crops that we do export is corn. Our largest buyer is Mexico,
Yeah.
and then with soybean is China.
Yeah.
And so those are the two countries we do major exports when it comes to agriculture. The
Yeah.
rest is more for our own consumption. So we produce a lot of beef as well, but a lot of that beef is sold locally here in America. So it keeps our food prices down.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh Lord, here comes Stephanie again. Oh my God, here she goes. Come on up on the panel, Stephanie. Yeah, if unless you want to stay down in the troll world, no problem. Here you go. Let's invite Stephanie up. Let's get her genius opinions on deck. Here you go. Here you go, Steph. And boom. Yeah, it's so good to have people that have so many, that don't like the programming to come on board. Let's hear her. Let's get her. Everybody tell Steph to hop on up and speak. Come on, Steph. Let's encourage her. Come on up and speak, Steph. Thanks for coming. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you so much. Come on up and let's have a dialogue if you don't mind. Unless you're scared or something. Are you scared? Don't be scared. Don't be scared, girl. Come on now. All right, let's continue.
We've got a report from this morning, Bloomberg, which is reporting that China has purchased more U.S. soybeans, extending a wave of buying as agricultural trade between the world's two largest economies gathers steam. These reports show a state-owned trading firm booked at least another 5 cargoes overnight for loading, mainly between September and October. And the takeaways by Bloomberg is that China is, in fact, keeping the promise, buying more agricultural goods. I want to get your take on this because this was an issue in terms of soybean purchases that President Trump persisted and asked of Xi Jinping when he was in Beijing recently. This pickup in trade comes after the summit held between Trump and Xi Jinping back in May. Do you believe that China is keeping its promises here?
Well, I think that's a good indication, and I give President Trump credit. He set out clear expectations and following up on those. And prior to his next meeting, I'm sure he will follow up and say, how did they keep their commitments with respect to fentanyl, with respect to soybean?
Yeah. How did they keep their commitment? Listen, yeah. In any case, people want their fentanyl, yo. People want their fentanyl. People want their heroin. People want their cocaine in the United States of America. They want it. And by the way, in case people don't know, these are Americans bringing the shit. They are the ones. It's Americans. It's Americans. Look, that shit might come to somebody else's border and up wall and might get somewhere. Listen, Americans are controlling the trafficking in the United States. So, that's a problem right there. That's an issue that has to be dealt with American criminals, but they don't want to look at it that way because politically it helps them with immigration to always focus on the woman that wants to clean the toilet for 20 years, the guy who wants to cut the grass for 20 years. They don't want to look at that aspect of it because when they talk about drugs, think about how many times they said the border was closed. How can you stop human trafficking if you not even having a dent in drug trafficking? So obviously the border is not closed. And that's not an issue I voted for. I didn't vote on some hocus pocus magical trip. Yeah, we should just close the border. No, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. But he just told you right there the border's not closed. This is what he's saying.
To give President Trump credit, he set out clear expectations and following up on those. And prior to his next meeting, I'm sure he will follow up and say, how did they keep their commitments with respect to fentanyl, with respect to soybean and agricultural purposes?
Yeah,
we know
okay,
that they retaliate against the agricultural community in the United States whenever they don't like something politically. So the key here is hold them accountable, make sure that we verify that they're doing what they say they're doing, and then hold them to account for it.
Yeah. U.S. soybeans currently incur an additional 10% tariff compared to rivals. But the White House said that China agreed to purchase at least $17 billion in U.S. agricultural products, in addition to at least 25 million tons of soybeans. So we'll watch that. But Congressman, you recently...
All right, here, let's go on to the economic part real quick.
To us. And we are going to bring them under our control by force if necessary. That is a threat to the entire global economy. If he does that, it would be that said
you're doing in the China Select Committee on Taiwan.
Well, for one, I think this is Xi Jinping sending a message that says we believe Taiwan belongs to us, and we are going to bring them under our control by force if necessary. That is a threat to the entire global economy. If he does that, it would cause a worldwide depression. There's $10 trillion of estimates that would cost the world. And so it would be a terrible thing if he upsets the order in the Taiwan Straits. We support the continuity of a peaceful region throughout. And
this, Michael, you there? This is against Trump's policy. Like, this is another example. Like, they're not pushing Trump's policy anymore.
It is, right? But at the end of the day, he hasn't said anything about Taiwan. Remember, we've discussed Taiwan plenty of times here.
Right.
We've discussed it plenty of times. They've been encroaching that. We just spoke about it before we even heard about this, right? I was speaking about how they were, developing small islands within the sea to take over the sea area surrounding Thailand, right? Expanding the China Sea, right, and calling it the China Sea, so that way they can lay stake to it, while also putting pressure on Taiwan.
Right.
And that it's not, but to now that Fox is like, oh, this would disrupt the global economy and the global stability, because they weren't saying that while he was praising Xi Jinping.
Yeah,
right? They weren't saying that.
Exactly. This has nothing to do with whether you support Trump or not. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. No. What we're talking about here, for some people maybe that might have not been listening, or just came in, right? We're talking about how Fox News's coverage right now in this particular instance goes against Trump's own words. This is the second time. So now they're talking about Taiwan in specific. Let's keep it focused on Taiwan. Trump, right? China has openly said this for a while, even before this new Trump administration, that they actually want Taiwan under their control. Trump hasn't been, adamant or speaking out against it when he went to look. He literally went to visit to Xi, and Xi made it clear, yo, you better stay out of our business with Taiwan. And Trump said nothing. Trump said zero about it. Right. So now Fox News is highlighting for the first time. A lot of maggots think now I want to hear from the maggots. How many of you, of course, they're anonymous and unidentified, so it's hard to, it's hard to hold them to anything. Right. But just for the sake of a little test. Right. And for some fun. Right. Let's ask them. Let's ask people in the chat. Very simple. Since the chat is open, everybody in the chat has to put a 1 or a 2 up when I ask this question. Otherwise, you're going to get timed out. If you don't, just answer with a 1 or a 2. Now, Here's the question. Should the United States allow China to take Taiwan? If you believe that the United States should allow China to take Taiwan, put a 1 in the chat. If you do not, if you disagree, if you think the United States should help hinder and stop China from taking Taiwan, put a 2 in the chat. No other numbers wanted. That's it. 1 or 2. So let's go down. I'm going to put mine in. I think they should hinder. Very simple. You know, I love a lot of the other input, but I like to qualify the other things people say with these basic, clear facts, right? 1 or 2. That's it. Then we can go and look at your other comments and see if they add up. Okay. So let's see who's got a 1 or a 2. Who's got a 1 or a 2? I mean, you know, be honest about it. Be honest, you know.
There's no wrong answer. I mean, there's a better answer, but if that's your opinion, it's your opinion nonetheless.
Right, exactly. I want to see who's got a 1 or a 2. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, this is interesting. I'm just curious about this. Who wants China to have anything? Well, who? Yeah, that's a good question. Who does? There's different sides of the opinion. I mean, there's plenty of people that don't care, that think that China, you know, Taiwan, it shouldn't be an issue for the U.S. There's plenty of people that think that way. It's not me, but I want to know. You can see in the chat, Snook said he thinks the U.S. should stay out of their business. He put a 1 in the chat. So there you go. That's what he said. Now, Area, you didn't put a 1 or a 2. So apparently, do you understand what's going on here? First, put a 1 or a 2. Then you can say anything else you want after that. I'm just curious. Okay, so most people except Snook and area, you know, they are the two that want that think China should have Taiwan. All right. So everybody else. Okay, so that's a good qualifier. All right, so let's continue. It's interesting this. Of course, and Jazzy Music thinks the U.S. should stay out of Taiwan's policy. Is that what you think, Jazzy Music? See what I'm saying? If you don't ask people, you don't know.
So Taiwan, just to give people a background, Taiwan operates as an independent nation, but an ally to both the U.S. and China. So China allowed for that to happen, but gave them 100 years to pretty much kind of figure it out and then come back under the wing of China, which obviously hasn't happened. And then second to that, they're the largest chip maker in the world. So they have a Taiwan Semiconductor, which is the largest chip maker in the world.
Right.
And they provide chips for all our major devices, especially our cell phones. They're the largest chip producer in the world. So even Nvidia gets some of their parts from their chips and processors through Taiwan Semiconductor. So it's a thing. Like, it's a thing. Taiwan is very, very important and integral to the global infrastructure as a whole.
Yeah, it's a real issue.
For them to, if
issue.
China were to take over, it'd be horrendous for the globe, right? Because now what happens is when you're making some of these semiconductors or chips in general, let's use like Apple for instance, which also uses chips made in Taiwan. Pretty much every company you can think of, they get chips. A lot of their chips come from Taiwan. So
yeah.
With that said,
but Trump, not to, I want you to continue right with the facts, but on that one point you brought up, didn't Trump make some? He had this idea in his mind that we're going to start making more semiconductors at home, right? Isn't that what he said? That was his policy. That was Trump's policy. And people took that to mean that, okay, he's going to do that, so we don't need to be in Taiwan and China's business, right?
Yeah.
But that takes years to develop.
It takes, okay. So it's good that you brought that up. That does take years. And with that said, that's honestly where a person like Biden. So Biden started. He started that initiative was started by Biden.
Yeah.
It was the CHIPS Act, right? So the CHIP Act essentially was to spur the growth and of chip making here in America, right? And that chip making was predominantly to fund a lot of our current groups like Intel was one of the major winners of a contract, a long-term contract with with the administration at the time, which was the Biden administration, and they scored. I think it was like over like a couple billion over a certain amount of years, over about 10 years, and that was going to start the infrastructure to create chips here. With that said, it
And who
still
started
would
that?
we
That was
would
Biden.
still Biden
Yeah,
started
yeah,
it.
exactly. Okay,
Um,
so Garius was right. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, Biden. Oh, what? Someone mentioned it.
Yeah, Garius in the chat mentioned it. What's up, Garius? Yeah, yeah,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. No, he's spot on.
yeah, Factor Blade. What's up? Also, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
He's spot on because that. So Biden started that initiative with the Chips Act, and obviously we mostly stepped away from it.
Yeah,
Um, and I'm assuming Trump, if he wanted to spur manufacturing in that sense, he would have continued and obviously pushed it forward in terms of funding, which surprising, like for America being first,
you would
I
have to
would have
do
hoped
that.
that.
You
Yeah, no, you
right?
have to. You have to. Because again, it's about relying less. It's never going to be a world where we don't get chips overseas.
Right.
And the
It's
reason
not
for that is
necessary.
because of labor, right? It's
Yes,
necessary now, right?
man. This is,
Labor. So the
thank you.
labor cost, because we're so used to importing and cheap goods, essentially we've screwed ourselves as Americans, because a lot of our manufacturing has gone to the wayside. So we would need a infrastructure bill, which Biden did put an infrastructure bill along with the Chips Act to kind of set America up to not be so heavily reliant
Right.
and dependent
As long,
on overseas things like chips, like Taiwan and
yeah.
other factors.
As long as we're producing some, we now
Yes.
control by default control the rest, and we want the rest too. We want the rest too.
Yes.
It's math. We don't have to produce 100% to control the market. And that's the whole point,
Yes.
to influence the market. We just need to produce top notch ones, a certain amount for
Yes.
not maybe not only even for us, right? But obviously it's not for
No.
others because we can't compete with the price. But a certain amount to guarantee our sovereignty. But then we also want to control the market. So we want to back up Taiwan. It's in our interest
Yes.
that Taiwan is independent and free. Very simple.
So essentially,
They do other
so
things with us
essentially with
too. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, so essentially with their chip making, so again, please remember they make the major chips for every single thing we use, mainly our cell phones.
Yeah.
And with the cell phone bit, in order to create the proper chips and installation, they need to send early schematics to a lot of these chip making companies in order for them to fit a lot of these chips into these phones,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so that would lead to China. Obviously, if China now controls Taiwan, they would have access to a lot of early technology, and they would be able to beat us in the market, right? They could slow down the production of said chips and
They're
bring a
about to,
competitor
bro.
immediately to the market
Yes. Yes.
before it even hit, before our product or whichever company produces that product is able to place that product out, right? And so
We
to
will be in a deficit, bro.
yeah,
We will be in a
we would.
chip
They would
deficit
be able to
right off the
beat
bat.
us. And so
Yeah.
right now, even now, a part of the China negotiations is to be able to have some of the Nvidia chips. They don't have access to the Nvidia chips. So China has been uh pretty much wanting for a long time to get access to these high powered, high speed NVIDIA chips. And a part of Trump's negotiating with Xi Jinping has been surrounding that. They were
Right.
going to give China a certain amount of chips to be able to use. And it's, like the chips essentially, what these chips are now powering, and the reason why they're more important than ever is because this is what powers AI.
Right.
So AI uses a lot of these high speed chips, which allow for them to process this information at a fraction of as a fraction of a second, right? When we are Googling things, and even when we utilize the AI here, to for the viewers, these chips are the same chips that allow us to do just that. right?
Facts.
And so, with all that said, Biden initially had the CHIPS Act, and that was to build infrastructure by adding jobs and creating factories, but those factories were essentially going to be built by American tech makers. So Intel was one of the major big players that got grants. So essentially, we're giving grants to U.S. based companies or U.S. technology companies that would create the infrastructure for the chip making in the future. And even with our best attempt at funding it, it would still leave us around. We would still maybe have 20% of the market. We wouldn't even be able to dominate, but
Right.
we'd be able to produce some of the best chips. It's just so labor intensive, and the cost of labor.
But we don't have to
We would
dominate.
never be able to own.
Yeah,
No, we
we
definitely
don't have to.
don't.
We don't have to dominate directly. We don't have to dominate
Yeah,
by in that sense because we have influence. As long as we're producing a certain amount, we will have influence anyway because there's other reasons why we're working with Taiwan. There's other
yeah,
things that everyone is never. You're never going to get on the globe where you make everything the best yourself. That's ridiculous. Nobody does that. You don't approach trade or economics that way. No superpower does. No. There's opportunity for people to empower you, and there's opportunity for you to empower them if you just look at the small little details, right? And that's what we're doing with Taiwan. There's a lot of different things that Taiwan does. They don't just produce semiconductors. I know because
no,
I
they don't.
ordered some shit from them before out of Taiwan, produced in Taiwan. They got a big textile industry
Yep,
there.
yep, 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 yep.
Yeah,
A
you know what I
huge
mean?
textile.
And Americans have access to the textile industry. You don't have to just buy you're not forced to buy from China. You can buy from Taiwan. Straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. They produce a lot of different and there's other things. So, and then that goes for Asia also, right? So
Yep.
we
Mm-hmm.
kind of, economics today is done on such a detailed level,
Yep. A
that
global scale. Yep.
yeah, that it's difficult, I think, for a lot of people that, how can I say this, don't take interest to understand because it is highly complex. And the difference between one, a deficit or a what do you call a profit, right? The difference is can be one of these small things. This shit with the semiconductors, it sits central to something that we want to have dominance over in multiple aspects. It's not just do we make the chips ourselves. No. We want other people. We want to lead in that technology also, right? And working with Taiwan is part of that. You see, so China, if they look, they don't have to do a military invasion of Taiwan. We can just
Mm-hmm.
fuck up our trade with them, and they won't really have a choice to work with
Yep.
China. You see, and that's, to me, it seems like that's where it's headed. Like, because they don't want a war. They want to negotiate have as many negotiating chips with China as possible, right? In case the U.S. does turn its back on it. So they're going to be thinking, okay, how do we make this smooth? How do we maintain our autonomy? At the same time, we can appease China. And one way that they can do it is by working with them on semiconductors. We have that right now. But what is that going to mean to us if we let it go? What is it going to mean economically if we let it go? What's it going to mean security wise if we let it go? What's it going to mean with our military capacity if we let it go? And I just think, man, it's very complex in any case. But look, let's go on now, because look, Chris Norland is talking about some economic data that's coming in, right? Global. So let's peep that and see how it contrasts to this issue with Taiwan and, China, because China dictates a lot of the global economy. So I'm suspecting that it's going to tie in somehow.
Okay, there's a lot going on right now, and I want to keep you informed. Basically, Trump is bombing Iran and now bombing the world economy. And let me show you guys the latest. This is the headline then. Trump orders new round of strikes after calling Iranian leaders, quote, scum. And basically had a whole meltdown today. You can find my prior video on that. He's wigging out. More than normal, actually. Then we're bombing here. U.S. military launches new strikes on Iran, right? As Trump says, quote, not sure he wants a deal. So I guess we just want endless war. Is that what we want? And then Trump then was tweeting out all sorts of explosion photos and video. This is Trump's social media. You can see it for yourself. I'll just go through quickly. This is literally what he's tweeting out. Like explosion after explosion after explosion was everything that he was interested in, I guess, today. See, it's really a lot. And then he's tweeting out about his new jet, which they had a weird fiasco with that, which I'll go over in a moment. Also about Gavin. Then they put a, I guess, signage on the West Wing. I think they're doing this because he can't find his way around the White House, seriously. So they put a new sign up for him, and then more explosion stuff, and that's what Trump is tweeting out. Now, while all this is going on, the world economy then now is projected to be much worse than it was. I think you guys already know this, but I want to give you the numbers. Global economy hit by Iran war and inflation faces sharp slowdown. That's coming from the IMF, right? International Monetary Fund. Here's the projection. Global output growth is poised to fall to 3% in 2026, okay? From 3.5% last year. So again, we're going from 3.5% 2025 to 3% in 2026. That's growth. Then you got to talk about inflation. So think about how this is related. Shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, right, was obstructed for months, sending energy prices higher and pushing up consumer prices around the world. So it affects all of us. The IMF expects global inflation will rise to 4.7% in 2026 from 4.1. Okay, so put that together. Inflation 4.7, growth at 3. That's bad. Inflation is outpacing growth. It's bad. And in fact, every country is going to be different. Some are going to feel much worse than others. For many people right now, that means your real wages are negative. So basically costs are outpacing your wage gains, if any, right? So there's that. And then it's even going to get worse because inflation is spiking. The Fed's like thinking about raising. That's probably what they're going to do. The bet on the table this year, hold, raise once, maybe even twice. Depends who you ask, and we'll see how this shakes out. So that's why we're tracking it, because essentially Trump in this whole war thing is raising borrowing costs for everyone. We're looking at major slowdowns. I think you guys know this, and also you have elevated inflation.
There were a few times when President Trump misspoke, notably in this news conference. He couldn't seem to come up with the initials for the JCPOA. That was the Obama-era nuclear agreement. He seemed to confuse the name Putin with Zelensky, though he caught himself and tried to clean that up. And he suggested the USS Abraham Lincoln was hit by the Islamic Republic of Japan. Those were just a few instances there where the president seemed to misspeak. But
all right, so we're misspeaking. This is the part with Japan, the one that caught my attention. Let's listen to it, what he says.
An aircraft carrier, which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour. 111 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down. Pretty much most by pictures, but by other means also, as you know. Yeah. Other less expensive means. It's even better when you do that. But out of the 111 missiles, every one of them was shot down.
And when we think about this, that we're shooting down 111 missiles, you mentioned some of the Patriots even being expensive. This stuff costs real money, okay? And regarding the misspeaking on Iran and Japan thing, it's not like once or twice he does this stuff. It was all out throughout this whole event. Plus, the whole meltdown. He was worried about his plane and such. Everything's whacked out, guys. I think you know this. I just shown you a bit of it.
Ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
Because they're sort of crazy, to be honest with you. They're sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly.
And I always feel like he's talking about himself, right? A little bit crazy, a little bit out of control. They want to make a deal badly. This guy's all over the map on so many things. I'm just showing you guys what's going on. Then you got that weird plane thing, right? So if you followed, and you can watch him here, if you followed in the last video, we talked about that, to where they're switching planes, and you're like, okay, why are you using the old plane now and not the new plane? And what they did was, I guess now he's getting off the old plane, this Air Force One, and then reboarding the new plane. If I had to bet, they had to check the new plane for whatever they're checking it for, right? Because they said, this is from Fox, it says, Trump switches planes in UK on his return to Washington after the NATO summit, disembarking the older Air Force One and boarding the newer Boeing 747 gifted by Qatar and refurbished for presidential use. This whole thing was weird. And the way he tried to say it was like, oh, I'm just showing it to the troops and such. So we're switching planes. Seriously. Okay. Are we running from something? Like this weird hiding of them, you do that in the movies where you like hide someone and you like switch the cars. It's like they're playing that kind of thing.
Any concern that caused us to change planes?
We sent this one in so that the Air Force Base here was in the same exact line. So did you see the picture?
We did.
Hundreds of pictures, hundreds of people. Let me see that. Oh, yeah. You can't see it too well, but there are hundreds of people.
And I wanted you to see this image of where like how they communicate through memes or through social media. They literally print out stuff, and if you know, there's the one woman who they refer to her as the human printer because she just walks around and prints up all social media posts for Trump to look at. This whole thing is weird, and how are we going to explain this era to our kids and our grandkids? I mean, every day it gets worse. I personally don't think this is sustainable. We're getting close to midterms, and so there's that.
The big cycles that we've seen, obviously, is inflation. So we have some new data where 68% of people say, I don't think I can have kids because of the finances associated with it. And, when you look at dig down a little bit more, 61% say that they are saying, I'm going to delay this or maybe reconsider having kids. And most of them are saying it's cost of living, and they really feel pressure around that. I feel bad because, as any parent, you guys are all parents, will say, it's like, there's no great time to have a kid. This seems particularly perilous for this generation.
And you can see the numbers right here then. 68% feel financially out of reach. That's the cost of having a kid. 61% finances factor in choice to delay, reconsider. And this is just one of many things where people are struggling with. And we already know to where it's been on the news, everyone's moving back home basically. We're worried now about companies laying off people, and then all the talk from the Trumps and the Musks is like, hey, we're going to get AI to replace you, and I swear we're all going to be rich. Like, how does that even make sense? Then you got to get into the crazy crap going on in the Senate. Mitch McConnell, right? Health update demanded by Governor Beshear as Senate vacancy questions grow. This is pretty interesting, and basically, like, where's McConnell, right? I think that's a reasonable question. Here's the quote from the governor. Over the last several weeks, Kentuckians have grown increasingly concerned about the health and well-being of Senator McConnell. Beshear, a Democrat, said in a statement, as a governor and a fellow public official who understands the commitment we've made to the people we serve, I'm requesting the senator provide an update
right.
on
Wait a second. We said Ohio. It's Kentucky. It's Kentucky. Any case, that's right. Let's go.
Current health.
Because I forgot. If you want to remember where Mitch McConnell's from, just think of Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's all you got. And Colonel Sanders, and you will get, you will be reminded.
Status, which I think is reasonable. I mean, let's just talk about in just terms of any job. That you have a job and you don't come for almost a month now. People would like to know, like, when you're coming back. So that's like pretty normal. Let alone you're 84, you're way past retirement age. You're also a senator, and
Yeah, he's 84, way past retirement age. I wonder what's going on with him. He's been in the hospital. He's not. He's just there. Nobody's talked to him. I wonder what that's about.
You're a public employee, basically, right? You're a public official. Like, you work for the people. You can't just disappear and not say.
Roller Skate said, "R.I.P. Mitch. R.I.P. Mitch." Yeah, I feel you for real.
What's going on? It's pretty ridiculous. I think anyone knows this stuff, so I'm with the governor on this one. What's going on now? What appears to be going on though is that the idea will be, okay, do we just stall and then have regular election, or are we going to have the special election? And essentially, the Republicans are worried if there's a special election, they might lose, and someone else that they don't want will get in. That's basically what it boils down to.
They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly.
So, at the beginning... Have you spoken to Senator Mitch McConnell since his hospital?
No, I haven't.
How's he doing?
I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing.
At the beginning...
So that's from Trump. He says he has no idea. I have no idea if Trump's telling the truth on that one. I really don't. My opinion on this stuff, I don't.
All right, so let's go back a little bit. That was some of the news. The economic data doesn't look that great. Of course, there's more economic data coming, but as it's being released, the Trump administration has really tried to hide it. But if you look at global affairs, right, and then you look at at least a little of the data that's being released now, you know, it does not spell a positive fall for the global economy, right? And if the global economy is having retractions, which it does at times, right, due to policy, right, conflict and, you know, trade wars and things like this, it's also going to affect American citizens, you know. So my thoughts are just be prepared for another hike in inflation. Be prepared for another hike in inflation. And encourage people to vote, because if you do not have responsible shepherds of policy, you are not going to get out of this anytime soon. Remember the role of a Congress and a Senate. The role of a Congress and a Senate is to fix problems rapidly, especially if the president of the United States is a nut. The Congress, 2/3 of any body, 2/3 of the Congress, Senate, they can overrule the president's veto. The president can't even veto their shit if there's enough people that vote on certain policy. Now, that brings me to something very interesting, and that is how people are talking about democratic socialists and Mom Donnie, because what is that type of democratic socialist policy? What is it designed to actually do? Why do people work with that policy often in the West? What has it? What is the reasoning behind it? Right. And I could tell you flat out, one of the reasons is very simple. One of the reasons is very simple. It's to stabilize the fucking economy. Duh. When you put more of the money in the bottom part of the society that needs bread, milk, cheese, meat, fish, you know what I'm saying? People that literally need to go to the grocery store to buy some food. People that literally need enough money to take the bus to work. People that literally live check to check. When you secure that part of your society, you are actually securing the entire society better. Like straight up, trickle up, right? Economics. you know, that's exactly what these kind of policies are designed to do. And Americans need to think about this. While they're out there, we have politicians that are avoiding the conversation, and news media that are avoiding the conversation of why does Europe have universal health care? Why do every other NATO nation have universal health care? Why do they often have universal education? Why do they often have housing subsidies? Just normalize in this. Why do they have this? What do you think the reason is? It's so their own personal economy can withstand global shifts. That's what it's about. That is literally what it is about in mathematical terms. Very simple. Very simple. Why is that? Because the average person is going to put their money back in the economy. When they get it, they will go out and spend it in the local economy where they are. The goddamn billionaires aren't doing that. That's not what the corporations are doing. They're hiding their fucking money in somewhere else. They're not spending it. They're not letting it rotate. They're not letting it churn. They're not letting it be a part of the kinetic energy that makes the economy stronger. They're not doing it. You see, so that's actually what democratic socialist values are about, or you could call it whatever you want. Sometimes people call it social democracy also, right? That's literally what it's about. It's to insulate yourself from the global shifts in the economy. And how do you insulate yourself? It's by making sure that the cash you do have stays in the country and does what? Not just sit around, circulates, generating more kinetic energy, generating, keep generating more mass, essentially. That's what it's about. So let's hear a little bit from here. I don't know if you, Michael, if you want to pop in on this. I just thought it was so ironic because a lot of people don't understand practically like what these policies are really for, right? They look at it like a big scare, socialistic. Oh, wow. We don't want to end up. It's like, no, this is how you use this policy. It's there to secure the economy. It's not there to break it, you see. But let's play a little of Mom Donnie here.
Bus corridors by 2030 on Flatbush Avenue.
In an age of politicians promising us the world and giving us nothing in return for our vote, there is one who stands out above the rest, an outlier who actually works every day for the constituents that put him in power. And, of course, you already saw the clip. I'm talking about Zoran Mamdani, who just today announced another major campaign promise about fast buses throughout New York City. Take a look.
We know that buses are going to be more frequent, they're going to be more reliable. And to your first question, Melissa, what we want is for the greatest number of New Yorkers to be able to get where they're going in a way that is both safe, reliable.
People I saw somebody in the chat. Here it is. Ryan Kama says socialism has never worked. Look at Cuba, Venezuela. I could go on. Right. That's why it's called democratic socialism. That's why it's called social democracy. That's why it's not called socialism. And here's the thing, Ryan. I don't know if you notice, and a lot of people that support Trump don't, and a lot of people that don't support Trump don't. Every Western country has social policy. Even the United States has a model, the U.S. military, right? It's not based on your performance. Nope. The check you get in the U.S. military is not based on your performance. It's just your job and your rank. That's it. That's all you get. Nothing else. You see what I mean? One person with the same rank may perform less than the person with the same rank. They get the same salary. So it's not about that. Every other Western country has universal health care, universal education, pretty much. What about transport? How is the transport design, transport system? Do they really believe in public transport? And who does public transport help? The everyday person. It's not helping it helps the billionaire because the billionaire can rely on their employees getting to work on time. The billionaire can understand that they have happy employees now because their happy employees save an hour or a half an hour getting to work every day. That makes them happier. That allows them more free time at their home with their families. You take away that hour free time, you're not helping that employee show up to work healthy. You're hurting them. You're making them maybe not show up to work. And if they do, perform halfway. So it's not about just these blanket terms, socialism. Yeah, there's better terms. There's also North Vietnam. There's also North Korea. Right. But when the Democratic Socialist Party, what they're talking about is something different. So come in the conversation. Come in the conversation. It's the same conversation that every other Western democracy is communicating openly about and fairly. The only people that are making this complicated to understand is legacy media. Legacy media doesn't seem to want to tell American citizens that every other Western country has universal health care. And not just that they have it, but how it's been working for a long time. How it actually is more effective in serving the people, right? That's what it's about. So, yes, what European countries have done with universal health care is a success story for the Western world. And Americans need to pay closer attention to it, right? Because it's cheaper, but it also keeps the money in the country. Because then the corporations aren't gaining 1/3. Like you go and break your leg, 1/3 of your hospital fees should not be administrative, because then that means that 1/3 of what you pay is going to a corporation that's hiding their money outside of the United States and is no longer allowing that money to circulate within the United States economy. That's what's going on. That's what we're talking about. That's what democratic socialists are talking about. Did you see Mom Donnie go in and say, hey, that bus drivers need to be paid the same as doctors? No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. So that means he's not using a Cuban model for socialism, Ryan. Figure that one out. Okay? He didn't say that. You see, so he's talking about something totally different than what you're talking about, Ryan. And anybody that says socialism has never worked, look at Cuba and look at, hey, buddy, nobody's talking about that. The only person describing what Mandami is doing is that is you. You keep doing it while other people keep telling you that's not what he's talking about. And anybody that's halfway informed knows that's not what he's talking about. OK, every other Western country that has universal health care, universal education is a capitalistic country. They have socialist projects or social projects. OK, that's what you need to catch up on. That's part of the conversation you need to be on. And that conversation, you don't have to call it socialism. You can just call it doing something better. Right. You could call it being progressive, if you like.
And also frequent. And what we've seen time and time again is on our streets, we are speaking about millions of New Yorkers who are relying on the bus and they're being trapped in traffic. And what we are excited to see is that for more New Yorkers now, they can get where they're going and they can do so at a time that actually allows them to breathe at the end of the day.
What was every pundit saying again about Zoran Mamdani after he first got elected? They said that he's all talk and he can't get anything done. And these are great ideas on paper, but how are we going to pay for them? But in just the first 6 months in office, Zoran Mamdani has gotten a one-time property tax, lowered violent crime, filled hundreds of thousands of potholes, invested in schools, created jobs programs, balanced the budget, and developed a comprehensive fast bus plan for the city. All of these things pundits said were just absolutely impossible. And yet here he is doing it all while having a smile on his face, being completely humble and a charismatic guy. Just take a look at this moment where he shits on the Egypt-Argentina FIFA match while still making it about the bus plan.
What would you do with your extra 6 minutes?
Wow. With my extra 6 minutes, I would probably just watch the replays of Egypt getting robbed again and again yesterday. Just gotta throw up the VAR.
And I mean, yeah, that was a crazy game. If you know, you know. But moving on from that whole can of worms, Zoran, during this same speech, also brilliantly shut down a heckler in the best way possible. Check it out.
And 6 more minutes living their lives. Because I want a city where Christopher Leon Johnson has enough time to come and yell at a press conference. I don't want him to be stuck on the bus on the way to the press conference. That's the city I want. A city where you can heckle your public officials because the bus is running on time. And our streets should work like the working New Yorkers who use them, quickly and efficiently.
Just imagine another politician in that situation. They would ridicule or belittle the heckler, ignore them, or go on some pompous grandstand about their disagreements. But Mamdani stays humble and just says, yes. Yes, I want to give you the ability to heckle me on time and get to this speech on time. I want the heckler to have fast buses and a roof over their head and free healthcare and all of the rest. And I think that is just so awesome. But of course, some people out there would say that this is communism. This is dirty, evil communism. But when Trump does the same thing, it's actually perfectly okay. Just check out this clip of the new Trump Freedom Gas Stations initiative that if Mamdani did, it would be called communism.
I saved money. I had to go back in and get my change. I thought gas was more expensive, but it's not. So thanks, Trump, for saving me some money.
We're here at the first Freedom Fuel Network gas station right here in Philadelphia.
I gotta cut the video off there a little early because copyrighted music starts playing. So yeah, thanks Trump for that, I guess. But here's a screen grab of the post where it says, "Freedom Fuel has arrived. The first Freedom Fuel Network gas station has landed in Philadelphia, lowering the price at the pump to $3.47 for our 47th president." God damn it, he's so... Oh my God, he's the fucking worst. President Trump is leading the charge to lower gas prices this summer, putting more money in your pocket. Fire, flame emoji. So Trump is subsidizing the gas to make it more affordable for the consumer using taxpayer money that's given to the federal government. Could that be called a socialist, a socialist principle? I mean, yes, it's affordable for worst. President Trump is leading the charge to lower gas prices this summer, putting more money in your pocket. Fire, flame emoji. So Trump is subsidizing the gas to make it more affordable for the...
Okay, there you have it. So Trump is subsidizing the gas to make it more affordable. So is that socialist? Is that a socialist project? Right. And the reality of it is that the United States has never been where do you see in the Constitution that it's called a capitalist nation? You see what I'm saying? So this idea that people framed it that way and that's how it has to be, and you can't have projects, concepts from all over the world as long as they work, that you can implement any type of policy as long as it works to resolve problems, is ridiculous. You know, it's not in the Constitution anywhere where it's called the United States, the capitalistic country of the United States. It's not called that. Right. So you're not forbidden from doing anything theoretical. Right. To improve lives. Right. But here's the thing. What people don't realize is that there's been several times, often, and not just several times, it's a constant in the United States where social projects or what things that could be called stemming from socialist ideas have been introduced into the U.S. economy. And a lot of it has been to save people and also save the economy. Yes, when people abuse capitalism too much, obviously the alternative to it is trying to stabilize the economy, because you can't just have extremist capitalists hoarding wealth. We went through this yesterday. I don't know how many of you saw the programming yesterday, but we went through it pretty extensively. The foundings of the United States of America, right? And how the economy was built up. The Rockefellers and people like this. And it's so interesting because if you go back to that time period, right, you will see what was behind the political movements in the 1900s, in the late 1800s. What exactly was behind the political movements at that time? What was behind it was, and some of the things implemented through the what was it? The 16th Amendment. The 16th Amendment. What do you think the 16th Amendment was about? Right. The 16th Amendment was about introducing a tax on the wealthy. That's what it was about, because the wealthy paid no goddamn income tax. The wealthy paid none. And they were putting the burden of the state functioning apparatus, the federal government and all that shit. They were putting it on the middle class and the poor. The wealthy didn't contribute at all to paying the federal government. So the 16th Amendment was born. Right. And if you look into the political movements behind getting that done, right, you will understand everything. You will understand what's going on right now when you're talking about Elon Musk, people like Trump. They're doing the same thing. They're putting the burden of the functioning of the military, of the federal government. They're putting all the burden on the middle class and the poor, and the wealthy literally share any of it, none of it, pretty much. If any, is just a symbolic gesture, pretty much none. So what's going to balance that out this time around? Well, I tell people, I suggest to you, look at the turn of the century and a lot of the policies. But you don't even have to go that far back to see socialism at play or social policy. Again, we're not talking about Cuba. We're not talking about paying taxi drivers the same as a doctor. That's absolutely wrong. Because there's plenty of models that show that a mixed economy is what really thrives. But also there's a clear understanding here that capitalism is a good economic engine, but it's not a good engine for sharing the wealth. So it's good at producing wealth, not good at sharing. So you have to have a balance there. You have to have something that can check open capitalism so that capitalism benefits the people, not just a few of the people. That's already played out in American history. A lot of people go to conspiracy theories and talk about the Jews. It's the Jews who control the banking system. No, that's not what happened. What happened was that the wealthy people, and it wasn't just Jewish people, it was many different types. The wealthy in the United States paid zero fucking income tax at one point. That was what it was about. And that's what the 16th Amendment was about fixing. You see what I mean? So we need more laws implemented like that. Yeah, and you could call it socialist. Now, let me go over to this part here. Socialist projects as stabilizers in U.S. history. True to the nature of a mixed economy, the U.S. has repeatedly implemented socialist projects defined here as state-funded, publicly owned, or collective managed programs to introduce a baseline of economic security, curb a volatile, unfettered capitalism. Sure, the wealthy going to do well. They're always going to do well. But will you survive their plan? The New Deal of the era, 1930s. Following the Great Depression, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Let me pull this up also. Yeah, where we at? Franklin D. Roosevelt. Can you see that? There we have it. Right. Franklin D. Roosevelt administration enacted massive state interventions. Legacy media extensively covered the economic desperation of the era, which helped build a public consensus for programs that directly mimic socialist principles. There you have it. This is all we're talking about. We're talking about stuff that happens in the Western world all the time. We're talking about Western values when we're talking about this. We're not talking about someplace else outside of the Western world. Stop reverting to North Korea. That's not what we're talking about. Stop reverting to Venezuela. That's not what we're talking about. Stop reverting to Cuba, although I have an immense respect for Cuba, but it's not the government that I have respect for. It's just the people. The culture is we're the same as them. What the hell? They're not strange. But you know, they have an extreme political situation going on there. But here we're talking about what goes on in the West. So use some of the Western history to solve problems. Stop reverting to North Korea. We don't need what's over there. We need what's been here the whole time. But stupid Americans are not, or uneducated Americans are not encouraged to review in legacy media, are not encouraged to review often enough from politicians. That's all. We just talking about know yourself, know thyself. Here, right. Legacy media extensively covered the economic desperation of an era. Okay, now the works, Progress Administration, WPA, and Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC. The federal government became the employer of last resort, directly managing labor and building public infrastructure. It was needed at that time, 1930s, desperately in the United States of America. Right after the turn of the century. Not too long before this. When was the 16th Amendment? Let me ask this. What year was the 16th Amendment? What year was the 16th Amendment? Here we go. I know I spelled that wrong, but amend. Here we go. Something happening here or what? Oh, what am I doing here? Maybe I have to change my batteries or something in my mouse. 2 seconds, y'all. Sorry about that. Okay, it's not the mouse. So what the heck is going on? Is it not doing this? Here we go. Let's do it now. Okay, there we go. Just a little hang up. I just want to see what year this was. Did it do it yet or what? Something's going on here. It's not working. In any case, yo, somebody look that up for me. I'm just curious how many years was it? Was it 50 years or something after this, or was it just before? It's anyways close enough. I don't know why it's doing this though. That's weird. Yeah, something went wrong. You know what? Let me just go to this and I can pop back to this one. Maybe that's it. I just got to go to a new chat. Here we go. So you see right here, 1913. So let's go back. This was my point. So 1913. So now that we have that, where did we get this? 1930, right? Let me close this up again. So this is right after that. You see? This is right after it. 1930. You see? So now let's continue. 1930, following the Great Depression. Why was the Great Depression happening? Because 10 years before, 20 years before, the wealthy were paid no income tax. They hoarded such a massive amount of wealth and just did not contribute back to the society. Only in the most extremist capitalist terms, meaning they own everything, you work for them, they set your wages, and be damned with you if you don't agree with it. They could pay off politicians. They can control everything else. There was no real public sector at all, right? So this changed that. Now, the New Deal in the era in 1930s, following the Great Depression, back to this, the Works Progress Administration, WPA, the CCC, Social Security Act of 1935. You see, a massive state-managed wealth redistribution and pension system designed to prevent elder poverty and stabilize aggregate demand. Why would you be against stabilizing elder poverty? Why would you be against that? Yeah. So we're talking about things that already exist in the Western world. Europe already has, they've even progressed way past just our level of Social Security. They've surpassed us in healthcare, how we manage healthcare, making sure in terms of its effectiveness and how many people can access a doctor, how many people can get healthcare, how many people can get, what percentage of the population can access education, higher learning. Right now, there's more. 30 years after that, the Great Society, 1960s, in response to data highlighting severe localized poverty, the federal government introduced programs aimed at socializing key life necessities, wildly covered by television news anchors like Walter Cronkite. So back then, we had news media talking about this shit. It wasn't a phobia, right? But today, it's almost like they don't even want to touch on it. When you say the word socialism, it's almost like they don't want to help the American people. You know, when you look at Fox News, you look at CNN.
Hey,
yo, you there?
Eric's there.
Yo, Eric, what's up, bro? There you go, Eric Klein. What's up? Good to have you. What's up, bro? Yeah, you decided to get out of the chat.
How's it going? What's shaking?
You decided the chat wasn't good enough.
Well, Michael just dropped out again. I think he's trying to relog in.
Okay. Yeah, but what do you think about this, man? I mean, a lot of people didn't know that about the 16th Amendment. A lot of people don't know, why the 16th Amendment was triggered, right? By the poverty in the U.S. and by the fact there was no income tax for the wealthy.
Well, and then it coincides with some other stuff that happened, like the starting of the Federal Reserve. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people think that it might have triggered World War I.
Yeah. People think that too. I mean, well, the economy. Yeah. They're all tied into each other. But do you think yourself, right? When you look at Mom Donnie, let's get back to Mom Donnie. When you look at him,
okay,
and what he's doing, for example, just as an example, is this party, this Democratic Socialists of America, are they trying to institute Cuban policy in the United States of America, or North Korean policy, or Venezuelan policy, or are they trying to implement something more like what's going on in the rest of the Western world?
No, I think a lot of people have it confused with communism that really is the opposite of socialism. And, I have relatives that have actually been to Cuba. It's incredibly poor. They just haven't evolved. They're pretty much stuck in like 1960, and they sell like little trinkets to survive. Mm-hmm. So it's quite disheartening to see because, it's not very far from the United States.
It's not very far. And but on top of it, it's a Cuba. I mean, what do they produce? Right. how far can they go with let's say with the what were they before you had this government? I'm not saying that this government is that great, but this government replaced poverty, and just having people,
Right.
what was there before was
They
what?
were very capitalistic. It was they had Havana. It was like the Las Vegas of the Caribbean.
Exactly. And everybody else was
And so
doing
what happened is you had like Che Guevara and guys who tried to take it, hard left. And then what happened is he failed. The communists took over, and they not only went hard right, but then what we would consider like fascism today. But then it even got worse. It went straight into communism.
And now it's just standing still, pretty much. They're being used by how can I say this? Everybody wants to be, superpowers always need proxies, and how they can do that is also they can even undermine your own progress and just to pull you closer to them, right? I mean, but a lot of that has something to do with greed inside of the regime, wanting to maintain power, right, and being willing to just do whatever can keep them in power, right? I mean, is that what it is?
Well, it's a thing where we somehow have to help them. Instead, I think we've just strangled them, trying to force them to come around. But that just didn't work.
Right.
And now, 50 years later, they're still,
it made it worse.
They're they're in a worse spot than they were, especially considering that it was the Las Vegas. There was tons of money there. So for it to become a complete opposite, it just shows you how politics can really affect, a society and a country. In this case, just an island.
Now, were these like casinos and all of this? Were they helping? Were they concerned about the average Cuban? The welfare of the average Cuban? Were they concerned about that at all, or was it just like this? Americans can come to Cuba, gamble, go back home,
right?
How big was that economy? I mean, is that really even an economy? Gambling, you know what I'm saying? Like, what else did they have? What else are you supposed to have in an economy?
Yeah, a lot of agriculture, but that's just it. When you're an island, it's limited, so you have to stick with what's working. And I think they were trying to do the tourism thing, and then they had a kind of a civil war, and it just killed the whole thing. So now you have a situation where we tried to keep interfere, and that didn't work. So now we've tried to kind of take a hands-off approach, and that's not working either.
Well, Obama tried to open up trade. Right? Other countries tried to open up trade. Like in Denmark, you could get at one time, I don't know if you still can, but you could get Cuban cigars here. You could get, people could bring back rum from Cuba, stuff like that.
You can get the tobacco. You're supposed to roll it here in America. Is the division there? But yeah, I have some Cuban cigars that my relatives have brought back, and they're special and everything. They're these same ones that like Winston Churchill used to smoke. Yeah, so that's kind of that's kind of a big deal. But the thing is that you can't rely on just onto it. But yeah, that's a huge cash crop. The problem with tobacco is it takes about 6 months to cure. So it's
takes
a thing
time.
where
It's a fine product.
Yes, the turnover's very slow. But yeah, that's a huge part of their deal, and that and rum.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm just curious about the
And yeah, you can bring both of those back to the United States. I have some right here. It'll get you pretty messed up, that rum. It's a thing where they have to be allowed to to do everything, to have cruise ships, that kind of approach to the world, just like other Caribbean countries are doing right now.
Well, it's an island. So what it says here is the agricultural cash crops are tobacco, sugarcane, distilled spirits, coffee, honey, domestic food crops. I don't know, what is that? Rice, corn, citrus fruits, plantains, cassava. Right. So it has some capacity.
Yeah, it's my family's from Miami Beach. So if you're from like Southern Florida, you're familiar with with the exodus that's happening from that country, you have people that are getting on boats, desperate, and they're dying in the ocean because they want to come to the United States so bad. So technically, the law is if they could reach United States soil, even if it meant jumping off the boat at the end and swimming to the shore, as long as they could make it to the land, we technically had to take them in as a refugee for asylum. But think about what these people are having to go through.
Yeah, let me see. Who's this? Yeah, there's somebody else that's hopped up. Yo, and I could see Michael's back. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. I know what's going on with you, Michael. 2 seconds. There's somebody else who just hopped up. Let me fix Michael's.
Yeah, you might have to.
Yo, Michael, you're back. No. Michael's back. Hey, but there's somebody else who just hopped up. Who's this? Falcata. What's up? What's up? Go ahead. Now, I knew there was going to be some pushback, obviously, from that because but go ahead. Let's hear what you got to say about what's going on here.
I just want to chime in here regarding Cuba. So, the reason there's so much poverty in Cuba is not due to communism. It's due to the fucking blockade.
The blockade, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the blockade, the blockade was there before. But the blockades. I mean, we've had this thing about sanctioning Cuba for the whole time, right?
Yeah.
How many?
No, not only that. Not only have we sanctioned them, but we should take a look at what Cuba was before communism.
Right.
What were they before communism?
Basically, slave island.
Yeah.
Basically,
and black people there were treated like second-class citizens, if not worse.
Exactly, and that played a role in the uprising, right?
Cuba also had two different types of regime. The first regime was the Batista regime, and that was heavily influenced by the American government, right?
Yeah.
And Cuba holds a very strategic point in Latin America, and so that's where the Americans really wanted that type of strategic location because it's the closest island to the Americas in terms of reachable land. So aside from Florida, once you reach the West Keys, Cuba isn't really that far. And so the Batista regime was very corrupt. And at that time, Latin America was going through its revolution, right? So they were freeing themselves. Any colonies were freeing themselves from the rule of Spain, right? So that's where people, revolutionaries like Che Guevara and later on Fidel Castro come into play. So Che kind of helped initiate that spark going from Latin American country to Latin American country, helping spark revolutions that ultimately freed a lot of these countries from being a colony of Spain. Cuba was one of those countries as well. They were already essentially freed from that colonial title, but they still had strong, heavy Spanish presence. And they were under the Batista regime, which was a capitalistic regime nonetheless, but very corrupt. So a lot of the people felt disenfranchised. A lot of the economy just didn't make it to your average working individual. And so you have Fidel Castro in combination with Che, who later on started a rebellion to overthrow their government, and that's how Fidel ended up being the leader for so long in Cuba. Shortly after, his ties with Cuba to ensure that they wouldn't just get overtaken again by the CIA in America, they joined forces with Russia, and so that's what led shortly after to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and along with the big Red Scare. So essentially, we blockaded them to ensure that they wouldn't have any access to any nuclear missiles potentially that Russia could give to them that would essentially make us, vulnerable from a standpoint. But go ahead,
but bro, but listen, this is the most interesting part I find. Castro came to the U.S. first. And we said no.
Yeah.
So we could have been dealing with them. We could have helped them set up any kind of government that we thought was okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
they just didn't. They wanted full control. They wanted to be able to control that election and put in power who they wanted to. And Castro, nonetheless, was a dictator. He was a dictator, and unfortunately, he killed a lot of his own people. And he was a racist himself. He had a lot of racist rhetoric. He oppressed a lot of the colored individuals within Cuba. It's just that he ended up a lot of that's why a lot of the Cubans you see in America today are essentially the whiter Cubans. They had more access to funds to be able to make it here to the Americas versus to America versus the Cubans
The ones that can't
were
get out.
essentially stuck on the island. Yeah.
And, all right, Eric,
But the
you want to
blockade
chime in?
the blockade played a very big role in it. But Cuba was already struggling nonetheless. The blockade definitely harmed it. That led to their long-term instability. Remember, when we look at Cuba even now they still have cars from the 1950s. They have no updated cars just due to that blockade alone. So their infrastructure is just so poor.
Can I chime in here? Yeah,
Yeah, go
regarding
ahead.
the racism in Cuba, and what he did, whatnot, it was to remove like individual groups from propping up, specifically the Afro-Cuban advocacy groups. Meanwhile, Castro supported various Pan-African communist societies throughout Africa. One of them being Burkina
Africa.
Faso.
So it was not even to cut you off. It was the appearance of having African allies, but within his country, he oppressed a ton of the Afro Latinos within his own country, and he's known to have major
Well, that's
racist rhetoric.
interesting. That's interesting you say that, because all of the ones that ended up fleeing Cuba were like the really racist ones. So I don't really know where this
They were
information
the
is
more
coming
light. They were
from.
the
I
more
don't know
lighter
what
fare.
source you're looking
They
at.
were the more lighter ones. I mean, we could go.
It's an
pull it up, B.
interesting debate here. Interesting.
He has known racist. There's no disputing that. I personally had this conversation with an Afro-Cuban who essentially enlightened me to more of injustices of the Afro-Cubans within Cuba. Yes, Fidel did reach out to other Afro nations. If I'm not mistaken, I forgot which African nation he tried to liberate as well. But he did have influences overseas. But within his country, he was well known to have racist rhetoric and oppress especially the Afro community within Cuba. And so like that's well known throughout Cuban history, in particular, very Cuban history. It's not too much covered here because obviously the Cubans that we see here, yeah, they're racist, or they some of them, nothing exists in the absolute, but they were just the more affluential Cubans who were able to make it here to American land. The other ones are the majority of the Cubans, the Afro-Cubans, didn't have the means to make it here, so they ended up staying on that island, and they're the ones who are primarily, oppressed to this current government. Again, not to say that you're wrong, but he most definitely had racist sentiments. They have like letters, and
I guess
and
it depends. I guess it depends on what you mean. Like, are you talking about on like structurally? Are you talking about like
structurally?
In what way?
Racist. He had internment camps as well. So gays, anyone who identified as gay was in these internment camps. Anyone who was a part of the strong Afro movement, the independent Afro movement, he incarcerated them as well and oppressed them as well.
Okay.
There was they have sugarcane plantations.
The Yoruba.
Yeah, they have sugarcane plantations that go on for miles, and people, they say people, we're basically enslaved up there. Now and we're talking up till like the 1950s.
Yes.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So in other words, he was a mixed bag. He did have rhetoric that was anti-colonialist rhetoric. He was willing to identify with African descent to a degree. But in terms of what he practiced, he employed some similar oppressive dynamics in Cuba as well. I hear you, because it is kind of I guess it's the terminology that's being disputed, not necessarily whether he oppressed people or whether there was another side to his campaign, right? An oppressive side to it within Cuba. I mean, I could see that. Like a lot of people, Afrocentrics, they praise Castro, and indeed a lot of anti-capitalist or anti-Western proponents, they praise Castro because Castro was willing to send military to and train Africans and train. You know, that was needed. That was needed, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what he was doing inside of Cuba was the best.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But in any case, we're not even Zoran Mamdani is not even trying to copy Cuba. Right?
No, he's not. By far, he's not.
I mean, yeah, and so I don't even know how we got. Some people have I know why we're talking about this, because every time you talk about any type of social project, people have now coined talking about healthcare, talking about education, talking about housing infrastructure, right? Housing security. They have now coined this communist and socialist. And so now you all of a sudden have to talk about Cuba. Now you got to talk instead of talk about the Western world. And so my point in it was, let's not talk about Cuba. Let's not talk about North Korea. Let's not talk. Why don't we just talk about the things that everybody else in the West are talking about? Why don't we talk about our actual history with the 16th Amendment? Why don't we actually talk about why that happened? The capitalism and oppression, and no matter if you want to, whatever you want to call it, there's multiple dynamics to it. But in the turn of the century and before the turn of the century, the capitalists were oppressing every fucking body in the United States. Right? That's why we got the 16th Amendment, right? Anybody there? I see you guys. I mean, I'm serious. What was the 16th Amendment about? Falcati, you there?
That's exactly what the 16th Amendment was, right?
Eric, you there? Where you at? Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, isn't that it? Because I read the data. I read it yesterday. 16th Amendment. That's exactly. Wealthy paid no tax. They paid no income tax.
Especially after the Great Depression, right? So essentially, the 16th Amendment was to ensure social programs like Social Security for the average American due to the massive wealth inequality that was presented, and it allowed that taxation allowed for the U.S. government to fund Medicaid, later on Medicare, Social Security, right?
Right.
Any type of VA benefits, right?
Right.
That was all under that amendment started that, right? Because after the Great Depression, essentially the Great Depression, in order to jumpstart the economy, they needed to stimulate the economy. A part of that stimulation was in the form of Social Security, right? Social Security was a major thing. Before that, we didn't have any other way to essentially care for our elderly, our disabled, meaning mentally disabled as well. So a lot of the mentally disabled were just homeless out on the streets, or they would just get sent to hospitals where their families would give them up.
Right.
Right. And so after the Great Depression, the country saw that something had to be done. So FDR saw his chance to really take the country hard left and do a lot of social programs that worked, like Social Security, Medicare. So basically what he did is he created an annuity program where it's a pre-funded retirement program where, the funds accrue, they get bigger, but you can't really touch them and you can't really, manipulate them, basically like an annuity.
Right. Okay. So they keep gaining. They become a support structure economically. They gain value, but you're not allowed to just.
The thing that might be a little imbalanced is right now the folks that were paying into it are receiving a lot more than they paid into it.
Okay.
Also, the fact that our population is in decline, it leaves if we don't increase the tax by default, essentially we will run out of funding. Not necessarily, that's what they call it. Essentially, it is running out of funding because now the taxpayer dollars won't be sufficient enough to fund it because our working population is lower than it was in past years. And when the Social Security Act initially started, right? We had a lot more people in the working class than we did elderly or disabled, and now that tide is turning, right? Now we're having more people who are elderly than people who are working.
3 different ages, right? So you can take it at 62, 65, or 70, and they all have different implications on how much you're going to get and how much you're going to be penalized. 65 is supposed to be the average, but what you have to realize is that in the past, people were dying much younger. They were dying in their 50s, so many people never collected anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Right. Many people never collected anything. Yeah, that's true. And it's and if you don't, a lot of people pay into the system, but you don't, especially black men. My God, black people pay into this system, but they die early, man. We're among the earliest to die in the US. Not even
So
enjoy it.
it probably shouldn't be necessarily completely based on age, but remember, it's also based on your income and how much you contributed. But there's a maximum every year. There's a ceiling. So a lot of people are arguing that ceiling needs to be raised, especially for wealthy people. I think right now it's about 110 or 120,000, and I think people want it to be raised to about 150,000 before they stop taxing you and contributing to your Social Security because you've maxed it out.
Right. Okay. They want to cap it. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting conversation. But I don't think we're going anywhere with this conversation if we're not willing to just deal with the fact that people need affordable health care. Like, if we can't even deal with something like that, and we know that we're making corporations rich by the way we have modeled our healthcare system. We're making corporations filthy rich. If we're not even willing to deal with that in Congress, if we're not willing to deal with that in the White House, if we're not willing to deal with that in the Supreme Court, if we're not willing to have people in the Supreme Court and in the White House and in Congress that understand that is a completely different model. That is not a Western model. That is a United States of American model. And it's going to have devastating effects. I mean, on our economy. Also, if you can't access health care, how the hell do you have healthy workers? Who's going to do the work?
I was just reading an article about a 70-year-old man that says he worked for 50 years, but he never bought a home and he has no savings. So he's very dependent on Social Security, and that's going to be basically his only income. He's actually waited to take it at age 70 to get the maximum, but now he's very worried that the Republicans are going to cut that back. And that could be catastrophic if we have, a ton of people because they're no longer working. So that's going to be their only income.
Yeah. And look, Gary says in the chat, how is healthcare insurance more expensive than a mortgage? How's that possible? And it is more expensive than a mortgage. It's more expensive than your house, and you need a house to live in. That's actually your nest. That's the thing you pass on to your kids. If you want at least the next generation to have a step up, then a step further than you.
I have a friend who moved to Italy because he has like a $2 million home down in Texas, but he says his property taxes alone are $2,000 a month, and that's eating up that's pretty much his Social Security. So he's starting to realize that there's no sense in keeping this home in America, especially now he's bought like 5 in Italy and he's just renting them out. But the bottom line is there's a small bonus to the Social Security, but there can be a giant drag in trying to maintain capital assets.
It's funny you brought that up. So the DSA member Abdul Saeed, who we had mentioned before, he is technically trying to advocate for seniors to be exempt from property taxes to help alleviate that. The only problem with that is it becomes a burden to the working people, which essentially will, statistics and economic models show that it will make housing more expensive.
Well, that's also already happening because people aren't moving on. Oftentimes, they're not going to retirement homes. They're staying in their homes, 80, 90-year-olds, sometimes till they die.
So I just want to pitch this question then. What would the solution be to, for instance, the housing crisis or things like this?
I mean, first of all, we have to build more houses. Right?
Yeah, they need to flood the market.
Flood the market with
But
with
we're
housing.
building,
And
like there's
we're,
houses being built. It's just no one can afford them.
but
Right,
that's
but
the whole
that's
thing,
just
right?
it. But
So
then you go to then I was out in I was out in Thailand. They had a 73-story building with over 1,000 units. Like a 4,000 people are going to live there. There's a mall down below, a club at the rooftop. I mean, it's just next level, and they're only like 125,000 for a luxury condo. So I'm not sure how they're doing it. It's incredibly affordable. It's incredibly cheap. I understand it's a different country and all that kind of stuff, but we're talking fully furnished, fully fitted with appliances. There's something wrong that we can't do that here.
well,
So
it essentially
one
is
of
the supply side of America. We don't have enough housing, period, right? If we did, what happens is the market would dictate that those prices drop in order for people to buy them, right? If we have
yeah,
enough houses, the market will by default lower those prices in order to make it more affordable for
yeah,
everyone to buy them, right?
Yes, yes.
yeah.
There's a
I
huge lack of
so
competition.
so like I'm regarding the market. I don't think housing should be the job with or the market shouldn't be involved with house building. This needs to be like a government program, and there's
Well,
other
it's a
countries that do this.
combination. It's a combination. So we won't put the
Well,
full
that's
burden
what
of
they built in.
housing.
That's what they built in New York City back in the '60s. They built these projects. They called it, and a lot of
Well,
minorities
yeah.
moved into
So
them.
yes. So the projects were built shortly after World War II, and they were mainly to house veterans, right? So veterans, especially coming back and moving back up to the north from the south, from the Great Migration down south
Yes,
after World War II, a lot of blacks and the Jewish, essentially, who were now migrating again after World War II, who started migrating to America, they didn't essentially have affordable housing, right? So what they created was public housing. But what New York faces now with public housing is that back then it was mixed income. And right now it's almost exclusively low income, and that has hurt the funding and the money they receive in public housing. We call it NYCHA, right? New York City Housing Agency. And so that has hurt NYCHA
well,
or the New
it
York
all
City
turned
public
into
housing.
squalor, so people don't want to be there.
Yes, but it's directly tied to the income. So right now in New York
Yeah.
City, the answer is mixed income. Obviously, they need to change the proportionality of what that mixed income looks like, because right now it disproportionately doesn't reflect the middle income and the low income. It kind of reflects upper middle class, which benefit the most from these affordable housings because we have what's called income limits, but a lot of times those income limits are fairly high. And it's the way they calculate the income limit. That income limit is calculated by two weighted averages. It has to do with the average of like the average income within that zip code, but then the average renting price within that area as well. That is how they determine it. But that formula is flawed. With that said,
Mhm.
the answer is mixed income, right? Mixed income because that allows for it to offset the subsidies that would be needed to bring affordable housing. So right now, anyone who has a mixed income building, you receive that subsidy in the form of a tax credit, right? So you would be exempt from a certain amount of taxes if you make your building available for affordable housing, affordable units. If you give up 30% of your building to affordable housing, you get a major tax credit. And so that's the incentive we have here in New York. The problem is building more of them, right? Because we don't want the problem is we don't want the state to fully take over housing, right? We want a mix of free market mixed with mixed with
So
private, right? I mean, private mixed with public, right? We want a bit of both because that allows for the market will adjust itself, right? If we're giving, affordable housing to if the affordable units hit the market, the private sector is forced to compete with that. Otherwise, people are always going to choose the public option. When the market when the market's competition is the state, by default, in order to compete in that market period, they start dropping prices, right? And if they don't, everyone else would just start moving into affordable mixed use houses, right?
But you
So
still run into the issue of speculation within the housing market.
the speculation
So
within the housing market will figure itself out once we have so much housing that that the market wants to lower the rate in order to fill that. Because if they have,
I just
I'll give you an
don't
example.
know.
I'll give you an example, right? Let's say
Yeah.
we have,
Yes, that's
because here in
exactly,
New York,
Michael.
Yeah,
The
give
rent
me an
can't come
example. Do you
down.
know an example in history or something where this?
I don't, but what I can give you is an economic model that they often use to assess it, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I'll give you an example, right? But New York City has about 2.5 million uh homes, right? Homes meaning apartment buildings and apartment buildings, pretty much, right? And that's why the rent freeze. So that rent freeze is for rent stabilized units. It's not for every unit, it's for rent stabilized units, right? So it only affects around 60% of the market. Now, if we had if we had more units available, more units overall, and now let's say half of those units were affordable housing and the private sector was not able to fill those houses because of the fact that affordable housing is more appealable, it's more affordable, and has more space, they would lower their prices to stop someone from going to the affordable housing option or the mixed housing unit in order to compete with the state's option of affordable housing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Am I being
Yes, and that's exactly what happens. They find when other countries, when a new building is built nearby and it's like the same price, what'll happen is the older building that's down the street will start to become a little less vacant. And once they actually get down to about 70%, it seems to be a magic number of vacancy.
Yes.
Once it drops to about 70%, the prices will be reduced.
Because you have to compete within the market. There's only so much loss that an individual landlord can take before they lower those prices and capitulate to the market, right? You're going to have people who are going to hold out, but those people have to have a good amount of equity in order to be able to hold out, right? So the richer you are, the more you'll be able to last that storm and be stubborn on your prices. But the same example I would give in the free market is someone like Walmart, right? Walmart's a major player and they have some of the lowest prices, and any company or any grocery store near Walmart is now forced to compete with those prices. Otherwise, they lose the customer to Walmart, right? And essentially, you want to think of the
So
housing market the same way.
I just want to try to understand here. So you believe like the market will regulate itself regarding like
Yes.
housing?
Yes.
If
And
we put the
I think
proper
you're in
initiatives,
California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing is in California, the vacancy rate is like 2-3%. Everything is just
yeah,
full all the time. And so
Yeah, I
we
mean
haven't
everyone
really.
wants to be here, so I mean it makes sense.
Yeah, it's so I just think and there's a lot of different arguments for why that's happening, and undocumented immigration's probably exacerbating the problem. But
yes, yep,
that's a side,
yep.
but that's a side issue. The bottom line is where is where is the $50,000 $100,000 condo? Nothing fancy, just a place to live. You know what I'm saying?
So
Nowhere.
yeah, I guess my other question then is if the market will regulate itself regarding housing, um, how does that exactly work?
So
Because I
okay,
don't know.
so
I've never really seen
the
an
state has to take
example
the
in
initiative.
history where that has been successful.
So the state has to take the initiative, right? The state has to force the private investor by now being competition in that market, right? By forcing affordable units, right? Where they essentially give that affordable option, and if they create enough of that affordable option, now those individuals in the private sector are forced to compete with that lower price, right? It doesn't mean that it'll regulate itself completely, right? It means that with the proper legislation and the proper intervention from the state in terms of creating mixed affordable units, if they create enough, those numbers start to drop. Those numbers start to drop.
I definitely agree on that. But the other issue is then you will have people who will either lobby or put in corporate funds into preventing this from happening.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're having a fight over it in San Diego right now. In San Diego, they actually have a law from like 1976 or something that says you can't build a building taller than 4 stories west of the main highway, the coastal highway. And so think about that. We're talking 4 stories where, other countries are making buildings that are 50, 60, stories like no big deal. So right now there's a company from Los Angeles that's challenging that. They're building an 8-story building, but still that's not really that big a deal. And there's protesters out there, and you want to sympathize with them and all that kind of stuff. But you also want to say, hey, we have a housing shortage. We have a housing crisis. What are we going to do about that? I understand that you're saying it's blocking the view, but it's not really. So what happened is the city council in that local area that's run by Republicans was basically going to be like the only guys to be able to stop it, and they just shrugged their shoulders. So it's moving forward.
So I know the other guy, he's done. You're Denmark, right?
Yeah. I'm from DC, but I'm in Denmark, man. I'm in Copenhagen, Denmark, man.
Yeah,
good question. I'm glad you brought that up. Housing, right?
I'm trying to think. Did they do decommodification efforts over in Scandinavia over there?
I'm not sure about that. Housing isn't really my strength, but I would say this. I know from practical, from the comparative data, what the comparative data says, but let me look that up. You said, did the Scandinavian what?
Decommodification of housing.
Decommodification of housing. Housing, for example, in Denmark, let's say Norway or Sweden, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Let's say those 3, just to pull some data back. Let's see what.
Arvin, do you want to paddle up?
Oh, it said yes. It said yes, man. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden made massive, historical, unprecedented efforts to decommodify. Let me pull this up on the screen here so people can see it. To decommodify housing following World War II. Yes. In sociology and economics, demodification means treating a life necessity like healthcare, education, or shelter as a basic human right rather than a market commodity to be bought, sold, and speculated for profit. And again, these are capitalistic countries.
That's exactly where I'm at.
These are capitalistic countries too, man. And that's where I think this is where housing insurance, in Denmark it's called housing insurance boligsikring, right, is what is called in Danish, but it means housing insurance. And what it means is that I actually, from time to time, I get boligsikring. It depends on how my economy goes, up or down, or other expenses, But what it means is that, let's say all of a sudden I stop working full time, or all of a sudden I take a new job and it doesn't pay enough, or something like that. And then what happens is that the market, the housing insurance will kick in, and so that means that they will supplement the part that I'm missing that I would usually get out of my own economy, so that you don't have to move. You don't move. So nobody here moves. When you have children, you don't move. You can move, but you're not forced to move. Now there's a limit to that housing insurance, and that would be what is it? Maybe $250 a month. That's the limit, right? Something like that. My rent has gone up about $500, something like that. 500. Let me see. 500. Is it about 500? 500, 200. Yeah, $500 in the last since 2013, something like that. That's not that bad when you compare it to DC. That's not bad at all. So the housing inflation hasn't gone up that much. So but you do have it, and
yeah, DC is very
It is
expensive.
relative to like the purchasing power there as well.
Well, it says here, that is relative to the purchasing power. Now let me see here. It says the three nations did this. They do it slightly differently though. Furthermore, three nations have experienced significant remodification since the 1990s too. So Sweden, universal model. Sweden went the furthest in treating housing as a public utility rather than a market asset. The vision, unlike other European nations that built social housing only for the poor, Sweden built housing for everyone. They reject the idea of means testing or creating ghettos for low-income citizens. The execution between 1965 and 74, Sweden launched the famous Million program, constructing exactly 1 million affordable, high-quality, modern apartments for populations of just 8 million people. Right. So that was different. Denmark has boldly seeking. Sweden did it a little different, but and I think Norway has boldly seeking also. That's housing insurance. But you wanted to see now.
In New York, we're doing something very similar to that. So what we're having is called a voucher system that's ran on a state level. So Section 8 is the program that's federal wide. It just has very strict income limits, and it is very tied to a waiting list that you could be waiting for years, like tens of years. You have people waiting 10, 20 years before they even get a call for this list. And when it does opens on random occasions, it is to a select amount of people. So what they're doing in New York City is doing the same thing on a state level, where they provide state vouchers that cover your housing expense up until a certain amount, right? So if you're making anything 50,000 or under, you can qualify to apply for this voucher system. And essentially what the voucher system is the city dedicates to pay the majority of your housing. So you pay 30%. You pay 30%, and the city pays the rest. They pay the other 70%. It varies between 40 and 60% of your income, where prior to this, the only way you could receive said subsidy is through entering the New York City shelter system, where now they've eliminated that and expanded the program to reach more individuals. So it's programs like that in combination with building the continuance of affordable housing that essentially is supposed to, right? Again, this is all in theory, is supposed to essentially lower the price over time. And even if it doesn't lower the price in terms of, literally lowering it overnight, it means slow down the growth of the asset, right? Because housing is obviously treated as an asset, and that asset appreciates year over year. And so that's the issue with housing, and that's how we're choosing to tackle it here in New York. The program existed before Zoran, but Zoran expanded that program so it could reach more individuals, more low-income individuals here in New York City, while also on a city infrastructure level, he's expanded the creation of affordable housing. And so with affordable housing, how the city's been able to do that is by essentially selling city lots, right? Whatever land the city owns, and they'll sell that to a private contractor. And that private contractor now is forced to take in any individual with this subsidy. And the trade-off is that now that developer or that landlord now has to make the whole building an affordable housing unit. But they get to charge market rate, and that market rate now is charged, but it's offsetted by the voucher system, right? The city's paying the difference, even if the landlord has to take an affordable, make the whole unit affordable housing. Now the city subsidizes the rest of that income as essentially a write-off for, a benefit to the developer, right? So they pay the upfront cost in developing the property, right? The millions of dollars it would take upfront for them to develop the property, and then essentially over time they recoup that plus profits by being able to charge the market rate on those apartments, while the city subsidizes the rest, versus the individual who now pays 30% of their income. That also allows, with the expansion of the program, for them to be able to have more mixed income, right? More mixed income individuals, because like I said prior, the New York City, affordable, well, not affordable housing, but public housing, was plagued by the lack of funding on the side of the tenants, right? It was initially built for veterans and mixed income, but eventually, due to those individuals moving out, later on getting homes and leaving that area, it essentially left a haven for just the low income, and that became crime ridden, right? Drug ridden, and so now to avoid that, they're essentially forcing these mixed income buildings by giving that incentive. This developer buys the property, builds the land,
Yeah.
builds the building, and then now that's subsidized partially through the city and, through the vouchers program, which is expanded on. That in combination with continuously building these affordable housings would essentially slow down the market rate. I don't believe it'll fully reverse it, because I don't think the market will ever reverse. But the plan is to make it affordable by slowing down that year-over-year increase of what it looks like, which is why everyone is mad at the housing freeze. So all of that plays a role, right? The voucher system, the building of affordable housing, and then the rent freeze. Those three things will essentially slow down the private market, allow for the city to catch up with affordable housing units, and then once they lift that rent freeze, now the private market has to be able to, they won't be able to increase their rents the way they have been, because the private sector has been, in America, obviously New York is just a part of that, but America, the private sector dictates the increase in housing, right? And so with the combination, again, of the voucher system, of affordable units, and of these developers pairing up with the city to make exclusive affordable units, that with the rent freeze, in combination with the rent freeze, catches the city up in terms of affordable housing that's available, and now the private market can't raise their rents so high and cause the real estate increase in terms of rent, right? And also the last leg of the city's plan is to segue into home ownership, right? So if you live and receive some of these vouchers, and you have a certain income, now the rent you're paying, a part of that rent that you would be paying, it would go to essentially a form of home ownership, right? And so that's a longer take, but essentially that's the city's overall plan to slow down the private market. Do I think it's enough? Yeah, I don't think it's fully enough, but I do think it's more comprehensive and hands-on than any other city in America.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now look here. It says that, well, let's talk about 140 square meter apartment, right? And it says here, changes in the financial math entirely. In the USA, 1,500 square foot meter, that's 140 square meter. 1,500 square foot rental is typically a massive 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom apartment in Copenhagen is very large luxury flat. Because rental markets scale differently than purchase prices, heavily influenced by local rental laws and multi-bedroom demands, the ranking shifts a bit. Here's what you can expect to pay in monthly rent for 140 square meter space. And okay, so let's see here. New York City, $7,500 to $11,000. Los Angeles, $4,800 to $7,000. Washington, D.C., $4,500 to $6,500. Copenhagen, $4,600, and that it doesn't get that much higher because we're talking about in luxury areas too. This is what the price is, right? The typical price. And let's see here. Chicago, Illinois is after that. So Copenhagen, it's a high demand city. You know, people are always trying to move here. Right. So let's see. It ranks 1, 2, 3, 4. It's down number 4 from New York City. Right. Chicago rates just beneath it. But then it says this deep dive by city rentals. New York City, the cost $7,500 to $11,000. Reality renting a 15 square foot apartment in New York is firmly in luxury territory, while the standard of 1 bedroom averages around $3,800. That is crazy. Doubling that square footage scales the price exponentially. In Manhattan, like Soho or Upper West Side, you would rarely find this size under $10,000 a month. So it depends on where you're living in New York. In prime Brooklyn, Dumbo or Williamsburg, expect $7,500 to $900. That's for one fucking what? Hold on. That's wow, standard 1 bedroom. Upper West Side, this is so a standard 1 bedroom you could pay $10,000 in New York, bro. $7,500 in so there's really no control in that. New York is off the hinges. All right, now let's see here. Los Angeles, for 140 square meter, that's 1,500 square foot apartment, between $4,800 and $7,000 a month. The reality, LA rentals of this size usually present a luxury townhomes or top tier modern apartment complexes in areas like West Hollywood, Santa Monica, or Playa Vista. Damn, that's a cool ass name. Playa Vista, bro. That's where I live. A standard 1 bedroom in LA averages around $2,300 to $2,700. So moving up to a sprawling 15 square meter flat footprint heavily targets higher earners. Okay. So now Copenhagen, $4,600 a month. Let me see. Do I pay that? I pay 2,003. I pay about 2,000. I pay like closer to 3, something like that. But let's see. The reality, I have to do the math to make it exact, but the reality in the private market, Copenhagen rents average roughly 225 DK per square meter per month. That's like, the price per foot or something, or meter, a few feet. For a 440 square meter, that's 1,500 feet flat. That totals about 31,500 DK. You got to divide that by like 6.5 or 6.6. Okay, the catch. Copenhagen has incredibly strict rental laws, control laws on older buildings. However, an apartment of this size usually.
I'm gonna head out for the night.
Okay. Yeah, Falcata, good to have you up, bro. And it was good conversation about Cuba also. There's a lot to examine. But again, like we were saying, I never heard anybody in the Democratic Socialist Party try to say they're trying to enact Cuban laws in the United States. Yeah. So it's, but it's worth discussing what the issues of Cuba are, in the history. They are our neighbors, and they're the same as us, same history, same dynamics. So, they deserve to be free, and whatever freedom looks like deserves to be determined freely too by the Cuban people. So hopefully they will experience without our interference too, by the way, without our interference, Yeah. I think that has a lot. Yeah. But good to have you up, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Thank you. Hop on more often.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Falcata, he's out of California also, by the way. Now let's see here. it says now the catch in Copenhagen is this. It has incredibly strict rent control laws on older buildings. However, an apartment of this size is usually found in newer developments like North Sudhown, or Eastlands Burke, where landlords can charge market rates. If you somehow score an older rent-controlled apartment via housing cooperative, it could be much cheaper, but the waiting list takes some years. Now, so Copenhagen, even at market rates, are under New York, under the market rate, and Copenhagen and Denmark is a heavily sought after country to move to, like no question whatsoever. And Copenhagen is too. However, they rate under in pricing for housing. They are cheaper than New York City, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C. Yep. So that's interesting. And they just edge out Chicago. Right. So that's interesting to know, man. It says D.C. to cost 45 to 600,000 for 140. The reality with a baseline citywide average rent hovering around 22 to 24 for small units. Yeah, I heard a 1 bedroom is like damn closer to 3,000 in D.C., bro. That's what I heard. That's what people telling me, man. Just a 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3,000, 3,500, something like that. So, yeah. But in any case, let's move on. That was enough. I got some time now. It's even though I've been here 3 hours, I started earlier today. So I'm going to hang on for 1 more hour for those of you all that are listening. I hope you're enjoying the content. It's never predictable. And it could go left. We could get over there into Cuba and hear some interesting commentary, because that's where right wingers want to take it. You talk about Western, we talk about Western society and we talk about Western values, and they want to go to Cuba. It's like, what the fuck? Yo, who's talking about Cuba, man? I'm talking about housing prices and shit. I'm talking about healthcare. You talking about Cuba? I'm talking about education. You talking about goddamn Korea? It's like, come on, no. Let's keep it contextualized, okay?
No, it's true.
We're Westerners.
Cuba was more communist than anything, right? Like it had an authoritarian ruler.
They call it
Castro,
Mondami a communist, man.
They don't understand, and that's sad. You know, I wish I could have proper dialogue with these individuals, but
they won't hop up. They won't hop up.
No, they won't. They won't.
You know,
they won't.
What the hell, man?
Unfortunately.
It's like, look, that's why people may not agree with these terms, but that's why I say I'm talking about Western civilization. OK, I'm keeping a context here. I'm talking about Western societies. OK, I'm talking about Western democracies. I'm talking about Western capitalistic countries. OK, I'm talking about NATO countries. It's very, very specific. I want what the rest of them have in the United States. Very simple. Stop going to North Korea. I don't want nothing from North Korea. I don't even want anything from Cuba outside of some good music, some good salsa and shit. They have great food, but I don't want their government. And I don't want their housing prices. I don't want nothing. I don't want the salary. I don't want their insurance companies. All right.
Yeah, I want 6 weeks paid vacation.
Yeah, I want 6 weeks paid vacation. It's like, what the hell? It's like they call it 5 weeks paid vacation communism and shit. It's like, what the fuck, man? What's good? You can't get a break from these people. I want to talk about Western society. I want to talk about American history. Let's home it in. Let's talk about when programs have been instituted in the United States and why. Why certain laws were voted on and by Congress and were veto proof. Why? Why is that? You see what I'm saying? So in any case, now let's get back to some of the ugly. Because when we're talking about shit, it's always good, man. It's always good. But let's bring it back to some other to the typical legacy media commentary. So let's go. This is what's going on here.
For an independent investigation into a deadly ICE shooting that took place in Houston on Tuesday. The family of the man killed is demanding federal officials release all the evidence associated with the incident. MS Now's Britt Miller has more.
My father was a private man, a man who dedicated his life to work.
A son struggling to hold back his tears.
He did not deserve to be reduced to a headline of Mexican man shot and killed by ICE.
After an ICE agent opened fire on his father, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, killing him. It happened in Houston, Texas, Tuesday, as family says Araujo and 3 others headed to work at a construction site. Department of Homeland Security says ICE agents were stopping Araujo's vehicle as part of a targeted enforcement operation when they said the father of 3 weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to...
So what that means is they looked at his skin color and they said, we got to stop this motherfucker. That's why. He looks like he's an illegal. And now he's dead.
Run over an ICE law enforcement officer. They claim the agent then shot Araujo in self-defense. But federal agents have not provided any evidence to support that claim.
Yeah. Where's the body cam? Where's the footage? Where's the body cam footage? Where's the videotapes? Let's get it all. I mean, this is another Renee Good. It's pathetic. And this is what's going on. And this is why I don't tell people, look, the closer you start looking ambiguous, the more you start looking like, and I don't even understand it because, look, a lot of these ICE people are also very ambiguous racially, color, ethnically or whatever. Like, it's hard to know, but they seem to just want to stop certain kind of looking people. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Renee Good, however, she was an advocate for minorities and for, immigrants, right? She was an advocate for that. So that's why they pretty much targeted her, right? They didn't target her because of her skin color, but they wanted to teach other people a lesson. Like, even though you have this skin color, stay out of our way. Like, do not advocate for these people. We will kill you too. And but the fact that they just stopped him, what is their policy on stopping people? And if you notice, the policy is not supposed to be you look like this, or is it? As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court chimed in on this, Michael. You remember? What did the Supreme Court say? Let's pull up what the Supreme Court said. And
the Supreme Court said they can.
Yeah,
they are allowed.
That was Kavanaugh, right?
In terms of, yes, they are allowed to discriminate. Yes, the Supreme Court said that is legal. That is legal. That is now legal in America.
Yeah. So
they can discriminate based off of your ethnicity or perceived ethnicity. They can do that.
And that's based on ICE, right? That's by
Correct.
ICE or any law enforcement. That's ICE, pretty much.
Yep.
That's ICE. It's
ICE
got to
in
be
particular,
particular, for immigration enforcement.
Yeah, it's just the standard for anyone, really, because your local law enforcement can make the same stop and then call ICE, right?
Okay. Oh, right. They can. But as long as it's for immigration purposes, is what I'm trying to get at.
That's in California. That's why the Mexicans won't go out after like 10 o'clock at night.
Okay. Damn. Glad you still up here, Eric. Damn, man. I really. Anyway, let's hear some more. This sucks, bro, and I'm totally against this. I just think it's ignorant. It's ignorant. It is ignorant. You're putting way too many people in harm's risk, and look at what happened. This guy, is he an illegal? The guy that got shot by ICE? Something illegal about him?
I'm not sure.
All right, let's hear some more.
Family says Araujo was from Mexico, living in the U.S. for 35 years.
He's undocumented, I think, for like 35 years.
Okay, he's undocumented. It still don't mean he should be shot dead. And indeed, if he didn't weaponize his car, if he didn't weaponize his car, he shouldn't be shot dead. Just simple, man.
Process of getting his work permit and knew what to do if stopped by ICE.
Had my father seen an emblem of ICE or an emblem that says anything about law enforcement agency, my father would have complied. He would have stopped.
They probably need to make some kind of exemption for folks that have been here for like more than 20 years.
Well, the problem is that a lot of these people, they did already have court cases, right, in line. They were already being processed, but because our process is so slow, right, now the Trump administration is deeming temporary work, this temporary status is illegal, right? They're trying to restrict it now or roll it back.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been rolled back by Congress, has it?
No.
Right.
I mean, Congress hasn't put in legislation where it
No,
would, but
it was initially deemed illegal, and now they just had another ruling, kind of going the other way.
Okay, so the temporary status is legal. Does that make them legal or illegal? That's what I'm trying to get at. Maybe I should look that up. All right.
Well, they haven't eliminated temporary status, but if you notice, they're doing things by narrowing the asylum claims, right? The people who are allowed to claim asylum, like the Haitians, right? They are now taken off the asylum list.
Okay.
Right now, Haitians no longer are part of that protected asylum class, right?
Okay, so they can't be.
Iranians
They
are no
can't.
longer protected.
Okay, so if they were given temporary protective status, they're legal Haitians. But if they haven't, the asylum case is no good anymore.
No, well, yeah, the asylum cases are that temporary legal loophole.
Okay,
right?
that's
like
what that
is.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
asylum is that claim, which is the main reason why we've had the rise in immigration, because of essentially it illegal immigration has always been a thing, right? But the more recent increase is in particular asylum seekers.
Yeah, it's asylum seekers, right? But I thought a lot of the Haitians were invited to work too, right?
Right. That's people with what they consider a refugee status.
Okay.
Yes.
That's still people that would be considered refugee status. Okay. So while they're waiting,
so those are kind of the two protected status, right?
So,
refugee and asylum.
So these are people that have skills. They're waiting for asylum cases to be processed. That could take long because there's a backlog. And while they're waiting, they're allowed to work. And so they worked in these factories that couldn't find other people, right? That wanted to work for that wage, right? And now they're being removed, essentially. Like, that's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's your green card.
Okay. That's your green card. The temporary. Hold on. What do you mean by that? The temporary protective status. The TPS is your green card, or? Yeah, it is, because it allows them to work, right? Yeah. It's their green card. It's equivalent to a green card, right? Yeah, it's not, but it has it's you still waiting to get your permanent residency or your the other aspect of it, Phil. But while you're there and you're waiting, you're allowed, as an asylum seeker in the United States, you're not in a camp.
It could be argued that the asylum program got too big.
Okay, that it got too big, but while you're waiting, you're allowed to.
That is the argument,
right? But while you're in asylum, here's the thing: like, while you're an asylum seeker, any asylum seeker, should you be allowed to work at all from any country whatsoever, or should you not be allowed, and then the U.S. government subsidize your living through that asylum program or whatever program? I mean, because I think this is kind of the reason why I asked that is because a lot of people say that, people say it costs us too much money. We don't want welfare, right? And then other people say they're taking away jobs. They shouldn't be allowed to work. But can you have it both ways? I mean, if you don't,
asylum seeker, you have a waiting period of like 150-ish days, and then from there, if you meet certain requirements, certain obligations, after you meet that obligation period, you essentially can work.
Okay, you can work, right? Because
and you get a permit. You get a work permit, which is typically valid for about 18 months.
Okay, and then you're not a burden on anyone, on society. You're earning your own keep. You're paying your own rent. Right. And if we didn't give them that, we would be paying for it ourselves. Something that.
Yes, but it's more of an investment, right? So another example is here in New York, right? When COVID happened, a lot of these southern states, Texas and Florida in particular, were sending busloads of these asylum seekers and refugees here to New York and California in particular, and other northern states like Connecticut. They were just sending the busloads. They're letting them come in. Once they came in, they just loaded them straight into buses and sent them straight here to New York.
Yeah, because Ohio's not on the border. Ohio's far from Haiti.
Ohio decided to accept them because they had a worker shortage.
Okay.
Ohio's a bit different.
Okay.
So they actually allowed a certain amount of refugees and asylum seekers to come work there in particular to fill the vacant hole that they had in terms of workforce.
Okay.
But here in New York, that wasn't necessarily the case. And so here in New York, what we did is that 180-ish, 150 days, 150 or 80 days, one of the two. It's between that time span. While you're waiting for your permit to work, we were housing them. So this is a whole big argument in New York City where
It costs money
we
to
were
house them.
essentially-
It costs
It does,
money
it does.
to feed them.
It does.
Right? I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
so
I'm
what we were
thinking.
doing is we were giving them shelter. We would have our shelters here in New York City where we would house them, and they would have it would expedite. They would go through the paperwork to expedite your work permit, right? And in between that time, we would provide them with essentially a stipend, which is in the form of food stamps and cash assistance,
Right.
and they would on a month by month basis essentially check in and try to get work, right? So they would try to get work, and effectively a good amount of these refugees and asylum seekers, they did get jobs. A lot of them ended up as Uber Eats drivers, Uber drivers nonetheless, right? They would get their driver's license within that time, and essentially serve a work purpose within the economy. And the numbers are obviously speculative, but from the money we put in, essentially over time, that benefits the city because now we have additional workers in the workforce, and now we have individuals who are paying taxes but are not able to reap the social benefits like Social Security, like unemployment.
I think this is
like
where the MAGA people this is the part they miss.
Yeah.
All they
Yeah.
complain, MAGA people complain, but it's not is they have to understand they got to get in line with complaints too. They're not the only people that complain. The difference is what are you complaining about and does it make sense? So here on one hand, you have the option you take in asylum seekers. That's what we do. Every country does, right? Because that's part of the asylum agreement they signed. Right now, you can pull out of that agreement, but not pulling out of that agreement doesn't make sense if you're actually if not pulling out of the agreement. If you're against the agreement, it only makes sense that you pull out, not that you stay in the agreement and then you don't do it. Right. So we have an agreement, it appears to me. Right. We have an agreement to receive a certain amount of refugees. Right. Based on the size of our country, and every country debates how many they take in based on the per person, right? Size, right?
In the U.S., it's 2,000 a day.
Exactly.
2,000 asylum seekers a day.
A day. That's what we agreed to do. Now, on one hand, with that agreement, initially we have to house them and we have to pay for their welfare, right? We got to pay for their food. We got to pay for their housing. We got to pay for them to be able to stay clean and this kind of stuff, right? To be safe. And then in that interim time, what happens is that if they get a work permit, then we no longer are paying for them anymore.
Yes.
We're free of that now. Now they can begin to support themselves and they're not a burden on the taxpayer, right? Although MAGA states receive federal dollars from blue states, they be acting like they're paying the bill and shit. It's like, what the fuck? You ain't paying no bills? God damn it, stop complaining. What the fuck? But in any case, because this is federal dollars, you know what I'm saying? If you're a red state and you're not producing federal dollars, what are you complaining?
There's a flip side to that argument.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on, wait on that one. But just it's coming. There's a flip side. But hold on, let me just get this out. So now they're
in terms of.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Eric. No, you good? Go ahead. What's the flip side of the argument?
Well, the thing is that, and that's their complaint, is that they're costing a lot of money, and they're saying that they're costing about $200 million a year to house the asylum people, but the part that the immigrants contribute is about $90 billion in payroll and Social Security taxes.
Exactly, that's what Eric was saying.
If you deduct that $200 million, yes, that's a portion.
A tiny portion. What the fuck?
It's an initial investment, right? It's an initial investment,
but there's still a long way to go. And they also use about $2 billion in emergency room visits, and I think they pay back about $1 billion. So there's all these like Ben and Jerry funny meme videos about here's the 90 billion, and then here's the 1 billion that it's costing us in the net loss.
So right.
Is it okay if if we give them just maybe like 1 more billion?
So in other words, to make it simple, because MAGA people don't know math, to make it simple, we're getting way more out of them than they're getting out of MAGAs. MAGA people aren't even expected to contribute this much.
It's an initial investment, right? It's an initial investment.
One-year immigrants actually cut the deficit in half.
Yeah, exactly. They're not even getting the benefits that a MAGA person is getting for living in the United States of America. They're actually paying your benefits. They just don't get it. They don't, and of course that's not a great thing either. But it's definitely something you shouldn't complain about. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's an initial investment.
It's them that should be complaining. It's the immigrants. It's the asylum seeker that should be complaining, not the MAGAs. I mean,
it's an initial investment, right? We pay up front, and on the back end over time, we accrue the.
Well, you have the
benefit.
argument over the job market and taking the jobs, and that's valid. That's something that has to be considered.
But do they want to work in the farms, MAGA people? MAGA, we're gonna have. You know how much sunscreen that's going to cost the rest of us? What the fuck? I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay for somebody else's sunscreen. Who the hell are they going to do it? Are the maggots going to get out there
for like $5 an hour? No way.
You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to buy all of a sudden the amount of sunscreen we're going to be fucking buying and shit is going to just become enormous and shit. We won't have enough space left in the US and shit just for sunscreen use. Okay, but really, I mean, they don't want to do their jobs. They don't want to do their jobs. They don't want to do it. What the hell? Look, for some people, working on a farm in America pays more than working on a farm.
I challenge some right-wing influencers to go out to these farms and see if they could get hired.
Yeah. In fact, we should pay them 5 cents more an hour.
And they did. And the Mexican guy who runs the farm wouldn't hire them.
The Mexican guy that runs the farm wouldn't hire them. Why? Is it because of their color? Language skills? They don't speak Mexican? They don't speak Spanish? Or is it because they're lazy? Don't know how to pick any goddamn berries? Excuse my language.
I don't think you thought they would work hard enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because you ain't going to be doing a lot of talking on this farm anyway, motherfucker. Your ass is going to be... You talk with your hands, goddammit. Go. Do it. They're going to have signs for you anyway. Copy what the next man to the left is doing. Go. It's going to be very simple language and shit. It's going to be in Spanish and in English underneath and shit. Man, anyway, these guys, they just cause too much problems because again, they focused on the ethnic component and didn't focus on the dollar component. Who does that? Who does that? When you go out, when you own a house and someone's working on your house, do you focus on the ethnic component? I mean, I guess there's a fair enough argument to say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to hire a young guy who just got out of school for carpentry, who's American, to work on my house. No problem. But in the United States, the way the economy is structured, that is not always possible. That's not always possible just because of the way the economy is structured. It's not that Americans don't want to do it. It's not always possible. You know, and how a lot of business is done is that you get one guy who has the carpentry. He's a master carpenter, master electrician, master something. And then he employs everyone else. Everyone else is following his plan, his direction, his diagram. Yep. And the rest of them don't have to have any goddamn skill. That's how it's happening in the United States, to save money, to make it affordable for people to get work done on their house. That's the norm. Why? Because it costs money to go and get a degree in the U.S. It costs money to get a technical, what do they call it, trade school. It costs money. Everyone can't afford it. So we've structured these industries to make it work, and that's the way we've done it. Unless we want to start making these trade schools more affordable, right? And also, unless we want to pay people, I mean, you gotta be able to afford the price for your house's upkeep. So the person, at the end of the day, the person you're going to hire is the person that can do the job for the best price. That's what you're going to do. And if your economy doesn't allow you to hire the guy who went to school necessarily all the time, then you're going to do the next best thing, and that's you're going to hire the company that the guy that heads it up has this certification, but then everyone who's working under him basically just follows his lead, does what he does, tells him to do, and then he comes and checks up on 10 sites a day, one by one, from the morning to the evening, make sure they're doing everything. They have one guy that really knows the work, knows his job, but doesn't have the certification, that can follow the main guy. I mean, am I on to something there? Is that generally how it's working? Okay, that's what I thought, because I got friends that do that myself. You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I used to be in construction. I used to do concrete, and
something like that.
And after a while, we started hiring a lot more Mexicans because they would just cooperate. They work steady. They don't necessarily do I would say the greatest job, but they don't fight with each other. We had a lot of problems with white, all these straight like MAGA types, just not getting along, and kind of making the work environment.
Eric's laughing at it. Oh my God, I heard you laugh, bro. That's so funny. Yeah, but it's silly, but it's true. This is how this shit works out, man. It's like, what the fuck? You just can't get them to fucking cooperate, And
I do think we need a comprehensive plan, right? We need to find some way for the people here to, the immigrants who are already here, to have some sort of comprehensive work-in plan, right? And because at the end of the day, we have to still tackle the main issue, which is declining birth rates, right? We have to figure out a sweet spot of what number based off of the declining birth rates in America would allow for a certain amount of immigration.
Yeah, because declining birth rates brings up the cost of shit too, right?
Yeah, right. It does, because what that does is that allows for a less economically sound tax system, right? Because taxes are what runs the country, right? Taxes are what allow social programs. Taxes are what allow, Social Security, just some of the basic things, infrastructure, right? Building stuff, lights, streets, developments, keeping up with subway systems, public transportation, parks, right? All of these things are covered through infrastructure in terms of taxes, right? So our taxes serve a plethora of things, but in order for our tax structure not to crumble, we need to keep up with that declining birth rate. And the only immediate way we can keep up with that declining birth rate is by inserting able-bodied work individuals in the form of immigration. Right. And so we need something just very comprehensive that tackles that number, that won't allow America to decline. Because, again, the less amount of people you have in a workforce, that fundamentally means the less taxes you can collect, period. There's no maybe.
Yeah.
That's a hard period, right?
Mm-hmm.
The less people who are actively working, the less people you can collect from, right? And that doesn't keep up with the higher population that is aged already, right? Which we're already facing that issue where we have elderly outnumber the working class.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, in the future, we won't be able to sustain the working class. that leads to the crumbling infrastructure, that leads to the crumbling aid to our elderly in terms of elder care, in terms of like if we don't have the population to keep up with the in terms of numbers with the elderly, who's going to take care of the elderly when they get old and disabled and not as able to move, right?
Facts,
That
bro.
becomes our burden, right? And there's still our
Facts.
responsibility because they spend their whole life paying taxes as well, right? So,
Absolutely, bro.
we can't, yeah, we can't disenfranchise them, right? That'd be unfair. That'd be un-American, right? That
It
means
would
that
be.
we'd be throwing away our
Um,
elderly.
we would be
Yeah, go ahead.
hypocrites. We would be
Yeah.
hypocrites because they paid into the system with certain ideas that they would be taken care
Mhm.
of when in their last days, when they need it, when they're the most vulnerable, and then we would be betraying them.
Yep.
Basically, and it's not just in Denmark. The U.S. This issue is taking place. It's just everywhere.
Globally.
It's everywhere.
Globally,
It's globally. So
Globally.
we need to be wise, and it needs to be comprehensive, but it needs to be realistic too. And because that is how the elderly will experience it. They will experience it or the sick will experience it like they're being betrayed. And just because it's not you right now doesn't mean it won't be you.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like everybody's got to understand that. None of us are built to stay around forever. You know what I mean? So we got to find a way to be reasonable and effective. Right. Yeah. Now, another thing I wanted to point out is look at this guy. Like he looks very native and his father looks very native. Right. I'm pretty sure he's of Native American ancestry, although they call him Mexican, right? Which a lot of Mexicans are, right?
Yeah,
But I just wanted to put that out there just to, for people that might also catch up on that too, that part of it. He's very likely very American, this person. So the fact that we killed his father, that his father was killed by ICE is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. And even if he is Mexican, whatever that means, if he's Mexican, it's still a disgrace because they're our neighbors. They're our fucking neighbors. That would be like a Dane killing a Swede, bro. In Denmark.
That's
a Dane killing a Norwegian. Like, seriously, a Dane. I mean, are we going to get to that? A Dane killing a German just for being, come on. There's got to be some kind of, and I'm going to tell you, there's got to be a better way to treat your neighbors.
No, these are our brothers to the south. It's on us to help these folks.
I think so, man. It's a disgrace that we're not at least honoring the humanity, understanding that they're Americans. They're just living on the southern side of the American border, the U.S. border, but they're still Americans. They've been here. They understand us, our culture. We understand their culture is not that different. They speak Spanish largely, but they're not erased from our history. You know what I mean? They're part of our history too. The natives and the Spanish and particularly in Mexico. The history of Mexico is the other half of the history of the United States. The history of Canada too. You see what I mean? Like, so we
covered a part of this, right? So not even to cut you off, V.
Go
if America really wanted to, we could come up with a comprehensive plan that allows for, immigration reform while also incentivizing, Mexico in terms of funding them to have better work programs and initiatives to stop the mass migration or to slow down those numbers effectively, right? Like we could be investing more partnership closer to and with Mexico in order to ensure that we have a lower rate, right? So the more we, let's say we have some random, made up program that now benefits Mexicans to incentivize them to stay in Mexico, right? Get them educated, whatever work boundaries they have, right? And while still committing to a certain amount of migration, right? Our needed migration, right? And that would allow for them to also be incentivized to protect the border, right? They protect the border on their end before they even get here, right? Or before they can even cross over, right? Mexico would do a much better job if, you know, we incentivized it, right? But we don't.
Right.
We don't. And we could do a lot better on that end to make it a whole lot better. Instead, we kick the can down the road and we give more funding to things like ICE and call it the security of America. Right?
It's almost ineffective. It's ineffective.
It is ineffective.
It's ineffective.
We have studies that show that building a wall does not work. A wall is not what keeps illegal immigrants here. They have routes that are well past these walls. These walls are just kind of symbols. They're symbolisms. They're symbolisms of protection, right? It's a false protection. It has nothing to do with actually stopping illegal migration here in America, right? The way to do it is to have a more comprehensive plan that allows for the tackling of immigration while not hindering the American economy and incentivizing enough people to come to offset our decline in birth rate, right?
Yeah. Well, somebody in the chat. Sometimes I just wish people bother to educate themselves before they just spread things. But somebody in the chat said Denmark has no. Well, let me see. Where's the comment at? Somebody said Denmark has zero immigration. Yeah. Someone said that. Who said that? I'm trying to find a comment, but that's not actually true. And I'm sure the person knows that, but it's just
really then where did all those beautiful black women come from?
I mean, but I'm just curious because why the person would say that, because no, it's comparative to the US. I mean, people don't understand. Yeah, you said it, but okay, you said it, but let me show you exactly where your mistake was, if you don't mind being educated, because you made a false statement. And it's no need, just because you disagree with something or don't want something, there's not a need to say incorrect things. That's different. That's not what we do here. We don't encourage that here. We encourage people to be real about their feelings, but make factual statements at the same time. And you could do two things at once. So, here is actually what's going on, right? Denmark here. Overall migration numbers. In recent years, total annual immigration to Denmark has hovered around 80,000 to 95,000 people. However, this is annually, so that's a year, every year. However, since many people also leave the country each year, immigration and net migration, actual population growth for migration is much lower. Okay. Total annual immigration foreign citizens, 84,000 arrivals. This is a year. Total annual immigration foreign citizens, right? So that's people that leave, 54,000, right? So usually averages between 20,000 to 30,000 people net positive per year, right? So now breakdown on migration type. Where do they come from? Refugees and asylum seekers actually make up a very small percentage of Denmark's total long-term immigration. The vast majority of residence permits and granted to work study. Historically, typical distribution of reasons for residency in Denmark follow. So right off the bat, we know that it was incorrect statement. Denmark does have immigration, and it has, it has more people that immigrate than leave. Right. So that has been proven incorrect already. So nobody needs to say Denmark doesn't have anybody immigrating into it. Denmark has loads of people immigrating just constantly. It's a great country, but it's no need to spookify anything or exaggerate. Right. Now, historically, the typical distribution reasons for residency in Denmark follows this approximate breakdown. EU and EEA, free movement. 54% citizens from other European countries, or European Union or European Economic Area countries move for work. So other Europeans are 54% of the immigrants. Other Europeans, that's 54%. International students, 19%. Foreign nationals arrive to attend Danish universities and higher education. Labor migrants, 8%. Non-EU citizens arriving with specialized work permits. Okay, via pay limit scheme or positive list. Family reunification, 6%. spouses, children, or family members of people already legally residing in Denmark. Okay. Asylum seekers, refugees, 5% or less, people seeking humanitarian protection. The asylum system. Specifically, Denmark has some of the strictest asylum policies in Europe, which keeps its humanitarian migration numbers comparatively low. Annual asylum applications. Denmark typically registers between 1,500 and 2,500 new asylum applications per year. Actual approvals. Out of those applicants, only a fraction are granted official refugee status, often fewer than 1,000 people a year. While others are rejected, transfers to the other EU countries under Dublin regulation or face deportation. The Ukraine exception. Displaced Ukrainians are not processed under the standard. So Denmark also has a lot of Ukrainians that migrated here for asylum. They're a big number. They might be the biggest. Okay. Ukraine exception. Displaced Ukrainians are not processed under the standard restrictive asylum system. Instead, Denmark passed a special act mirroring the EU's temporary protection directive. Over 50,000 Ukrainians have been granted temporary residence under the act since 2022. Summary. While Denmark grants roughly 80,000 plus temporary or permanent residence permits per year, the vast majority are EU workers, international students, and specialized laborers. Standard asylum seekers account for only tiny sliver compared to the rest. So the U.S., when we're having farm people coming from Mexico to work on farms, or people coming from Mexico, for example, to work in the housing, work as construction workers, laborers, that's equivalent to this kind of situation that Denmark has, certain workers from different countries. But the difference is that we don't even acknowledge we need it, really. The U.S. Congress has been slow to acknowledge that this is actually part of our actual real economy.
Seasonal work.
So while the law may be loose, the reality is that we actually need way more people, maybe more people. But the important thing to understand is this too. When adjusted per capita per person, Denmark's regular net migration rate is surprisingly comparable to and often higher than that of the United States. So there you have it. You got to stop assuming, because here's the thing. I don't have a problem with having a conversation with you, but the people here that listen deserve better. So you have to understand that it's not about you. Now I'm going to put this in the chat. Let me see here. Panel. Boom. To anybody that wants to come up, right, and talk about this, right? Here we go. Here we are. Boom. Panel. There it is right there. So hop up. Okay. And now the person is saying, do I live here? Why don't you watch my program and you would know more? Okay. You should watch my program more than you just spew lies in the chat. Okay. Because first of all, deal with the fact that you didn't even know what you were talking about. Okay. Correct yourself first. Then try to figure out, where does somebody live? Don't try to figure out where somebody lives just because they corrected you. Okay. That's not going to work either. All right. Hop up on the panel and have a conversation. Okay. Now, from here on, people need to know per person. That is pretty much what's going on. That's what the UN agreements are about regarding asylum. OK, so but it's not only about asylum. It's also about understanding that when you have a population decline, right, you need people from other places to fill the vacuum. But it's not one sided. These other people might need something that you have that they don't have. Like they might need engineers, businesses from your company to come and help spur some things in their country, infrastructure, things like this. So it's both ways. Stop having the conversation unrealistically. Now, everyone wants to preserve their culture. That's not a special conversation. But you still want to survive. You still want to survive. What's the point? Are you you a person that's just like only can see down the lens of what you want to define your culture to? You know what I mean? Like okay, you could do that, but I'm pretty sure your economy won't keep pumping. I'm pretty sure preserving your culture has something to do with taking care of your elderly, not turning your back on your elderly. I'm pretty sure preserving your culture has something to do with making sure your economy is pumping, right? And it's very clear how the United States dealt with this immigrant crisis. Had nothing to do with preserving the economy, and had nothing to do with taking care of the elderly, and had nothing to do with taking care of anybody in the country. They bumbled it. And so that's why we're having this conversation, to preserve our culture before you right wingers fuck it up and destroy the country. That's the point. And you gotta stop putting certain labels on that have nothing to do with culture. Certain labels. In the United States, Americanism is not defined exactly the way that some other country is. You got to stop imagining it. The culture of the American people is very diverse because of its diverse histories and peoplings. You got to stop, just screwing that up, because it's not going anywhere. But the most important thing is at least start off with getting your data correctly. You see the person just disappear, man. What the fuck? Okay, that was enough. And anyway, let's continue.
For his life.
Videos of the moments after the shooting now surfacing on social media. This one shows a man on the ground in a blood-stained shirt, surrounded by ICE agents. By Wednesday night, hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Houston calling for justice. But local reporters tell us their fight is only matched by their fear, saying targeted ICE operations have become common.
They seem to be targeting people who are driving work vans. Some of them are not going outside. Some of them are avoiding going outside because of what happened to Mr. Araujo, and they're afraid that it could happen to them.
Local leaders are skeptical as the Associated Press reports at least 7 others have died after an encounter with federal immigration officers since President Trump's immigration crackdown began.
Remember Minneapolis? Remember Renee Good? Has ICE learned nothing from that experience? We need to make sure that this does not happen with this incident. That is why no one should be asked to simply believe ICE's version of the story. We need to know why Lorenzo was targeted.
And we've learned DHS is leading this investigation into the agent-involved shooting, while the FBI looks into the potential assault of a federal law enforcement officer. But the family and community, they want more, demanding an independent investigation by another agency. Back to you.
Yeah, ICE.
That might make sense.
ICE has been
maybe
caught.
Local authorities.
ICE has been caught lying time and time and time again. Lying time and time again. And the only thing that actually...
Let's get to the next part.
Jay Johnson. Jay, your thoughts on this?
DHS these days is a department that I don't recognize anymore. It's apparent to me that the current secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, is trying to get DHS out of the news, less so. But there's a culture that seems to exist among law enforcement within DHS, ICE specifically, that leads to incidents like this. And I'll go back to what Joe just said. There's a vast difference in an investigation when there's a video versus when there is not a video. We saw tragically what happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy because there was a video. Too often, the written report about an incident like this when there's no video is, he resisted arrest or he had a cardiac incident or something along those lines. And there does need to be an investigation here. I regret to say that in circumstances like this, an agency cannot investigate itself. And there should be an independent investigation for credibility's sake involving both federal and local law enforcement, and federal and local prosecutors.
Yeah, check this out. I don't know how many of you saw this cap I've been wearing lately. It's because you see that?
A Texas family is demanding.
You see this right here? That kind of thing with the little swords. It's because I've been doing some research on pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, really. And their role in early American history, right? Yeah, exactly. And just exactly what they were, what component they were, what were their views of those times, and who were their counterparts, and who were they fighting against, right? Who were they robbing, and these kind of things. So for those of you that kind of follow that topic, that's why I've been wearing this lately. It kind of reminds me of that. But in any case, let's hear some more.
Answers after a man was fatally shot on his way to work by an ICE agent. Lorenzo Salgado's son says he is a Mexican immigrant who has been living in the United States for 35 years with no criminal history.
CNN obtained video of the scene after he was shot. But I want to warn you, it is difficult to watch.
That's so up.
I saw my dad's van, but no sign of him. I frantically called family, friends, loved ones to see if they can find any information. I saw a video posted on Facebook that he had been shot. I recognized him immediately. Not from his appearance, but from his voice, crying for help as he lay on the street, bleeding out.
ICE officials say they were conducting a traffic stop as part of a targeted operation. They claim that Salgado was trying to evade arrest. With us now, CNN's Ed Lavandera. Ed, what's the latest on all of this?
Well, John, it's now been almost 48 hours since this shooting occurred on the streets of Houston early Tuesday morning, and there has still not been a full video of what transpired that captures all of it.
Yeah, you can see in the video he's still alive. You know, his actual leg was moving right then. Yeah, it's terrible. You can see his leg moving. So he's alive at this point.
Well, John, it's now been almost 48 hours since this shooting occurred on the streets of Houston early Tuesday morning, and there has still not been a full
You see that? You see?
video of what transpired that captures all of it. And that is what investigators, or at least people working with Latino activist groups, as well as the family, calling for people who might have any of these to come forward to help explain how all of this unfolded. What we do have is video of the...
Hey, what's up, Charlie? What's up? Good to see you.
Aftermath, where you see Lorenzo Salgado Araujo on the ground, surrounded by ICE agents there, bleeding from his midsection. And that is what we've seen so far. The family says they simply just don't believe the version of events that ICE officials have put out so far. They point to what happened earlier this year with the two shootings in Minneapolis, where the description by ICE officials didn't quite match up with what unfolded there. So a lot of uncertainty, a lot of distrust about what has been described, the official version of events that has been put out by ICE officials. ICE officials, as you mentioned, John, maintain that Lorenzo Salgado Araujo had used his vehicle as a weapon, and that the ICE agent there on the ground fired at him in self-defense. That is what ICE agents...
This is what they say every time. It's almost like they have to read the exact script. And they know that it's going to take a while. They're going to prolong video cameras. They're going to prolong views. They're going to drag it out. They're going to have one camera, and they're going to say, but we're waiting for other cameras to show something else. They will purposely make that take forever, you know. And then at the end, you will find out that the man did nothing. If the only thing he might have done is be fearful of them killing him, and they kill him, you know. And I'm sorry, you just have to, I just got to tell people, Mexican people, you know, all Americans do not feel this way about you. A lot of us are ashamed about it. Listen, we have different cultures, maybe slightly, but at the same time, we're all part of the same larger Pan-American culture, right? And there's no reason why this should be happening. It's not just about you in America being treated this way. No American in any part of America should be treated this way. We should not be treating each other this way. Similar to how Europeans are handling this with the EU. They're not trying to be hostile, towards each other. They're trying to be reasonable and understand this is the world we live in. This is how we live. Let's benefit. Let's work together, And besides, this is just not even foreign culture. This is not foreign, This is not foreign. Mexicans are not foreign, bro. They're not foreign in America. Natives are not native culture, which is Mexican culture pretty much. It's not foreign to the United States of America. Why are we, man? And it's such a tragedy. It's such a tragedy. So just understand, all Americans, definitely, American citizens definitely do not agree with this at all. And we wish that we can get past this right wing that seems to prop itself up from time to time in different countries and fuck over all progress. And we're talking about progress to maintain to maintain influence. This right wing has done nothing but undercut that, not undercut, but they've totally do everything to fuck over our position on the global stage, to fuck over our position in America. We could have way more positive influence within the Americas. They don't want that to happen. And it's always over some phony ass idea about culture that doesn't really exist, doesn't exist in their actual DNA inside of their own bodies. These people just are fucking ignorant, and they're fucking up things, and they're making things very dangerous for everybody. So I just hope we get past this. We're going to get past it, but let's just hope that too much more damage doesn't have to come to innocent, just people. This dude, regardless of what you say, he wasn't on welfare. He wasn't a burden to you. He was actually going to work, working for someone else who's an American citizen. And they just took his goddamn life in the streets based on how he looked. Yeah, it's just terrible. It's just terrible, man. It's just terrible. He's not the only one, though.
As we mentioned, there's been
a lot of people getting killed in these streets in the U.S.
A great deal of
by ICE and by others.
Trust on that version of events. Salgado Araujo's family says that their father had been here in the United States 35 years, had no criminal history, was in the process of obtaining his legal status to work legally here in the U.S. So they believe that he didn't have any incentive to go to these lengths to evade arrest. In fact, the family also says that it was unmarked vehicles that were pursuing Salgado Araujo and three other men inside that white truck, that they believe that they were fearful that they were being targeted for robbery. They were on their way to their construction work that they had done for so long, and it often happens where a lot of construction workers are targeted and their tools are stolen from their trucks. So they believe that was what was in the back of their father's mind and the other men that were in the other truck. We should also say that the three other men that were in the truck with Salgado Araujo have also been detained by ICE officials as well.
We are hearing two very different accounts of what happened from the family and law enforcement. ICE says they were conducting a traffic stop as part of a targeted operation. The agency also says he was living in the United States without legal permission and that this was a clear case of self-defense. ICE has said in a statement he rammed an ICE law enforcement vehicle, refused to follow multiple verbal commands, and weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to run over an ICE law enforcement officer, resulting in our officer firing his weapon in self-defense. Now, the family disputes that. They say he was...
Yeah, so, people have disputed it. And here's the thing. I mean, they're disputing it, and we've seen it before. We already know how this is pointing out or going to go. But this is not the only dynamic going on in the U.S. I mean, Americans kill each other. You know, it's quite frequent. But this is not even an American killing another American. This is just Americans killing people for what? What was the reason here? What was the reason? You know, and it just shows you that we in the United States, we have a tendency to believe in killing. And it's not just a dynamic, of course, with ICE, you know, but we do have a problem with killing. We have a problem with people that go out and kill with impunity, because this is not like, don't get me wrong, this is not a dispute. This is not where two people ended up fighting over something, or this is not somebody breaking into someone's car and a person defending their home. That's not what's going on here. This is not someone stopping a rapist. This is not someone rescuing someone who's trafficking kids. This is not somebody shooting an issue of a person like Jeffrey Epstein trafficking little kids and blackmailing American politicians, and then somebody comes along and shoots them. ICE. No, this is a person going to work a job that is another American hired them to do. And ICE stops them and kills them right out in front of everybody else's face. I mean, don't you as an American have the right to not have to see that in front of your own face? Like, does that bother you at all? What does that do to you in your own comfort? You know, to me, this just seems like terrorism, like purposely designed to terrorize people. Now, notice ICE is not worried about this. And a lot of other people that support Trump, they're not worried about this right here. Watch that. Suddenly you won't see that. And it's not about what their color is. It's about their mentality. People that support Trump don't care about stuff like this at all, which is why the Epstein files have not been released.
Details, but there's two words that investigators keep using, and that's pure evil. And it's because they saw what was inside this house. They're describing what they saw inside this rural home. 16 children in deplorable conditions, in dire need of medical treatment. And now 4 suspects are being charged with 16 counts each, all 4 pleading not guilty. The Ohio Attorney General gave us an update on the case just about an hour ago.
I've done these types of cases for a long time, and I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio, and I've just never seen anything like I saw today.
Joining me now is Alex Perche and our legal analyst, Brian Buckmeyer. And if you don't mind, guys, if we have the picture of the 4 suspects, because one of the most important things that investigators are trying to do right now is to get any information on these 4 people.
Here are the 4 people. ICE is not looking for them. OK, they've been around wandering the United States of America freely, openly. They probably the ones out there talking about, go ICE, get the immigrants out of here. Keep the immigrants out of America. Go home. Go home. And look at who has got 16 kids locked up in their fucking basement. You know, look at this. Here they are. Here they go. Right here for you. Particularly this old motherfucker on the bottom. What is up with? He's been out there doing something to little kids. A lot of them, apparently. And look at the rest. ICE would never notice them driving by. They could have drove by ICE. Look, they could have had the little kids tied and bind in their truck, drove right by ICE, and ICE would have been like, wait a second, stop. Let's get everybody else out of your way so you can continue, sir. Go right ahead, y'all. There you go. Wide lane open. Have a good day, sir. That's what ICE would do to these people, you know, because ICE is looking for a Native American to harass. That's who they're looking for. They're looking for a Caribbean person to harass. That's who ICE is looking for. They're looking for a man in a dress. But they're not looking for this. This is not what ICE is looking for at all. And they're not looking to release the Epstein files. No. So they miss a whole lot. But what they are good at is shooting American citizens. And they're good at shooting people that go to work.
This is the Siders family. You've got Elizabeth Siders there with the long dark hair in the corner. Next to her is Gary Siders Sr. Then Christina Siders is the older woman at the top of your screen. And then the younger man is Gary Siders Jr. These are the four people that have been arrested. These are the four people that the AG and the prosecutor describe as pure evil. They're not going to get anywhere near those 16 children. That's what we're learning now, because they are in police custody, all of them being evaluated and checked out. And one of the most disturbing things that the sheriff said, he has seen his livestock treated better than these 16 children. They were found in a 12 by 12 space, surrounded by human feces. He said it was just disgusting. Both of whom, the sheriff and also the attorney general, said they've never seen anything like this in their life. Alex Prochet, the details are horrifying. One thing that did stand out to me, though, the sheriff saying the only joy that we're...
Ohio, look, ICE is in Ohio, right? This happened in Ohio. ICE is in Ohio. They're worried about the Haitians. The Haitians are eating the dogs and the cats. So while the Haitians, according to Trump, according to Trump sycophants, MAGA lovers, while they were worried about the Haitians, by the way, they never arrested one Haitian for eating a dog and a cat, you know, but they talked a lot about it. It was on their mind a lot. They either they believed it or they're full of shit and just said it over and over and over and over to make an excuse to hunt down and kill Haitians, likely, or kick them out of the country. But while all that was going on, this was happening. 12 kids in a house, 12 square foot space, locked in a cage, in a home, human feces all over the ground, and ICE didn't even notice it. No, police didn't even notice it. The whole time. Trump didn't notice it. MAGA didn't notice it. They're all out looking for somebody of the right color. And these people were driving by ICE waving, hello, hello, every fucking day. Hey, I'm on the way to the good job, ICE. Way to go. And then and ICE was like, that's right. We're cleaning up America. We're cleaning up America. And this is what's going on. No surprise. No surprise at all.
Joining me now is Alex Prochet and our legal analyst, Brian Buckmeyer. And if you don't mind, guys, if we have the picture of the four suspects, because one of the most important things that investigators are trying to do right now is to get any information on these four people. This is the Siders family. You've got Elizabeth Siders there with the long dark hair in the corner. Next to her is Gary Siders Sr. Then Christina Siders is the older woman at the top of your screen. And then the younger man is Gary Siders Jr. These are the four people that have been arrested. These are the four people that the AG and the prosecutor describe as pure evil. They're not going to get anywhere near those 16 children. That's what we're learning now, because they are in police custody, all of them being evaluated and checked out. And one of the most disturbing things that the sheriff said, he has seen his livestock treated better than these 16 children. They were found in a 12 by 12 space, surrounded by human feces. He said it was just disgusting. Both of whom, the sheriff and also the attorney general, said they've never seen anything like this in their life. Alex Prochet, the details are horrifying. One thing that did stand out to me, though, the sheriff saying the only joy that we're seeing in this is that we're going to change 16 lives for the better.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, that's the only place to kind of go from here if you're law enforcement. But as you mentioned, Kira, I mean, this is something that Ohio authorities have called unimaginable. We heard from the state attorney general, Andy Wilson, who said this looked like a third world country, that he can't get the smell out of his head. And as you mentioned, the sheriff there for Vinton County said that he had seen livestock kept in better condition than the children inside of those houses, but 16 of them inside. They range in ages from 18 months to 18 years old. They were largely kept in that 12 by 12 area. And we're also told that this is an interfamilial situation. It's not a human trafficking case, according to law enforcement. But 7 of those children had to be taken to Columbus area hospitals. 2 of them were airlifted, and at least 1 child had to be intubated. Police say they actually stumbled upon this situation. They were executing a search warrant in a parallel investigation when they found this house with all those children inside.
This is sick. Look. This is the crazy part. They weren't even looking for them. They just stumbled across it. They're investigating a parallel place where they stumbled across this just to ask questions. There it is. So what about the rest of the houses? What else is going on in the rest of the houses by the American citizens in this town? Anything else suspicious? Anything else you want to check out? You know what I mean? But they're not doing that. That's not what they're interested in. In their mind, Americans don't do this stuff to each other. But in reality, in data, Americans do this stuff towards each other more than anyone does it to Americans. Period. Americans sell more drugs to each other. Americans kill each other more. Americans sex traffic Americans more. The Americans are doing it to themselves largely. But the politic of today is to be a dumbass and be like, why didn't the Democrats release the Epstein files? Hello, this is the Trump era, jackass. Trump is in power. Okay, stay focused. Stay focused. Okay. Don't go back to Jesus Christ and ask, why didn't Jesus do something? Okay. Stay right here, right now in this situation that is kicking your goddamn ass, even though you're anonymous and unidentified. Okay. So let's continue.
And as you mentioned, the four individuals, Gary Siders Sr., Gary Siders Jr., Christina Siders, and Elizabeth Siders, have all pleaded not guilty to the 16 counts against them. And now, Kira, those children are in the process of being placed. And the sheriff says...
So, put a 1 in the chat if they're guilty. Put a 2 in the chat if they're not. I'm not waiting for a trial. They're guilty as far as I'm concerned. Look at this shit. And particularly this, look at this. Somebody's looking to the right and straight at you. They got 2 people in their mind and shit. You and you. I'm watching both of you right now, okay? I got my eyes on both of you. This is crazy. This is crazy. There's a lot going on here. And it's not good. And I'm starting to think meth is involved, but I don't want to blame it on the drug addicts, but a couple, I don't know, man. Is this got something to do with inbreeding? Is this got something to do with, I don't know. You call it. What is this? What do you think? This is in Ohio. What do you think this is? Let me look this up. 16 children. That's a lot of children. 16 people found in a cell, locked up, a 12-foot cell, 12-foot cage in a house in Ohio. Tell me everything about the Americans who did this to other Americans. Just to make it very clear and shit. You know what I'm saying? And no, the Haitians were not eating the dogs and the cats. That was false. Okay. Even the damn Ohio police said that was a lie. Yeah, people just, Okay, so this is terrible. This is Hamden, Ohio. Let me get the map out. Put up Hamden, Ohio here real quick because I don't have any clue. Hamden, Ohio, USA. Let's take a look, see what it looks like. While we do this, let me see. There we go. Let's close that down. Let's zoom out a little bit. Pull this up on the map. We dealing with good old America. We dealing with Appalachia right here. This is Appalachia. This is J.D. Vance part of the country, right? Good old Appalachia, right? Where plenty of Jew and crypto Muslim DNA can be found in the people. In the people's ancestry. All right, here we go. Can you put it together? Hold on. Let me see something. Damn, this is a big. Okay, so this is near Jackson. This is Hamden right there. Let's zoom in. Is this like a rural area? What kind of geography we got going on here? Okay, there we go. So it's near Lake Rupert. Okay, that's where this happened. Lake Rupert. You see that? Now this is Hamden over there. Right? Let me straighten that out a little bit so people can see. Who's that? Michael, you there? I hear somebody in the back. Let me see. Oh, okay. Who knows? That might be Mike. Are you here, Mike? Or is that Eric? Okay, Mike is just on mute. But in any case, these.
I'm on mute. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, you here. I thought I heard somebody. It's okay. Now, this is the family that did this, right? They're from this part, Hampton. That's near Lake Rupert. Yeah. So this is rural Ohio, right? This is country Ohio, right? Damn, this is some nice geography here, bro. They in the wooded part. You can see, right? Because Columbus is northwest, right? Columbus is northwest. So they're in the and they're not far from the Appalachians. I can see here. See, the Appalachian Mountains is right. So they're west of the Appalachians. You can see the Appalachia is right here, right? Appalachian Mountains. And then we go left here. So they're in this little part. I think I might have driven through here. How far is through this? Is this Route 60 or what? Where's Route 60 at? Is it 75? You drive west from DC? I can't even remember now. Maryland, Pennsylvania, DC is over here. DC, is it 70? Is it 64? Is it Route 66? How come I don't see it on here? But in any case, it's one of these, right? So it's right here. Yeah, so they're west of the Appalachian Mountains in Ohio. Okay. So they're just before the city starts kicking in there. All right, I got it. Before Indiana and all of that. Okay, so these are the people. Now let's see what they said about them and this event that happened. Now it says the details regarding this horrific case in Hampton, Ohio are profoundly disturbing. However, to clear up the facts right away, there were no cages found in the house. The internet rumor mill combined two details: the rescue of 16 children and the fact that they were confined to a 12-foot by 12-foot room. Okay, so that's a room. Here, 16 children. 16 children? 16 children? Is it their children? Here's exactly what happened, who did it, and the reality of the situation. Raid and rescue. Law enforcement was executing a search warrant. Let me pull this out here. See something? Yeah, just to make sure. Sorry about that. I can see something. I won't be able to pull this up properly if y'all don't, if it's not formatted for you all to see. Here we go. So look, the raid rescue. Law enforcement was executing a search warrant for an entirely unrelated investigation. So that means ICE wasn't even looking for this. The police wasn't even looking for this. Okay. Damn. Now, no state, no federal money was used to look for this. This was stumbled across. I mean, maybe you could argue that this is the work of Jesus. Maybe Jesus was the one that just gave these 16 children the luck. Thank you. Whatever it was, the universe, whoever the universe was, you saved these children because no law enforcement was even thinking about them. Okay. Now, and no political party, especially no Republicans, was thinking about them. All right. Now, law enforcement was executing a search warrant for an entirely unrelated investigation at the dilapidated home in Hampton, Ohio. I mean, look, we just got finished talking about housing prices, man, and housing. And I mean, you know, this fits right into it. Economy, economics. I mean, I bet you somebody said in the chat, I bet all these people voted for Trump. I bet you're right. I bet you are right because they're dumb. But yeah, in any case, I'm going to ask that question next. Let's see here. When they entered, investigators were completely blindsided. They discovered 16 children and young adults ranging in the age from 1.5 to 18 years living in what officials described as pure evil and deplorable squalor. God damn, bro, this is fucking horrible. 1.5.
They deserve the death penalty at that point,
bro. You know, this is the side of America we don't talk about. You know, for real. You know, sadly, this is what poverty, this is what socialism can help. Okay.
Wait, they're not immigrants? They're not immigrants?
These aren't immigrants, bro. These are Appalachian. These are purebred Appalachian. Likely, they likely have some Iberian Peninsula blood in them, though. DNA. Likely, it's possible. They could have some crypto Jew, crypto Muslim DNA. We don't know, going back to the colonial period. But that's the only type. If any, that's it. They've been purebred since then. Pure inbred. All right, now let's see. Yep. So fuckers. You know how I know? You know how I know? Look at this. Okay, so in any case, something didn't happen right in this gene pool. But let's see here. The room in Benton County Sheriff Ryan Kane stated, wow, this is very difficult to read. Look, Ryan Kane stated that the children spent most of their time confined to a single room measuring 12 feet by 12 feet. The room was filled with human waste. Extreme. So they were just shitting on the floor, bro, and living in it. Extreme filth and bacteria. The sheriff remarked most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. The cage rumor. Okay, there's no cage, so we don't need that. Their conditions, the children have been hidden away for roughly 4 years. 4 years, bro. Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson noted that when they were found, they looked almost feral. Several of them were completely unable to speak. I bet just totally terrorized, man, and just feeble, like not able to, just not enough energy to talk. You know, that's crazy. Several of them were completely unable to speak, and the 18-year-old was with developmental disabilities, could not even write or spell. Of course not. Of course not. Medical, but this is how this is how Americans are, bro. This is what we got going on in America. And I'm going to tell you straight up, this is why we have Trump. Because we ignore life quality of American citizens. And it ain't got nothing to do with immigrants. It is our extremist capitalistic policies in the U.S. to turn a blind eye to the welfare of our own people. Mm-hmm. That is our policy. And if you say people need access to education, if you say people need you need SNAP benefits.
Wait, you're a communist?
Yeah, you're a communist if you want SNAP benefits. If you believe children should get breakfast at school. If you believe families should get SNAP benefits. If you believe punk asses, if you believe people like these people should get an opportunity to go to school, you're a communist. You know? Like it's crazy, bro. It is crazy. I don't want to pay for her health care. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, the children had been hidden away for roughly 4 years. Several of them were completely unable to speak. Disability, the 18-year-old disability couldn't write or spell her name. Medical emergencies, the children were immediately rushed to hospitals. Several were hospitalized in Columbus. Damn, they had to take their ass to Columbus. Okay, that's some distance there.
How rural they are, right?
Yeah, they're from.
They don't have a major hospital nearby. That the most critical hospital is miles away in Ohio, right?
Basically, I wonder how long that trip is.
Yeah,
it's an hour by road at least. Let's see here. Probably Columbus is. Let me look at the map. Let me just refer to the map real quick. Yeah. Now, if we go here, go back in. Boo, boo, boo. Look at this. This is the distance right here, man. Oh, you guys can't see that. It's over here. There it is. Here it is, right here. Now you could see they're close to Jackson, so they're still in the woods. They're in the woods, and Columbus, Ohio. So it's about an hour. Yeah, exactly. Because you're gonna be, and then Toledo from Columbus is about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then from Toledo to Detroit is like an hour. Yeah, exactly. So there you have about a road. Now let's get back to this one. This one, yeah. This is some shit, bro. This some shit. Now, let me see the Americans who did this, right? Because that's the important part. Let's emphasize on the Americans for a change. Okay, let's focus on us first, right? Our welfare first. The Americans who did this was not a human trafficking case involving, and this is even more absurd because this is not human trafficking. This is just how we treat our own.
It's insane.
You know, get them illegals out of here. We don't want them doing nothing to our kids. Okay. This was not a human trafficking case involving outsiders or immigrants. The prosecutor explicitly stated this was an intra-family situation. All 16 children belonged to the same mother and father.
Oh my God.
This is with extreme fucking poverty.
Yeah.
In the richest country on earth, what the richest man on earth looks like. That's what this is. This is what extreme capitalism looks like in the richest country on earth. This is what it looks like. 16 goddamn kids, excuse my language, living in 12 by 12 room with feces all on the floor. So, congratulations to American capitalism. You're really doing good for your own people. Hoorah! Yes, yes. Please, I don't want to live like this. What the fuck? Please stay away from me with your politic. All right, you maggots. Like, this is MAGA politic, bro. This is MAGA politic. Let's see here. Americans who did this were not part of a human trafficking case involving outsiders.
Let's give Elon some more subsidies.
Yeah, let's give Elon. Please, the rich is paying too much in taxes. Can we abolish the 16th Amendment? What the fuck? Can we abolish the 16th Amendment? Yeah, that's gonna, let's do that. This is normal. They can survive, man. I don't want to pay for their welfare. What the fuck? All right, now the Americans who did this, they weren't black. Let's highlight that. They weren't Muslim. They weren't Jew. Eric, you lucky here. This is not a case of the Jews did it. All right, this is not a Jewish conspiracy right here, bro. And this is not a Martin Luther King thing. Martin Luther King was against this. All right. This is also not Vito Castro though either. God damn. This is even worse. They got some nerve to be talking about Cuba. What the fuck? In any case, man, here we go. Now, the Americans who did this wasn't human trafficking. This was an intra-family situation. All 16 kids belonged to the same mother and father for adults. All white American citizens living in rural Ohio arrested and were staunch Trump advocates. Did you see that? No, I made that part up. All right. Gary Siders Jr., 36. Which one of these motherfuckers is 36? Yeah. Is it the dude to the right? Is he 36? On top? Because the dude on the bottom is not 36. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now, yeah. Elizabeth Siders, 33. So there you have it. So the two with the brown hair, who knows how they got that brown hair? But yeah, like I told you before, crypto Jews, crypto Muslims, bro, in America, right? You don't know. They got to take a DNA test. They in the Appalachia. That book squarely outlined the Appalachia. It did. All right. So look, that's where they did DNA tests, bro. All right. So look, now here, who else? Gary Siders Sr. Okay. So the guy to the right on the bottom is Gary Siders Sr., presumably, and Christina Siders, the grandmother, is on top. So these two younger looking ones had 16 goddamn kids living at the grandparents' house. Is that what I'm hearing? Is the 16 children belong to the same mother and father? Yes. Whew. All right. Damn. How did they hide 16 children? How did they do it? Neighbors in a quiet town. That's pretty much how you do it. Neighbors in a quiet town of less than 1,000 people reported they have never once seen a child in the yard or around the house. Wow. Goddamn. Investigators explained that the family had spent the last 2 decades moving frequently around southern Ohio. Oh, really? That's interesting. They deliberately avoided setting up medical records, birth certificates for younger children, or any government tracking. None of the 16. This is just like these maggots too, man. They always into this, man. This kind of weird stuff, anti-government, don't want to, just like, I bet you they didn't believe in COVID either. They deliberately avoided setting up medical records, birth certificates for younger children, or any government tracking. None of the 16 children were enrolled in school because they kept moving to hide the children indoors. They successfully evaded child protective services in the community for years. Current status, all 4 adults have been charged with multiple counts of second-degree felony child endangering involving a serious physical harm. They were booked into jail for $300,000 bond each, and the state has taken emergency custody of all 16 children to begin what they will likely be a very long road to medical and psychological recovery. Yeah, my heart goes out to the children now. That is so sad, and that's so tragic. But this is an American story. This is a current American story. This is what's happening in America right now while we talk about how housing affordability and healthcare, access to healthcare and access to education is all communist shit. That's what it is.
Was of the essence here because had they waited another 24 hours, they would likely be dealing with a death.
So, Alex, let me ask you, you say they stumbled upon this while they were carrying out another search warrant. Were they carrying out a search warrant on this home? Was it tied to these family members?
So that search warrant was related to a parallel investigation, but Kira, it's a fascinating question. It's an important question, but right now authorities have been pretty kind of cagey about what actually tipped them off, what this parallel investigation entails, or why that particular house was highlighted.
Let me guess. Let me just take a guess. Were they looking for some immigrants when they stumbled across this? What was that other investigation about? I'm about to look that up right now. All right, let's go.
By law enforcement, it's something that we still don't yet know. The other thing that I would say is for that community, it was actually a shock that children were even inside of that house. We've heard from neighbors and even law enforcement repeated this afternoon that a lot of folks didn't even know that the Siders had kids. That is how tightly they kept a grasp on these 16 children. Authorities saying that was also an indicator that they knew that they were doing something wrong here.
All right, so Brian, gosh, I mean, how do you even defend for people like this? I guess that's one question I have for you as a defense attorney, but also what charges do these 4 individuals face? I mean, I don't think anybody, if they, are, we have to say alleged crimes right now, but they were found in the home with these kids. They're behind bars. The AG, the prosecutor, they've seen the evidence. What's going to happen to these 4 people?
Yes, Akira, so a lot to unpack there.
Okay, so it appears, I don't know what, maybe there's 2 properties that both of these people lived in, but it says here that the police initially were going after the grandfather for indecent exposure. Look at this. While enforcement initially declined to share the exact details of their press conference, court records revealed the specific reason police were at the house. They were executing a warrant for the father, 36-year-old Gary Siders, who was facing misdemeanor indecent exposure charges. The charges stem from the alleged incidents that occurred on 4 separate days back in May when the Vinton County Sheriff's Office and the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations, BCI, arrived to arrest him in those misdemeanor charges and searched the property. They opened the door. So, as it appears, this man right here to the right at the top is the guy. He was going around, and the dude right here on the top, he was going around exposing himself in Ohio indecently, exposing his private parts. I'm curious, was it to kids? Did he expose himself to kids? Did he expose himself to kids? I'm just curious. Was it at schools? Where was it? Where were these incidents at? I'm just curious about that. The initial court records do not state the warrant listed counts of misdemeanor public indecency incidents allegedly took place outside or around the family's home. Oh, shit. Because it was filed a misdemeanor public indecency charge rather than a felony offense involving minors, in general implies the allegation of exposure happening in view of the public or neighbors rather than targeted act against children. However, the full details of what led to those specific reports have not been made public. Okay. So, so this is walking on the wild side of Ohio. Let me see one other fact here. Do people in this county and district vote heavily Trump? Okay. I mean, don't forget Trump hung out with, he was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. So, let's see how this goes. Oh, wow. Hold on. That didn't pop out yet? All right, let me try this again. All right, let me try one more time. I'm seeing something. There must be a glitch. I'm going to have to fix this once I'm offline. And then I'm going to go to chat. I'm curious in what you all think about this. But let me just resolve this last little thing here. I want to see, do they vote for Trump in that goddamn town, right? Because after all, these are people that make up lies talking about the Haitians were eating the dogs and the cats. All right, well, now it's your turn, motherfucker. All right. Now, it says, yo, oh, my God. Listen, whether the district votes heavily for him depends entirely on where it's located. Okay, hold on. It missed me. So let me, it's Hamden, Ohio. Hamden, Ohio, where the 16 kids were found in a 12 by 12 room. Here we go. Yeah. Something is going on with my programming here. So that usually happens when I got to make an update or something like that. So, but I'm going to try this one more time. Let's see if we can get it going. You know what? I know what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to make a complete statement here. Again, there's something going on. So please be patient. Let me see. In the town and district where the 16 children were found in a 12 by 12 room in Hamden. Where is it at again? Let me see here. Is it Hamden, Ohio? Yeah, it is. Hamden, Ohio. Do they heavily vote for Trump? In the town and district. Now, let me fix that one real quick. District. All right, now let's see. Now we got something going here. Sorry about that. Thanks for being patient. Now let me see here. And I'm doing this because, somebody came in my goddamn chat talking about they do eat, the Haitians do eat dogs and cats. Well, guess what? These people that come from this town right here that had these 16 kids locked in that room for years with feces all over the floor, disturbed mentally and physically, right? Could barely talk. The oldest one couldn't even read or write her own fucking name. Guess what district they come from? Yes, they did. The village Hamden is located in Vinton County, Ohio, a deeply conservative rural area in the southeastern part state. That's basically Appalachia, right? The Appalachian Mountains. West of the Appalachian Mountains. In recent presidential elections, Vinton County has voted heavily in favor of Donald Trump. 2024 elections, Donald Trump received 78.6% of the vote in Vincent County, while Kamala Harris received 20.3%. 2020 election, Donald Trump won the county in 77.1% of the vote. In 2022, they done backed his ass up several times. In 2026, 71 too. What the fuck? This is a loyalist Donald Trump town. And looky here. Look at what we caught here. 16 kids locked in a room. Yeah. Goddamn. This is, I mean, but listen, I know some people in the chat are going to say, what that got to do with it? That don't have nothing to do with it. Let me go to the chat. I hope you all are watching this. This is America. This is America. They voted against Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris wanted to help their asses. You know what I'm saying? And nope, they voted for Trump 3 goddamn times this district. This is who they are. This is them. This is them. This is them. Even the people that leave to that lock 16 fucking kids in a room to squalor, feces on the floor, everything. They even vote for Trump. I mean, what kind of shit is this? Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This is what you're dealing with.
Have all pleaded not guilty to the 16 counts against them. And now, Kira, those children are in the process of being placed. And the sheriff says timing was of the essence here because had they waited another 24 hours, they would likely be dealing with a death.
So, Alex, let me ask you, you say they stumbled upon this while they were carrying out another search warrant. Were they carrying out a search warrant on this home? Was it tied to these family members?
So that search.
Yeah, Alex, I see you. Sandica, I need a drink too because this is some heavy shit. But it's facts. This county voted for Trump 3 times 71%. And this county, the same county, this is where they found a house with 16 American-bred children locked in a 12 by 12 room with nothing but feces on the floor. Yep. And they just happened to accidentally stumble across it. Accidentally. Police weren't even expecting anything like this. They thought they were going to question the father about or arrest the father about indecent exposure, probably taking a piss on the side of the house or somewhere outside. And they found out he had 16 of his own kids locked in a room for years. 16 children aging from 1.5 years old to 18 years old, locked in a room, feces all over the floor, in squalor, utter squalor. Patricia said, I live in Ohio, not surprised. I mean, Patricia, this is what the hell is. This is what's going on. I can't make this shit up. I mean, I could suspect. But I never leave it as suspicion. I don't believe in suspicion. God damn, these people, this is Vincent County. Hamden is located in Vinton County, County, Ohio, deeply conservative rural area in southern eastern part of the state. In recent presidential elections, Vinton County has voted heavily in favor of Donald Trump. 2024 election, Donald Trump received 78% from Vinton County. They gave only Kamala Harris 20%. 2020 election, Donald Trump won with 77.1% of the county. 2016, 71%. I mean, this is the county. And this is really a lot of America. Don't you know, it's not only this county. It's not a coincidence or something. This is, they don't vote for education. They don't vote for SNAP benefits. They don't vote for affordable housing. They don't vote for a wage, a decent wage, salary. They don't vote for nothing that is in any American's interest. You know, they vote for bigotry. That's it. If you can get rid of some illegal immigrants based on color only, I'm willing to lock my 16 kids in a fucking room and leave them in squalor with feces all on the floor. That's it. You know, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't know what else to
was
say.
Related to a parallel investigation.
It's not even it's not the only incident, but in any case, here's some more examples. This is what's going on in America. While our economy unfortunately goes to shit, there's more things going on. Now, we had the ICE incidents where they're killing a Native American who works there. He's a Mexican, but he works. He's not on welfare. They contribute to Social Security. They don't get it. They contribute to other federal taxes they don't benefit from because they're not, they're undocumented workers, you could say, right? On TPS, which is being revoked for many. But this guy even had TPS. I don't even think it's legal, but they encountered him and they killed him, you know, but that's what happened to him. Now it's not going to be the American, because we know that happens. ISIS killed American citizens, not just immigrants. But this is now an American. So let's see here. Tennessee National Guard shoots a black man dead. So I'm pretty sure this is an American citizen. Let's see.
I'm taking you now.
You know, and so while they have that, they're not anxious to solve that poverty problem in goddamn Appalachia, which is all kinds of, you know, not just poverty, economic poverty, but, you know, education poverty. You know, the most extreme form of poverty is produce 16 kids in a cage. You know, just, you know, come on. But, or in a room, locked in a 12 by 12 room. But in any case,
down to Tennessee. Tennessee National Guard troops shoot a black male dead. Tennessee National Guard troops. Put up the picture. Full mask. 2 Tennessee National Guard soldiers assigned to the Memphis Safe Task Force fatally shot a 20-year-old named Tyron Johnson. Tyron Johnson was a student at Tennessee State University, TSU, and a new father. I'm going to give you details of how it unfolded, but I want to remind you the details come from the Tennessee Military Department, okay? So understand the genesis of the details. The National Guard members were assisting Memphis police officers in responding to a report of shots fired in downtown Memphis shortly before 4 a.m. According to a statement released by the Memphis Police Department, when police arrived, they observed multiple individuals leaving the area, including an armed male carrying a handgun. That's according to the police. Police and soldiers pursued, quote, during the pursuit, the male turned toward National Guard members with his weapon, end quote, the statement said. Another quote, Tennessee National Guard soldiers discharged their weapons, striking the male, end quote. Accounts of what led to the National Guard firing shots differ among agencies.
Yeah, I see somebody in the chat said, let me see. James said that means it thrived under as many Democrats as Republicans. So your bias is showing. No, actually, my bias is not showing because, you know, I'm in favor of democratic socialism. So that's different from standard Democrat. That's definitely different from Republican, right? But at least Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party tried to just squeeze out a little bit of more humanity out of those taxes. And these people disagree with that. So I live outside of the U.S. as an American citizen. So I'm an advocate for universal health care, full stop. I don't make excuses. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. In other Western countries, in every other Western country, that is not a political issue. Right-wingers that hate immigrants believe in universal health care and universal education for their own people. So I'm sorry. Yeah, my bias is showing, but it's not showing the way you're suggesting. Okay. I'm the person that said there's no excuse for it, period. You see what I mean? And I went to the limits of saying not only is there no excuse for it, period, but why the fuck should I live under that shit? But you don't agree. You want to live under it, and you will, and you continue to. Congratulations for you. That's your choice. That's your personal choice with your personal life. Thumbs up to you. Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
We have yet to hear a coherent timeline. 2 Tennessee National Guard medical specialists provided first aid. But Johnson was pronounced dead at the scene, according to Darren Haas, a spokesperson for the Tennessee Military Department. The TBI, which investigates officer-involved shootings across the state, confirmed Monday it has opened an independent investigation into the incident at the request of the Shelby County District Attorney. Now, you have multiple agencies involved. At this stage of the development of something this horrendous, ironically, you usually don't have the district attorney involved yet. Okay, I want you to follow the agencies that are getting involved. The reason is because The DA generally is not an investigative agency. Your police department is. Your police department is the investigative agency, whatever police department that may be. Hell, it could be the federal police, FBI, but they are the investigative agency. Now, does the county DA have the ability to investigate? Sure, they have investigators there. Usually they investigate the trials. But the county DA is requesting an investigation. The DA is elected to prosecute crimes. The DA is elected to prosecute crimes. Unless the DA believes that maybe a crime has taken place, the DA doesn't get involved at this level unless there's somebody potentially to charge with a crime. I'm reading between the lines. There's more. Quote, for reasons under investigation, the situation escalated, resulting in 2 National Guard soldiers firing upon Mr. Johnson, striking and killing him, end quote. The TBI said in a statement it did not identify the soldiers involved and directed inquiries, quote, to the respective department to answer as it sees fit, end quote. Lieutenant Colonel Haas, spokesperson for the Tennessee National Guard, also declined to identify the personnel involved. There's more. Information from someone close to the deceased. Action News 5. With someone close to Johnson who wanted to stay anonymous for their safety. That person said Johnson fired 2 shots in the air for his safety that morning. The person said Johnson was being followed by people whom he believed would hurt him. The person told Action News 5 that Johnson fired the shots as a warning. Johnson was a new father who moved to Nashville and returned to Memphis for the 4th of July weekend. Remember, this is a college student. According to The Guardian, the mayor of Memphis, Paul Young, a Democrat, said the shooting was an unfortunate incident, but he said he would wait for the conclusion of the TBI investigation before commenting further. Young opposed Lee's deployment of the National Guard, which was temporarily halted in November due to a lawsuit claiming the move breached the state's constitution. But the Tennessee Court of Appeals ultimately approved the deployment in April. Let's go to cause and effect. To the Tennessee Court of Appeals, the blood of this young man rests on your hands as well. The community spoke. The community said, we don't want them here policing because they're not trained to police. They're trained to kill. They're not trained to de-escalate. They're trained to blow things up. They're trained to see everything as a threat. We don't want them here. City gets involved. Right decision is made. Court of Appeals says, guess what? You don't have the authority to stop this. There's more. Young and allies pointed out that high crime rates were already falling in Memphis when Governor Bill Lee sent in the state's military forces in support of Trump's directive. And they said the move was another step by Tennessee's Republican leaders to chip away at the autonomy of cities under Democratic control. Citing TBI data, the AP reported that Sunday's case was at least the 4th officer-involved shooting linked to the Memphis Safe Task Force, which comprises federal and local agencies. Once again, the irony cannot be more staggering, in your face, hypocritical. The party of smaller government, less government intrusion, more local control is now the party of massive government intrusion, no local control. When Lee initially deployed the Guard in September, he told reporters that they would not make arrests. This is what governors would typically say in every state, that they would not make arrests, They would not carry weapons unless requested by the police. His staff declined to specify when Guard members initially began carrying weapons, but noted that all soldiers who are assigned to the Memphis Safe Task Force are deputized by the U.S. Marshals Service on the day they join the task force. Representative Justin Pearson, our dear brother who's been a guest on this show multiple times, weighed in as well. Here it is.
At 4 o'clock on July 5th, the National Guard killed Tyron Johnson, who is a Memphian. He was taking classes at Tennessee State University, and he was just 20 years old. The reason that I've been against the occupation in Memphis since day one was because we knew this would happen. This is the 4th instance since the Memphis Unsafe Task Force has been in our community that an American citizen has been killed by someone who's a part of that task force, from the DEA to now a National Guards member. It is not okay. It should not be normalized that the United States military is killing American citizens on American soil. It is not okay. It should not be normalized that the American U.S. military is killing American citizens on U.S. soil. This is not okay, and we cannot normalize it. And in this moment in time, we need to speak up. We need to stand up. We need to demand that Memphis Mayor Paul Young, in all cooperation and collaboration with the Memphis Unsafe Task Force, reach out to Governor Bill Lee to send the National Guard home where they belong, and to continue to fight to make sure that we get elected to Congress to hold this administration accountable for its actions of killing American citizens as a part of this authoritarian regime's scheme to silence the voices of dissent and to take control of Democratic-led cities and cities where Black people are in positions of power. It has been from day one a racist project by the President of the United States to take over cities like Memphis, cities like Chicago, and provide $1 billion to police it, but not $1 billion to invest in us.
Now, some of you may be saying, I thought utilizing military to police citizens was illegal. It's not really illegal. It's unconstitutional. It was deemed unconstitutional, or martial law was deemed unconstitutional. Deemed unconstitutional. Okay? States should have passed statutory law after it was deemed unconstitutional. The proclamation of martial law was deemed unconstitutional. You literally have de facto martial law without a proclamation. That's what you have. We'll bring updates as they come.
Yeah. So that's the state of the United States right now. And let me pause this.
Okay, there's a lot.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we have an effect on a lot of other people. What's going on with our government right now is it is totally unresponsive to the American voters' wishes, to the American people in general. I mean, and just for Western, other Western people to know. And again, I don't necessarily like that term, but it's necessary to use because these are the terms that, that we have. Western society, right? Not that these problems don't exist in other parts of the world, but this is a conversation about NATO nations, how they're being affected, Western economies, how they're being affected, and then the rest of the world, right? But when we're dealing with domestic policy, we're dealing with things that are supposed to align in the United States with Western values. At least that's what they call it. The J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, they call it that. They're saying this. But of course, we know it's hypocritical because nothing in the United States or very few things these days seems to line up with any other Western nation. So it's important to use that terminology so people are clear. When we're talking about healthcare, right? When we're talking about, let me get this back up. When we're talking about healthcare, when we're talking about housing, right? When we're talking about an affordable wage, a wage that allows you to afford a home, when we're talking about SNAP benefits, right? When we're talking about housing rights, when we're talking about access to education, right? We're talking about Western values, right? In the United States, this is what you got going on in it. You got 16 goddamn kids in Ohio
We're getting more details, but there's two words that investigators keep using, and that's pure evil. And it's because they saw what was inside this house. They're describing what they saw inside this rural home. 16 children in deplorable conditions, in dire need of medical treatment. And now 4 suspects are being charged with 16 counts each, all 4 pleading not guilty. The Ohio Attorney General gave us an update on the case just about an hour ago.
I've done these types of cases for a long time, and I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio.
Okay, so this was a poverty-stricken area in rural Ohio, right? This is where it is. It's called Hamden, and it's Vinton County. Let me see. What's the county's name? Right, Vinton County, right? Vinton County. Look at this. Vinton County, 16 kids in Vinton County. That's Appalachia, pretty much, west of the Appalachian Mountains, right? We have this dynamic going on in the United States, which is so goddamn extreme. He just admitted it. It could be inside of urban cities. It could be in rural counties. Aha. Yeah. But what's interesting here is these 16 kids. Let's listen to some more.
I've just never seen anything like I saw today.
Joining me now is Alex Perche and our legal analyst, Brian Buckmeyer. And if you don't mind, guys, if we have the picture of the 4 suspects, because one of the most important things that investigators are trying to do right now is to get any information on these 4 people. This is the Siders family. You've got Elizabeth Siders there with the long, dark hair in the corner. Next to her is Gary Siders Sr. Then Christina Siders is the older woman at the top of your screen. And then the younger man is Gary Siders Jr. These are the 4 people that have been arrested. These are the 4 people that the AG and the prosecutor describe as pure evil. They're not going to get anywhere near those 16 children. That's what we're learning now, because they are in police custody, all of them being evaluated and checked out. And one of the most disturbing things that the sheriff said, he has seen his livestock treated better than these 16 children. They were found in a 12 by 12 space surrounded by human feces. He said it was just disgusting. Both of whom, the sheriff and also the attorney general, said they've never seen anything like this.
Right. So they've never seen anything like this. And, here's the thing. That same county, right? Let's talk about it. We're talking about Vinton, right? Here it is. Vinton, Ohio, deeply conservative rural area in the southeastern part of the state. In recent presidential elections, Vinton County has voted heavily for Donald Trump. 2024, 78%. 2020, 77%. 2016, his popularity is only fucking grown. You know what I'm saying? And lo and behold, this is not the work of ICE, right? This is not the work of ICE. There's loads of broke ass families like this across the country, especially in rural America. Why aren't Republicans receptive to this type of fucking poverty? Why are they not? Don't you know the reason for education? Don't you know the reason for SNAP benefits? Don't you know the reason to make sure every child gets a breakfast at fucking school? Don't you know the reason of a working wage? What is the goddamn minimum wage in Ohio? $7 an hour? Let me ask. I'm curious about that. What is the minimum wage of Ohio? Because, of course, the state would have to vote on that. Let's see here. The minimum wage is $11 per hour. Tipped employees is $5.50 an hour. They make it like, really. So that's like half of DC, half of New York, half of, it at least it's not $7. But in any case, these issues matter. These issues matter. And child care. Who was looking for these kids? Like, what is going on? Children between the ages of 1.5. Where were they being birthed? In the home? To 18 years old. The 18-year-old couldn't even write or read her own name. Like, straight up. That's how bad it is. Meanwhile, look at the Republican policy. Look at the Republican policy. Has nothing to do with this reality. They're doing absolutely nothing for these people. They're running around making up lies talking about the Haitians are eating the dogs and the cats. No. What do you think these people were eating? What were these people eating? Although that was a lie, totally fabricated. What do you think these people are eating? Why are you worried about the Haitians? You're not even worried about these people's lives. So Westerners understand this. When they're trying to talk down about your policies, your social democratic policies, your policy to have a capitalistic country with universal health care, your policy to have a capitalistic country with housing rights, your policy of having a capitalistic country where everyone can get an education, can afford an education, universal education, right? When they're talking about your policies, right, they want you to turn your country into this squalor. That's what they want. They don't want your poor to actually have an opportunity to transform their life. They don't want your poor, right, your weak, right, to actually have a place in your society. They actually want you to throw your people behind. Look at these people. What is their color? This is what I'm saying. Westerners better pay attention and Americans better wake up, particularly white Americans. What is their color? What is their ethnic group? Republicans don't give a shit about middle class and poor white Americans, regardless of their background. Because, that's a lot of that is totally fabricated, the background. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it's just totally back. Today they just called white. But the truth of the matter is that there's various different ethnicities and cultures mixed and blended into that. Right. That was a creation of the, 1800s pretty much. Right. So because even different, Germans back in the 1700s saw themselves as Germans. They knew who were German speakers, German Americans, French Americans, all of this, but today it's just all jumbled into one thing, white American. Right. So we know that's fabricated. But this is what they want you to do. This is what they want you to do. They want you to imagine things. They don't want you to actually look down at the details and see that, wait a second. All human beings need basic things, right? For them to improve and be strong members of society, whichever society it is, however they look in the society, whatever their, quirks are or their kinks are, whatever that is, they still can be strong members of society where everyone is benefiting from other strong members of society, the human chain, one for all and all for one. But yeah, I'm going to be out. But this is a warning. I don't see any better warning than this, to be honest. Don't be like Americans. Don't be like this. And of course, this goes on in other places. But goddamn, 16 kids. You've heard of one or two. One being locked up in a cage in a basement, having 3 kids because their father was molesting them or something and locking them away. This is 16 goddamn kids. 16 kids. They were running around the United States. They have ICE running around looking for who are they looking for? You got ICE looking for people like this. Randomly. People that go to work. Don't lock their kids. Don't lock their kids. Don't even have 12. Don't even have 16 kids. But are not locking them up. Just going to work.
After a man was fatally shot on his way to work by an ICE agent. Lorenzo Salgado's son says he is a Mexican immigrant who has been living in the United States for 35 years.
They're looking for him. But they're not looking for them. And there's more of them. And they're not concerned about it at all. And these goddamn people,
we're getting more details,
they vote for Trump in this county. Where these people were found is a goddamn Trump stronghold. This is a Trump stronghold. Don't ever forget that. Nobody in the town ever even noticed that they had those 16 kids locked up in that goddamn room living in squalor. In any case, Yeah, y'all. Let me see what the chat got, and then I'm gonna be out. Click the like button. Do me a favor. Click the like button. We had a little different programming today, but I didn't mind. I started a little early because I had some time, and I also wanted to cover some different things. I didn't want to just do the normal news. Now, the normal news is fucked up. It's exciting. There's a lot of things. It's red meat. The regular news is tragic. It's red meat. The regular news is not intellectual. You know what I'm saying? It's not a history lesson. It is if you want to tie it into history, if you can make the context out of it. Yeah, we've made the context in some ways, but I mean, people need regular news to get the meat. You can see the numbers. That's how the numbers go. People want to know about this. And this is what's happening too. This is relevant, but don't ever forget the beginning. Don't ever forget where we started. Don't ever forget when these maggots come out there and these people that vote like this, what they talk about when they talk about American history. Don't forget that they don't know a motherfucking thing about American history. Nothing. Don't know why the Constitution was created. Don't know who the founding fathers are. Don't even know the founding fathers' debates. Don't know nothing. They are voting on pure, like this, some simple concept of color. These people are easily misguided by billionaires like Trump. So the rest of the West, keep up your universal education. Keep up your universal health care. You know why? Because that's how you're going to keep your population strong. That's how you're going to keep your population educated. That's how you are going to protect your culture, protect your society, because these motherfuckers ain't doing it and are not capable of it. They're going to destroy the fucking United States of America. Yo, you wanted to say something, Mike?
That was Eric. Eric chimed in.
Oh, that was you, Eric? Go ahead, Eric. What's up, man? You see anything here for you?
Yeah, I mean, we just had a very specious comment that this happens everywhere in the world, and I have to challenge that. Ashley, can you show me another place that this has happened anywhere? And this is very reflective of what happens in America, because we not only have extreme wealth, but we also have extreme poverty. And so I would really like, can you show one source, one other case where this has happened? Because I know for a fact that Japan has actually outlawed homeschooling, because it's not only producing militant people who don't assimilate in society, it's actually producing cult freak types that tend to be tend to create families like this and violence and problems. And so, if you could show me one other example, I would like to see that.
There's no example. There's 16 goddamn people. There's no. I'm sorry, but Western nations are dealing with poverty in their borders better than the United States is doing it, and it has nothing to do with immigration.
According to Ashley, this is happening everywhere.
Well, given she needs to. Well, she can give another example of a developed country like America, that has comparable numbers.
Yeah, what country? What country? What country? Give us a story. We'll look it up right now. Give us a story, and please tell us what's in your mind right now. Don't go just look for it. Just tell us what you were talking about. And although it's not good to generalize, so this happens everywhere in the world is a generalization, right?
And it's a justification.
But
right?
again,
like it justifies the evil deed.
And again, we're not talking about everywhere in the world, because I've been saying this. We're talking about Western countries.
America in particular.
Exactly. Now we can exactly America in particular, but we can talk about, we do comparative data, but we wanted to have some context to the.
Well, but it's not only that it's happening. This isn't the first time that it's happened.
No, it's not the first time that it's happened. This is just poverty. Extreme poverty exists in the United States of America, and the other things that come with the extreme poverty. This is not the only bad thing that's happening in Ohio. It's people strung out all over the goddamn country. You know what I mean? People that aren't able to get multiple types of help. I mean, even if you don't have a problem, even if you're not molesting your kids, even if you're not locking your kids to 16 of your own guy. 16 is a lot of kids to have, by the way. These two people had 16 kids. 16. Aren't they complaining? Who do they complain about? They complain about other people having 16 kids. These people had 16 of their kids locked in a goddamn 12 by 12 room in squalor. And the county voted for Trump. I mean, come on. You can't ignore that part. But look, somebody said they just found 25 kids in Chicago that were lost. That's not descriptive enough. Sorry. That's not. Sorry. I'm sorry. You got to come better than that, man. Notice how they just use some that were lost. Now, come on, because listen, there's missing children everywhere across the country. Sure, there's missing children. Sure, you find missing children in every state. Yeah, they're fine. But this is not that case. This is the family, the mother and the father locked 16 of their own kids in a 12 by 12 fucking room with feces. Can you find another example? Look, so in any case, I'm sorry, but somebody wants to be just not even be serious. So that's not it would be interesting if they were trying to be serious, but they're not trying to be serious. So there it is, second time today. On to the next. Listen, you vote for policy.
Yeah, I've seen extreme poverty in places like Vietnam, folks that have had like 10 kids and they weren't living anything like this.
Yes. This is not a matter of poverty, bro. This is a matter of poverty and then some other things that have been produced. This is multi-generational poverty. Something bad is going on here. They described it as evil. That's how the police described it as. You see what I mean? And it's interesting because MAGA call a whole lot of other people evil, you know, but is this, so look, put a 1 in the chat if this is evil. Put a 2 in the chat if this is just regular, average. That happens everywhere. Nothing special about it. How about that? Because, I mean, so in my mind, this is a step, you know, this is not just poverty. This is layered poverty. Like this poverty produces something else that produced something else that's bad. You know what I mean? This is really, really bad. This is really, I want to know more about but look at the damn granddaddy. What the fuck? I'm not trying to be prejudiced, man, but look at his eyes, man. This guy's not right in the head. He's not right in the head. Like there's likely to be obviously there was a lot of mental abuse, a lot of physical abuse, you know, that's going along with the poverty. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot going on with this. And obviously, you notice not too many people could mention another place they heard this shit go on. But look, again, we always have to keep it contextualized so that we can benefit from it. Right. So we don't get lost. We know there's poverty all over the planet. Why is there this kind of poverty in the richest country on earth? The richest country on earth doesn't happen all over the planet. So voila, there you have it. So this type of poverty has to be addressed in the richest country on earth. This type of poverty has to be addressed in the country that has the richest man that has ever existed on earth. This has to be addressed through its own lens. You can't just say, oh, well, that just exists everywhere. Nah, not like Eric said, not beside the wealthiest man on earth, not in the richest country on earth. It doesn't happen everywhere like that. It happens in the United States of America. So on that note, we got to get it. We have to get this straight. Other Western countries do not try to be like the United States of America. You will kill yourself. We're barely trying to get out of this ourselves, Americans, if we even are lucky enough with the type of corruption we have to even have another election. We're lucky, but luckily enough for you, you saw the problem before it got too bad. Other Western countries, you should be proud of yourself for that, because you don't ever want to go through what our country is going through, man. We literally have people turning a blind eye to this kind of shit, and they're looking for an illegal immigrant that's working in a construction company for an American citizen. That's what they're occupied looking for. That's what they're obsessed looking for. Not this. They stumbled across this family. They stumbled across. It was luck that those kids were discovered. It wasn't even discovered by child services. It was pure luck. The pure luck didn't even come from the fucking neighbors. The dude had to go out and expose himself indecently for anyone to even care, even for anything to happen. That was just pure, utter luck. You know? So yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, I'm out. I'm gonna catch up with you guys. It'll be 18 hours from now, the next stream. But I appreciate you, Eric, for hopping up. Yo, Michael, you got cut off of the stream earlier, bro. I think that was on my side, though. I think it was on my side.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, but I was able to fix it this time because I could see you were on mute or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I could see.
Yeah, no, I even restarted my phone. I tried to restart it, but it's still same. Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you hopped up. Eric. I'm glad Eric hopped up to let me know. But yeah, I appreciate.
Thank you, Eric.
Appreciate both of you guys. Yeah. Thanks, Eric, for doing that. Otherwise, I thought you was out. I was actually calling for you. I thought you just.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
Yeah. Be good. And you too, Michael. Be good. You want to say anything else before this?
No, I think today's stream was obviously more current events, which I do think that politics and current events do go hand in hand, right? They're not equal, but they do go hand in hand, and sometimes it's more refreshing to be able to just take a break from the politics. The news is always going to be here, right? We'll always cover that, but to get a more contemporary lens and less of a non-biased lens when it comes to seeing what the viewers think on just on a humanitarian basis, right? Was a lot more refreshing. It was really refreshing in this current chat, this current view stream. So thank you for that, B, and till next time.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, it's true. The current events intersect with politics. Like this is it. That's why I wanted to know what county do they come from? Who does this county support? Yeah. Who the fuck did they vote for? No surprise, they voted for Trump 3 goddamn times. 70, not like 60%, 79%, 77%, 71%. I mean, they couldn't even give Kamala Harris a chance if she had blonde hair and blue eyes with the last name. I mean, is her last name really even that deep? Is Harris? Isn't that a Anglo name too? Harris? Come on now. It's like she would have to just yeah. They just didn't give her a chance, bro. And it's so there you have it. People living in squalor, not even trying to give someone who's talking about a fair wage, not a person who's talking about fair housing, person who's talking about unions, person who's talking about access to education, they wouldn't even give him a chance. Wouldn't even give her a chance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Someone who's talking about child care won't even give him a chance. Hold on. Yeah. Look at this dude on the bottom. Someone who's talking about elder care. He needs elder care. Can't give him a chance. Can't give him a chance. No. Can't do that. Communism. Kamala the comrade. And now, due to that,
he looks like something out of a movie.
This motherfucker might eat people. Yo, let's be honest. This is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This is what created Leatherface. This motherfucker's probably eating babies and shit. Yep. He probably eats pigeons, dude. Like straight up, motherfucker's out there.
Look, you're saying that in jest, but 16 kids, they clearly couldn't provide for them. So what were they eating, right? They couldn't get no public assistance for kids that didn't exist in the system. So
thank you, bro. Say that again, please. Say that again.
They couldn't get no public assistance for kids that didn't exist in the system, right?
What were they eating? Yeah, how were they feeding the kids? The kids weren't in the system. Can't get public assistance for kids that aren't in the system. How were they eating? Who was providing for them, bro?
16 kids. You have regular working families that have trouble with one kid. 16? Absolutely. They were definitely eating the randomness of Ohio, the random wilder.
The dogs and the cats, bro. Yep. It was them. Yep. They were eating the dogs and the cats and blaming it on Haitians.
Yeah. Like, they were definitely doing something, right? Like, I think that's what the larger investigation is going to really surprise people, right? The things that they're not saying now that will be brought up in trial. I want to see that discovery and see what they were actually feeding these kids, like, because that's something that's going to be horrific, right? Because again, they were already poor to begin with, right? 16 kids, right? And this is, I mean, again, you could tie it right back to politics, comprehensive health care, right? The pro-choice, right? the healthcare in general,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Contraception, right?
Couldn't
Like,
have had an
all
abortion.
that could have been avoided.
What about
Yeah,
an abortion?
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't believe in that. Can't have that abortion, can you? 16 goddamn kids. The mama looks evil, bro.
Exactly.
God damn.
16 kids later, and
Look at the difference
That's
between
crazy.
the grandmama's eyes and the mother's eyes. The mother's on the bottom, the grandmother's on the top. Look at the difference in their eyes.
Wow.
One looks like a victim, bro. Like, one looks evil. I'm sorry. Not that can be deceiving too. Looks can be deceiving, but I mean, just
did you ever see that movie Pumpkinhead?
no. Oh, no. I did, but I think I tried to get it out of my fucking brain, bro. I saw it and I just tried to erase it. Tell us what it was about. Actually, it's nasty.
It's got that old lady that's like, "That's what you wanted, Ed Harley."
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. There are power dynamics in this, obviously. So I'm imagining the old man had a lot of power, and the older woman had more power in terms of age, right? The older woman probably had a little less power. I don't know. Maybe she's just the pure evil one. Maybe she's the evil one. I don't know. But the lady on the bottom looked like she probably had the least amount of power, right? When I look at their eyes, it's just a look. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying from the images, and apparently the one on the left on the bottom was the mama of the 16 kids. And the one on the right on the top is the father. And the other two, the elderly people, are the grandparents. Were they the grandparents of the male or the female?
From the article it didn't say, but
right. Yeah, this is
I guess
tragic.
The last name would give it away, right?
The what?
I don't know. The last names maybe would give it away.
I think they're all,
this were married.
This is the irony. They all married, bro. This is the irony. This is the ironic part of it. They are Christians. They got married. They changed their names as ordered by the cultural Christian vibe. You know what I'm saying? But let me see. Let me go back to the names real quick, and then I will see about that. Who knows? Yeah, this is just too much, man. This is a sad story. Now it says that the Silvers. Let me see. I can ask that question. Let me see here. Let me just ask that question. The 16 children found in what is it? In Ohio? Let me just say Ohio. In a 12 by 12 room. Who were the grandparents? Related to? Okay. The son. Oh, hold on. The father of the children. Children, or mother. Yeah, man. Who knows, man? You never know. The son. If it's the son to the right, it looked like he might have kidnapped the lady. Who knows? All right. Let's see here. I don't know. Obviously, I said I don't know, but it says here that the father, Gary Siders, 36, is the father. So the young guy to the right is the father. The mother is Elizabeth Siders. So they got married. She's 33. The grandmother is the old man is Gary Siders Jr., 73, and the grandmother is Christina Siders, 64. So okay, Gary Siders and Christina Siders are the parents of the father, Gary Siders. So I was right, bro. So that's what I was saying. Just by look, the one of them looks less powerful. She's the mother. The one on the bottom is the mother. And the two old people, they are not her parents. They are the man's parents. They are the father's parents. And so she was the added element, right? And then the children in the household, right? But I have to say, this lady looks fucking evil, bro. The lady on the top, those eyes look really, really hard. I bet you she was heavily abusive, mentally abusive. And then there's the father, Gary Siders. I mean, goddamn, look at his eyes. His eyes are just like, if the mother's eyes look evil, then what do his eyes look like? His eyes just look like what? Is he the victim too? Who had more power in this relationship? Not to get off track. Was it the grandmother, or was it the grandfather?
I mean, that would be tough. I really want to, obviously, in the future we'll try to follow up with this case and see what discovery brings, and you know the finer details, right? What they were feeding these kids, right? Because they were feeding them something. They made it to 16 years old, one of them, so
God, yeah.
how were they living, right?
Yeah.
Obviously deplorable conditions, right? How were they able to continuously move from place to place with all these kids? What was that space look like? What did that space look like, right?
Yeah.
Chances are the parents were on Social Security, right? There was no steady income, right? Like, I can imagine how much of a mess this was, and it's just sad.
Now, let me see. Patricia in the chat says all four are evil. Yeah, that's true. You're right. And then who was in charge? It was the male. Yeah, that's typically makes sense. But looking at their eyes, God damn, the lady's eyes, they just look. I'm sorry, the older woman's eyes, they look seriously hardened. The man's eyes, he just looks kooky. Like maybe he had development issues or something. Who knows? Abusive. What do they call it? Dependency and abusive relationships can function really weird. But this is something else. That said, Patricia said she's been married since 15. So the mother, the bottom left, has been married since 15. Pregnant since 2015, and she got 16 child. That's not even a long goddamn time. She had a child every year, bro. There wasn't a time she wasn't pregnant. Exactly, madam. Like, this is just that. I don't know what to say, man. It takes 9 months to produce, technically, to produce a child for full birth, right? So she was having 2026. This is 20. Yeah, so she basically went months. She went about a month. So it's hard to tell, bro. It's hard to tell. Sometimes it wouldn't even be a year. Huh?
Between the husband and wife, what's the age difference?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me see. What is the age difference? Now, the age difference, the father, Gary Siders, is 36. The mother is 33. Damn.
So 3 years. So
16. 18. God damn.
So he was 18 and she was 15, right?
Bro.
When they first got married or having kids, right?
Bro, they were 15 years old, 16 years old. Yes. No. The boy,
she was 15,
the man was
18.
like 19, 18. Yeah. He was 19, 18. Yeah. She was 15. So is that rape in Ohio? No, but it's close in other states. It's close.
Again, I think the dynamics is that most likely their parents are on Social Security. That was probably the main source of income, right? And the main caretaker of these kids, right? 16 years old. I mean, the kids, 16 of them, right? Mm-hmm. And that's how they were probably able to move so many times. But even finding a place that size to be able to, I mean, obviously not that it gave them much space, but to be able to house all of these kids, it's insane, right? Like, at what point did they plan to even end this? Because the youngest was 1, right? Or 1 and change, right?
God,
like,
bro. The youngest
a lifetime
was 1 and change.
That's just sad.
Look at this. It says the exact birth timeline and specific numbers of months between each child have not been released by investigators because the family avoided establishing medical, governmental, and school records for nearly 2 decades. Authorities, they were like living in the wild, bro. How do you do that?
Yeah. Imagine what they were eating. They were eating game meat. They were eating pigeons, squirrels. They could not afford to even feed 16 kids, right? The discovery on this case is going to be insane.
The discovery is going to be insane. Yeah, bro. Yeah, but you're absolutely right, though. You can't afford it. Like, you had to just be eating game, anything, scavenging,
Yeah.
Now, look, it says, however, the investigators have shared a few key details about the children's ages, birth order that give a general idea of the timeline. Age range. The 16 children range from 18 months to 18 years old. The mother's age. The mother, Elizabeth Siders, is 33 years old. Because the oldest child is 18, she would have been giving birth to her first child around 15 years old. That's right.
Wow.
Multiple births. Law enforcement revealed that the 16 children include 3 sets of twins. 3 sets of twins?
Okay.
3 sets.
That makes a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But 3 sets of twins, bro? Did she get medical help? Did the woman get medical help?
She clearly couldn't have. She couldn't have gotten medical help because they would have documented her pregnancy.
Bro, you can't just do women like that, man. Like, this is she had a horrific no woman is supposed to have to go through this, bro. I'm sure there's some other. I mean, I don't know, man. The discovery is going to be crazy, like you said. Law enforcement, 16 children born, 18 with a birth center, multiple law born. Okay, include 3 sets of twins. While children born over roughly 16.5 year span, and accounting for the 3 sets of twins, meaning they were 13 total pregnancies. The mother averaged about 1 pregnancy every 15 months between.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's the math on it, man. It really is not good.
Every 15 months, from 15 years old to 33 years old. That's insane. She just continued to give birth.
Yeah, bro. She just continued to give birth. I mean, that's what she was, and she didn't know about I guess protection. Right?
I mean, who knows the education level, right?
Right.
Like, if she got married at 15, like, who knows what type of education level she has, right?
What does MAGA Mike Johnson have to say about this? That's another thing, They don't want abortions. They don't want they don't want unwedded marriages. They were married.
Yep.
They were married. They did that part right.
They fit the Republican ideal.
This is a Republican ideal, bro.
But that's what they want, right? They want multiple births. They want to flourish in births, right? They're trying to force American birth rates. This is a prime example of what Republicans want, right?
It is.
A marriage, right? A Christian marriage with multiple kids, so we don't need immigrants. Like, this is exactly what they want.
Project 2025, the living example.
Yeah. Yeah, the poster
no birth control. Yeah,
no. Yeah.
Hey, look, you shouldn't open your legs if you didn't get married. Well, she got married, and look at what happened. No prophylactics, no abortion, right? Don't feed off the government, right?
Yeah, they weren't. They could not, by default, they could not collect food stamps. They weren't feeding off the government at all.
This is Project 2025 for you, man. They tried to live up. This is what happens when you try to live up to Trump's ideals, man. Like, this is what it looks like in the United States. This is horrific, bro. And fuck all that. This shit ain't for me, bro. I don't think it's for anyone. It's unreasonable. Come on. Look, how many of these are all the children healthy physically? I'm sure they didn't give all the information about it. Does one of them have was one born with any injuries? Any handicap? These are concerns that every person has with a pregnancy. They didn't go to the doctor. They didn't get an orthopedic, a scanning of the child. So they didn't have none of that help. A lot of times that's when you detect it early to decide whether you want to have an abortion or not, because maybe the fetus is not healthy. Maybe the child, there could be a lot more coming out about this. There could be a lot more coming out. The potential is huge. And, yeah. I know we've been laughing a little bit, but this shit ain't funny. And this really is a perfect example of Project 2025. And this is the best example. European nations, do not copy this. Do not copy Donald J. Trump. Don't. As an American, I'm telling you, don't try to copy this. This type of party is wrong. They are wrong about everything they're saying about you. Whether it's directly or indirectly wrong, they are wrong. If you try to emulate Trump policy, you are headed for serious destruction. in many ways, more ways than anyone should even have to imagine. You know, goddamn, too many ways. So on that note, I'm out. Oh, God, this story, man, I might have nightmares. Now thinking about this. I'm sorry. But in any case, I wish everybody a good day. Look, somebody said, yeah. So was it? Don't try to copy one of the most successful men in history. Yeah, don't copy, because that success is phony. Don't copy Elon Musk. How many kids he got? Don't copy Donald Trump. I mean, how many? Don't copy it, because this is what it looks like. This is what it absolutely looks like. And instead, believe in abortion, believe in prophylactics, believe in universal health care, believe in child care, believe in children's rights, right? Believe in a working wage, believe in free education for all. Believe in those things. Keep investing in those things, and then you won't have to worry about this right here at the bottom of the screen. 16 kids in a room with feces everywhere. Okay? So just remember that. Okay?
Is that Make America Great Again? Is that the picture that they want, right?
Mm-hmm. This is Ohio. They voted for Trump. This is what Trump voters look like. You know what I'm saying? This is what this is what's going on in their life. And I can understand this, because if your life is like this, you need somebody else to look down on. I wonder how much that factored into it. I would really like to know. Somebody needs to ask them, did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump? What do you think about illegals? I would love to hear an interview with them on that. What do you think about Haitians? What do you think about Haitians? What do you think about illegal immigrants? What do you think about Mexicans? Let's hear that. What do you think about the illegals taking the welfare? What do you think about universal education? What do you think about the socialists? No socialism here. We don't want it. Taking away our benefits. It's like, okay, buddy. We'll find out. In any case, man, fuck it. Just be happy this ain't you, okay? Now, and then think about it later. If when you clear of all the nightmares you're gonna have for watching this episode, then go back and try to think about the rational things you could do to stay away from this kind of trouble. All right, y'all. I'm out, Mike. I appreciate you, bro.
Peace. Till the next time.
Peace, everybody. See y'all in 18 hours from now. That will be 02:30 Eastern Standard Time, America. 08:30 Central European Time, EU. I appreciate everybody. See y'all.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping.
Okay, good night, guys.
Some is hustling.
Peace, Eric.
Every
Peace,
man
Eric.
hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gonna get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite. Life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit. You have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh no.
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. Shit, he said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. To the human race. Everybody here, yeah. Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna free your mind tonight. Necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you own it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it. What? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. On a mission to salvation, our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little loving that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it.